What's going on, team? It looks like I got some good news and bad news. Well, the bad news is I got a crap ton of candy left over. The good news is we got live trading. Let's get into it. Let's see if we can make some money today. And trust me, the sugar's strong right now. So let's get it going.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
All right, let's get right into the markets and we'll bring on the boys. Let's bring them on. How we doing, guys? Ready to get into this market?
Good morning to you. Good morning, chat. Good morning, everybody.
Definitely.
That sounds like a yes, Mitch. We're ready to get into it.
Oh, I'm ready. I was born ready, and trust me, I got a couple Snickers back there. So it's not Rice Krispies, but I started feeling bad yesterday. I was like, the poor kids out there, they're not going to have candy. They're not going to get love from everybody else. I was like, you know what? I got to go get some candy. The bad news is I got left over a bunch of candy. So you know what happens now. It's like, man, okay, a little Snicker here, a little Snicker there. A little Snicker there. Next thing you know, we're going to be like a little couple pounds on the scale. But, oh, well, we'll get into the markets. We'll try to burn some off. And I'm going to have to definitely play some baseball today. But let's get into the markets. Let's take a look at some stocks and see what we can find. It's going to be definitely sugar type of day. But maybe we can find some sugar. You got some sugar for us, Zunaid?
I sure do. And, of course, I appreciate you. Yeah, feel free to send over the fun size Snickers. No
yes.
problem with that.
At least the snack size, right? Not the full bar here.
Yeah, no. But I'll go ahead and kind of get us started here. I've already got orders set out. I've been up since like 7:30. I've already gone on my little. I know.
Oh,
I know.
man.
Ryan. Let me tell you, Ryan. I've been up since 7:30. I already went on my little workout this morning. I already got drank a whole bunch of water already. Ryan, I'm ready today. It's a new month, same old me, but hopefully new results. I don't know. But
day one.
How do you even follow that up?
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll talk about it more about what I'm trying to do and things like that. But anyway, let's get into the markets here. UBX, right? They went ahead and had some news out earlier this morning. You can see the pop up here. And so I've got a buy order already ready to go at 351 with the stop loss at 344 and a take profit around 370s if I can go ahead and get it. So that's almost a 3-to-1 trade for me right there on ticker UBX. I know I've got some other ones ready to go as well, and that's going to be on Apple. I've got a couple of sell shorts ready to go around 155.70s and then 155.91s, hoping that 156 is going to act as resistance. And then I'm going to look to take profits around 155.51 and 155. 10, because I do expect that 155 itself to go ahead and act as support. You can see resistance, and then of course early on you can see it act as support over that 155. So that is what I've got on Apple, and I know I've got a couple of other orders. Look, I got 18 orders ready to go. Meta is the other one. So pretty much I'm either going to know very quickly if I'm having ramen or if I'm having at least the Genya. If you know what Genya is, it's an expensive ramen, which I get annoyed paying for because of the margins. But anyway, taking a look at Meta here, 94.82 and 94.97 is where I'm looking to go short on Meta. If we can actually get that high, that would be great. Looking to take profits around 94.54. I think I've got two. Yeah, I've got two of them right there ready to go. And the reason is because if we go ahead and look, there we go. If we go ahead and let's do the 5-minute on this one. If we go ahead and take a look here on this little pretty box that I've drawn here, you've got the 94 where it kind of found bounce, but it was a 95 where it had resistance. It kind of bounced from there, but when it finally broke it retested 95 right around here, couldn't hold it, and then it came right back down, and it was in this little range here. 95 continuously acted as resistance, and then it finally went ahead and cracked 94. So I'm hoping that 95, at least in the first few minutes, if it does test it, will end up being resistance, and if it's not, it's cool. Like I'm gonna lose out on, what is this, $28, $14, and then of course I'm looking to profit $42 and another $42 if I'm right. So the focus this whole month, because I was looking at my I was journaling my trades yesterday, and I saw that even on E-Trade and even on TradeStation, where I'm using TradeStation to kind of test out different things and get my groove back, because you guys know I had a terrible couple of months. I realized that my P&L, in terms of, I was green majority of my days. However, I didn't make as much money simply because my risk reward wasn't that great. So that's kind of the reason that I'm kind of doing it this way, try to get back in the groove of things. And that's what I've got on Meta. Let's see if I've got any other trades already set up to go. Yes, I do. I've got one more, it seems, and that's on ticker SONN. This is one that we traded yesterday, thanks to Ryan. Where is it? Where is
That
it?
really
Yesterday.
went too in the afternoon when we got off.
It sure did. And here it is, right? You can see that I purchased at 151, sold it at 148. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. Did I lose money on this one?
Yeah, remember you got stopped out on that first night.
I did, because it went under VWAP. Yeah. That's
and
right.
Then it
I did.
through VWAP, took out that line, back tested VWAP, and ran the rest of the day.
That's what it was. I made money on AMC and not this one. Well, so cool. You saw me lose money on this one, and look how nicely it ran. This time we're trying to get back into it. We're going to look to purchase it around 181. Why? Because you can see in the pre-market, this 178 area is holding as support, or it held at support. So now if the market wants to come back and test this 180 level, I'll be ready to take it long. Stop loss will be 176. And then take profit will be 191. So that's a 2-to-1 trade for me right there on that one. Let's take a look at AMC. AMC, this is the one that we did go ahead and trade yesterday. We went ahead and purchased shares at 701 and then sold it at 714 with the top tick of 725 that we clearly missed, but that's quite all right. We'll see if this wants to get going or not. You can see that the previous close on this one acted as support. If it was around 650, I definitely would have tried to get in this one, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on AMC. If it kind of works out, we'll go ahead and take a look at it. On Netflix, I've already got an alert set at 300 in case I want to go short there, or if I want to go long, if it breaks it, retest it, whatever the case may be. I've already kind of got my range set. I've also got an alert ready to go at 289.49, which is where you can see it found support multiple times. So if it goes ahead and gives me a fire alarm here, maybe I'll go ahead and try to take a couple of shares with a stop loss right underneath 289. So we'd be looking at about a 70 cent stop loss and try to see if we can get $1.40 or so on that. But let's go ahead and take a look at the SPY. 390 is an area that I had for resistance. Obviously, we're clearly above that. Let me go ahead and check. Yeah, I don't see anything there. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. I don't really have anything here besides whatever the market will give us, because if it's already cracked above 390, I don't see much resistance in terms of a clean one on this one. So I'm going to leave it be. Let it do what it wants to do. And then maybe after I see some type of trend or some type of support resistance playing in, then I can go ahead and get into it. Day of the Dead is now Day of the Memes. I'm not quite sure what the reference is, but I also am not very cultured. So I don't know what that was about. On Amazon, I was waiting for 100, but it unfortunately just went ahead and stopped at 101 and then rallied a little bit there. 105, though, as you can see, is something that you saw resistance there. That whole number beautifully paid out. Let's see if we can go ahead and get that same type of trade on this one. If not, if it cracks above, retest, you can go ahead and try to go long on that one right there. Tesla making new highs here in the pre-markets. If it wants to come back and test the 230s, nope, don't want to do that. Nope, slow down. If it wants to go ahead and test the 230s, I'd be interested in going long here with a stop loss of about maybe $1 and see if I can get $1 or $2, at least 1-to-1, if not 2-to-1 on this trade to the upside. But of course, some of these trades are already kind of up, right? So I'm hoping that they come back in and then we can go ahead and take them to the short side or the long side, whichever way things play out. Google, 96.51 is where you have resistance from a couple of sessions ago. So if it wants to go ahead and try to test it one more time, we can try to go short there and see if we can just get a quick 30-50 cent scalp on it. If it goes above, comes back, retest it, you can look to possibly go long and try to target 97s, which you can see is another area of resistance right over there. Or excuse me, it was support. And then I believe it might have been resistance. No clear resistance, but this support could end up acting as resistance if it wants to come back up. So you've got a couple of areas there that can help you out if you are short on that one. AMD, What this one go? This one went 50 cents below my support level. If it wants to come back and test around this 60 and 59.50, you can try to like slowly start to build a position, but then really go heavy here if you want to. But I'm going to stay away from it, especially because I've already got a lot of stocks to focus on. I've already got trades out there that'll either make me cry or make me, do jumping jacks. I don't know. We'll see what happens throughout the day. And then let me see if I've got anything else. We already talked about Apple. I probably should have tried to take this one short pre-market, but for some reason I can't do that on this one. I've got to go to my actual TradeStation portal and do it, and I didn't clearly feel like doing all that. But that's kind of pretty much all I have. Actually, nope, I lied. Neo, I believe they had some report about their deliveries being higher than expected or something like that. I'm sure Ryan will have better information than that than I will. But keep an eye on $10. You can see it kind of poked above, couldn't maintain it, came right back down. So on Neo, if it wants to go ahead and test it, we'll have a stop loss of about, let's say, 989. And then let's see if we can get about that on there. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this. There we go. That makes much more sense. All right, cool. There we go. I've got that ready to go on Neo. And that's kind of pretty much it. So we've got a bunch of orders already out there. Get ready for the fire alarms. Get ready for the notifications because it's about to get crazy.
Was that a transition for me? Sorry.
That's okay.
I
can keep going if you got slack. I know you got a real job.
I was doing other work. So first of all, let's just start off with Neo, where you kind of left off there. This is actually, the news story here is actually affecting more than just Neo. Shares of several Chinese companies are trading higher amid unconfirmed rumors suggesting a committee was exploring ways to ease China's zero COVID policy. A China Foreign Ministry spokesman said he was unaware of a committee. So what's going on here is there's a unconfirmed rumor that China's going to try to ease their zero COVID policy. Remember, we saw the casinos move higher recently. There was actually a shutdown in China for one COVID case. President Xi, who was just elected to another term there, he ran on lockdowns and all of that. So to me, it seems hard to believe this particular PR, but we'll see how the stock actually trades. One of the things that I would say in these Chinese names, as always, be very careful. And if you're in one of these names here for a day trade and you end up getting some profit, don't be afraid to take that. You might get another report that kind of denies this rumor, and that could create some huge volatility. So just make sure that if you do have profit, you're able to hang on to it. Don't let the trade go red on you. Unsure how much this is going to stick or how long this is actually going to cause these stocks to move. So that's what's going on with Neo and some of the other Chinese stocks that are going up here today. One of the other things that we should consider for the kind of macro environment, we obviously have the Fed tomorrow on Wednesday. The two-day meeting starts today. It seems to me that a lot of the market participants are kind of waiting for that event to get out of the way. I think we're going to see 75 bips. I think it's pretty much baked in. I think everyone's kind of expecting that. I don't anticipate any surprises, but what that's doing is it's causing traders to kind of wait around to get some more clarity on that. And then don't forget, we have the midterms the following week. So two pretty big events here that are definitely going to have an impact on the market. Just kind of keep that on the back burner. I don't think we're necessarily making any trades because of these events, but keep in mind that they're there, and that's going to affect the dynamics of the things that you are trading. Now, as far as some of the smaller stocks here, I went ahead and I got my scanner tool open here. So remember, the scanner tool runs in all the sessions. So in the event that you can't use movers for whatever reason, you can absolutely use the scanner. And what I'm doing here is I'm looking for the same thing. I'm looking for volume over 1 million shares, stocks greater than $1, and I'm going through the list of stocks that are gapping here. So the first one here is going to be ticker UBX, and this is Unity Biotech. They had a PR this morning that announces a positive 24-week data from phase 2 Behold study of UBX 1325 in patients with diabetic macular edema. So we've got a diabetes PR here on data from a phase 2 trial. UBX up considerably here. My cat's trying to break in. UBX up considerably here in the pre-market. one of the things we're watching is, can we actually hold this 350 level? Hey, buddy. Can we actually hold this 350 level? And if we can we get some juice to take out this range to the upside? We've already been rejected around that 380 once here in the pre-market. So not necessarily sure that this is going to move through on the first attempt. If you remember back to SONN yesterday, the loss that Zunaid was talking about, we were trying to play a breakout. We got knifed. Zunaid took a very, very small loss and moved on. But the stock, the trade plan ended up working a little bit later in the day. So no reason to rush into this. If it doesn't work, keep it on the back burner and maybe it'll set up later in the day. So these are the levels here that we're looking at. UBX 380 going to be that day high, 378 to 380. Let's consider it a range in there. Next one here is going to be SoFi. SoFi gapping up here this morning. We had earnings here this morning, and it looks like the market liked SoFi's earnings. They beat a little bit on the EPS. The loss was not as big as expected, and they beat on sales. So SoFi having a nice day here. I had some levels marked off. We're actually taking the next leg up here. One of the things that I'm going to look for here on SoFi and Uber, in addition to the unusual options that sometimes pour in on some of these names, especially after earnings, we've seen some of these stocks that report good earnings continue to run. So I'm going to wait and see if there's a potential gap and go trade here. And if there is, I'm basically going to use the 9 EMA to determine my entry and exit. If we take that trade, I'd be happy to go over it. It's a relatively simple trade, but it hasn't worked very well when we have a bear market or a market that's really been selling off on a regular basis. So we'll see if we get some opportunities here on SoFi or Uber for a gap and go trade. Next here is going to be ticker RLX. RLX here, we are gapping up 142. It looks to be the spot that it really has to hold. Don't really see any news here on RLX. So to me, we're kind of missing the catalyst. Maybe this is just Twitter traders or chat room traders. The volume down here, not crazy. So it doesn't look like this has been found yet. So there might not even be a trade here. But because we're gapping up and because we have some clear levels identified already, it's worth at least having this on the back burner or watch it. If I notice RLX pop up on my relative volume scanner, I'm going to take another look at it and I'm going to know that we were up here in the pre-market. Rest of these are basically some of those Chinese names that we already covered. I don't really have anything else that we're looking at. We're definitely going to keep San on the back burner. I know Zunaid talked a little bit about San. We traded this yesterday. Looks like it's trying to get rolling here again. Be interesting to see if we can move through to and hold it, and if we can take out that 220, 221 area. So that's what I got for you, folks. Mitch has got the Halloween orange rolling in the background. Mitch, I yesterday, just out of nowhere, I had memory of last year when you dressed up as Jim the Painter, and that, I got to be honest with you, that was one of the better costumes I think I've ever seen, and you really pulled that off. So you've got Snickers today. Those look like holiday Snickers. That looks like the Christmas Snickers.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that, Ryan. Let's just say that it was on the low at the store, and it was on discount, and Mitch went for the holiday one and said, this is going to be Halloween candy today.
I figured, but I'm glad you owned up to it.
But I'm glad Ryan put me on blast like that. I enjoy those moments. I put
you on blast. Yes, that's right.
Calling me out on my holiday Snickers, but
no, I just thought it was funny. I just thought it was funny.
I think it's funny more that you know that they're holiday Snickers.
Well, I saw a red and
the truth is
green
coming
bow.
out. Are you a Snicker fan?
Oh, I mean, are you kidding me? I'm awake. Of course, I'm a Snickers fan. Nougat.
What's your favorite chocolate bar? Let's go with that really quickly. What's
favorite
your favorite chocolate bar?
Favorite chocolate
is a hard one.
Probably. I mean, do Reese's peanut butter cups count?
I'm gonna let them slide today. I'm gonna let it slide.
And those are my favorite. Reese's are my favorite.
What's your favorite, Zunaid?
Hershey's Cookies and Cream.
Oh, that's not a bad bar.
No, not at all. Cookies and Cream.
It's not a bad bar. I like the Symphony bars. Have you had one of those from Hershey's?
I've not had that one.
Yeah, they're Symphony bars. They're a little bit higher quality milk chocolate, but pretty good stuff. All right, let's get into the markets. I'm gonna put my screen up, see what I can find today. Of course, oil's been so strong that I'm starting to think, okay, even myself, I'm like, all right, well, at some point this has to turn around, right? So we could maybe look for that to start showing up, right? I feel like oil has made its run, but I'm keeping a close eye on WTI because I think it's going to get to 90, and then we'll have the slowdown, because that was the intention of OPEC. They were trying their best to get it back above 90s. And right now, it hit just today, 89.25. So I'm going to keep a watch on this. Before, we had a high there around 89.08. Right now, we're starting to hit above that. We've gone before to 92 on October 7th. So I'm going to look to see if we can start getting into the 90s. This actually looks good for it to get above 90s. And if that could happen, maybe we could still run today. So it's going to be one of those things that unless the WTI changes, I'm just going to wait till that happens, until we get above the 90s and start seeing the trends change on the stocks. Right now, they're still strong. So Chevron, Oxy was really strong yesterday, so maybe look to see if that one has that continuation and wants to get towards the 52-week high, right? That one still hasn't broken through the 52-week high, so I think you still have room for Oxy to get a nice sort of move. And then keep your eyes on the other kind of oil players. Let's go to some other stocks in the market. Of course, oil has been a strong area. You guys can continue watching that. I did see someone talking about UNG and kind of LNG, those kind of stocks, natural gas play. Of course, LNG looking a little bit better than UNG. This one's looking like it wants to get through that 178. We'll see if it gets to do there. Multiple highs in the same area, 178.62. Up one, down one, up two, down two, up three. Could pull back down towards even 76.35 before it really takes off. So be careful with the range. The range is pretty big. It's 178.62 by 176.35. So about a over 2-point range. You got to keep that in mind when you're looking at stocks like this. So another way that you guys could have looked at what the range is, you guys could look at maybe what the average true range is in the candles. So from top to bottom, it's easily here. You're seeing about 5.37. So it could be a very volatile name. You got to understand that it can move 5 points in a day easily. All right, so looking at where can we look for trades? Well, technology has been the weak kind of stocks. They did bounce back some in the recent bounce, but they really haven't run. And so another thing to keep watch is our leadership, like Microsoft. Will these kind of start going back above the highs from Friday? Yesterday, we had a red day in them. If they get back above their highs, the rally's still there. And so those are kind of triggers that you guys can be watching for today to see if we're going to continue to run in these stocks. But I do think that we have potentially to get these up. And of course, I'm going to keep watch to see what happens in different areas. Defensive names have been some of the strongest stocks. Brewers, like you can take a look at TAP. You can take a look at Sam's. Those have been really strong. Sam was really strong and now pulling back. This one's actually in play if we could get this to actually keep going. But if we see defensive names turn around, the big thing that we're going to have to look for is if growth tech starts getting moving. So names like an ARC, will those names start getting green? We'll keep watch. Here's the bell, guys. And like always, just try to do what you do best. Go to the plays that you know that you have edge in and just work on those kind of execution. That's what we're all trying to get to. I'll keep watch to see if we get growth stocks moving today. And will we get a nice lift? Unity getting a nice lift right out the gates, has a trend line going upwards. We'll see if stocks like this get moving. These are the growth stocks that I'm talking about. If these can get moving, well, then there you can see the turnaround in defenses and growth can take charge. The rotation is what I'm looking at today. We'll see if we get it or not. Top has also been a strong chart that I'm keeping a close eye on. You can see here the hourlies. Every time we pumps up here towards 36, we've turned around. Let's see right now. Today, we are getting a nice little push right out the gates here on Shopify. I'll just kick it to you guys.
See, I'm not the only person that likes Reese's. Becca, thank you for the shout there. We'll get Mitch. Don't worry. I like Reese's. Thinking about it, says anyone remember the Charleston Chew? Oh, man, you put that thing in the freezer, smash it with a hammer. Yes, sir, I remember Charleston Chew.
Also like, what is it, 100 grand bars?
100 grand, yeah.
Those are pretty good, too.
Yeah, they are. All right, UBX, first move here. We're kind of holding right around the 360 level on UBX. We tried to break out initially, but just didn't have the strength for this. Volume looks pretty good, but we want to see this pick a direction. I'm kind of in wait and see mode here with UBX. I want to take a look at Uber and see if we can get a gap and go trade going on this.
On Meta, one of the trades is already done and it's good to go. Let me go ahead and pull up Meta here for us. By the way, I'm in Uber here as promised at $30. We'll see if I can go ahead and take profits at 30.43 or not. Stop loss. What is my stop loss? It looks like my stop loss is 29.75. I'm going to go ahead and cancel this because there's too many orders up here. Let me go ahead and do that. Clean it up a little bit. There we go. Let me go ahead and go to Meta here. This trade already nice and quickly done. You can see that I wanted to short Meta here. So I shorted at 94.82, shorted at 94.97. And then I took profits literally the next minute candle at 94.55, 94.55. So that's a quick little trade, 200 shares only. And I believe that gave us a profit of about $69. And there's Netflix moving on up to the 300s. Let's see how it wants to behave here. That's almost at 300s and not quite close. Let's go ahead and see if we want to sell some Netflix. If it wants to come to that, stop loss will be about $1 above.
Real quick, UBX trying to take out that 378 level. Currently at 374 on UBX. This might pull, so I'm actually going to wait for the first break. I'm not going to take it on this break. I want it to pull back. I suspect that's what's going to happen. That's one of the things we've seen. By the way, Uber and SoFi both under their 9 EMA, gap and go, not on for either stock here today.
All right, I've got my orders ready to go. I'm going to actually wait and see if I can get a better. Well, actually, it just went through. Dang, that sucked. My Apple shorts didn't quite get filled. It worked out if you were trading pre-market, but doesn't really matter because we're not there yet. This 155 is acting as resistance. I'm going to go ahead and cancel my Apple trade since it didn't take into effect already. And of course, I am still long Uber here.
Thinking about it. Who's got the beep that sounds like my smoke alarm is beeping? That's Zunaid, and it is intentional. So any bones, take it up with him.
It is. Please, please. And I hope you understand it's because I set alerts, and I know you're good, but for the folks that might be joining, it's because I set alerts on what's happening and things like that because I get in and out of trades quite quickly. And here's another trade that I'm in. 351 is my fill on UBX. I'm looking to take profits at 370. Stop loss is 344 for me.
Microsoft coming down fast here. It's not looking good here in the bigger boys. I think we're going to start seeing some decline coming in the SPY here. There it is. There's the decline in the SPY. 389.80s looking like they're coming down. We'll see if we start breaking down. 390s is acting like a little bit of a resistance in the intraday market. But we'll see what happens. We did get above that in the pre-market. We were up as high as 390.73.
Yeah, I know the smoke detectors. My apologies, y'all. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can mute it. Yeah, I can mute it on y'all's end. So there, you shouldn't hear it anymore.
You know what's funny though, Zunaid? I would turn this into a PSA. Urban Farms Project is saying that he's checked his smoke detector batteries because of you, which means in the event of a fire, he's going to be prepared because he knows those batteries.
You're welcome.
So
you're welcome.
We're going to spin it positively at least as best we can.
My man, I love it. I love it. All right, UBX, we're in the money by about 5 cents, but again, we're focusing on risk reward, so we're not going to take our gains here. We're waiting for about 370, which should be okay because it's already gone up past then. But let's see if we go ahead and get stopped out or if we can go ahead and hit our profit targets. Coming back here on Uber, so we've got UBX and we've got UBER. Hasn't hit my stop loss yet, but we'll see if this one ends up being a profitable trade or not. We are already 1 for 1 here with our Meta short, but we're looking to go a little bit more than that.
And that short was great.
UBX, come on, baby, give me 10 more cents here.
Nice little bounce on UBX off the VWAP here.
Yeah, and especially because it's right around that 351, which is where we got filled.
You know what?
What's up?
You know what, Zunaid? I'm going to take some here.
Yes, let's do it.
I'm going to take some here. 359. Stop's going to be at 350, so below that support level. What's the yank here? I wanted to keep it tight, but I don't want it to be too tight. Maybe 346. Let's see. 347. 347 is the stop. Okay. And what we want here is going to be a break above that 378, 380 level. And by the way, really quickly, the way I'm telling you about getting that area as opposed to the fixed point, the top of this candle is 378 and the top of this first candle is 380. Actually, it's
Nice.
381. So this little area in here, I suspect, is going to be resistance. And I would hope that the stock not only challenges this, but breaks through that resistance. That would be our exit trigger on this trade.
Looks like something just got filled. Sorry. Let me just check on what it is. And that's Uber to the upside. So there's our Uber trade working out. As you've got new high a day on Uber, we're out of this trade. And that's 2 for 2 on the day.
Dan, I love it. Same stop, 349. I'm moving my stop up. I actually had 348, but now we have the same stop at 349. Absolutely love it. I got to be on there if we're getting the same stop. Let's see if we can get UBX. I almost called it UBX. Let's see if we can get UBX to move to the top here.
I judge YouTubers so hard when they make a video and they casually have the smoke alarm. Yeah, if you actually haven't smoke alarm that's going off, you know, that's a different story.
I mean, I think I would agree with Kaylee here. If you have a smoke alarm going off and you're not paying attention to the smoke alarm and instead making a YouTube video, your priorities might be disjointed a little bit.
Chat, look at this one. Barely missed our Netflix short, and I would have given us a few points, but I'm not going to wait for it to come back and test it again. That was a wonderful idea. Unfortunately, we just didn't get filled. That's quite all right. Someone wanted to bring up Tesla, so let's go ahead and take a look at Tesla.
I see Tesla calls coming in too, Zunaid. 230s that expire 11/4, so this week.
230. I do see that. Yeah, looks like yeah, it's $5 in the money, but yeah, about like $1 million. Are you seeing like $1.5 million?
No, I'm seeing 3 different orders. First one here is 268. Second one's 352. Third is 150. So looks like it might be part of the same order, just kind of split up. They all hit the tape right around the same time.
Yeah.
SQQQ's making moves. Starting to see some text coming down here. We're going to see NVIDIA get into the red now. Starting to fade away.
UBX approaching the stop here.
Apple in the red.
Nah, I'm not going to take a trade. I thought about it. Neo, almost to the 1002 fill that I'm looking for here.
Ooh, wow, stopped out. Wow, actually, it went right through the first step there, but I got filled. So stopped out of UBX. We'll wait for this to set up. 0 for 1 on the day here.
Yeah, my stop is 344, which is very well about 3 cents away. This was in the money by about 14 cents, but unfortunately, I didn't take it. That's quite all right.
If this bounces right from 345 and you know what, after all of the 1 penny misses, it would be fitting if you nailed this right on the penny. Ashvin, short Tesla here. Ashvin, short Tesla here. Awesome. What kind of target are you looking for? More Tesla calls, 240 this time.
If Uber wants to come back around 30.02s, I'll go ahead and purchase some.
SONN popping
long
here.
SQQQs.
SONN possibly through the pre-market high of 218 here.
Oh man, yeah, our order was way out there.
MTNX spiking here. SONN trying to take out this 218 level. A little bit of size there. They took it.
That 220 is definitely resistance. You can see after hours couldn't get through. Yesterday couldn't get through. Pre-market it couldn't get through. So definitely resistance there.
Look how SONN just kind of stopped at that 218, 220 level we just talked about. And Mitch, I'm sorry, we were talking over you. Louis asking, did you say long on the SQQQ?
Yes, long on the SQQQ. Entry 5003.
All right. Sorry about that, Louis. I think I talked over him when he was
announcing
that.
Good question.
Yep, look at that. Yep, 219. And then it just rejected from there.
That's exactly the resistance. So now, Zunaid, that's the spot that we need to break to the upside. That is for sure a spot. We have multiple attempts at that level here. No position in SON right now. We'll see if we actually get a curl or if we get a move through that high on any type of volume and momentum here.
Otherwise,
I'm going to let it settle out.
Yeah.
Trying to sell half here. There you go. Boom. Just sold half of SQQQ. Nice trade for me right off the bat.
Nice
Not
job.
trying to get through the highs here, the 20s. Then we're going to sell into this push. SPY looking like it wants to be heavy here at 390s. Don't want to see a big rip over 390s right now. 58 teens. Will we get the 20 rip? If not, I'm just going to take what I got.
Vishwas asking, when is the manufacturing PMI? The
10 a.m.
ISM manufacturing PMI, excuse me, 10 a.m. here for the United States, per the calendar here in Benzinga Pro. Great question.
Definitely.
Son, so a yank right back to the VWAP here. Move back to this 218 level. Let's see if it's get the juice to do this on the second time. Volume sticks expanding. That's what we want to see.
Q's coming down. That's looking good for me. I
might try a little here to front run this. All right, take a little at 216 here. This is a dangerous trade. I'm going to stop out at 207 if we move. God, if this goes right to my stop, come on.
Another quarter
Where's
out.
The VWAP in here? 206. Okay, I'm going to make my stop 205, right under that VWAP.
So I took out some at 516 and some at 520. Now I have a little bit left here. Going to try to let it run. Rest of it break even.
Trying to front run this breakthrough 218. This actually may end up costing me, but we'll see. 216's got a little bit of size left, or at least they flashed it.
All right, going to look to see if I get this push above the 25s and above the 50-30s. If not, I'm just going to take the rest of it off here. Momentum trade. Let's see if it goes. If it doesn't go here, it'll probably come back to VWAP. So I'm just going to give it the chance, not just take what I got. And good trade, good cushion on the day here, SQQQ. 50-26. Let's see if we can get through that 50-30. Fighting, it's topping out here.
SONN trying here.
Sean said, let it ride, Mitch, let it ride. Looking for the push. The big thing is I wanted to see the Qs kind of crack there. There's a bunch of wicks now. You know, those wicks, they're tricks, guys.
Still waiting on San here to figure out what it wants to do with its life. UBX might be curling, and I move back through the VWAP here. That VWAP is 355. UBX currently 350.
SPY in a little bit of a symmetrical triangle now from the open. We'll see if it breaks to the upside or downside. Last time we had this, it broke to the upside. Now you're getting a downside attempted breakdown here. That's good for my SQQQs. Here's the 50-35s. It's looking good for me here. 36. Can we get the break into the 40s? Slow down there. There's 36.
PMI reading is out, 50.4 versus the 49.9 estimate.
Order out the cover. Boom. There we go. Got 50, 56 there on the last little shares of SQQQ. Not a bad trade at all there, guys. Good trade to start the day. SQQQ still pushing there, 50-66 now, 50-70. I just wanted to take the nice little scalp right off the back here. Now I can look for some bounces, but the SPY washing out there. Look for big boys. That's what I was looking that was showing weakness that had me looking to the downside. Look at Microsoft coming down fast here, guys. Look for the big boys to drag us. Those are the ones that have the dragging reports. Look at Google getting pounded on now. Definitely going to be looking to see if these can come back for a VWAP fade. It already did the VWAP fade Google. So I'm going to have to look for some other ones here. Microsoft just coming down fast there. Apple coming down fast also. And that's going to give you a real good sign, right? Apple's been a really strong stock, yet it's in the red here from the open, about 0.7. Overall, it's still in the green. And that's how easily it could trick you sometimes.
Holding in here.
I took some Jesus Christ. I took some small size here on UBX, and I'm looking for this 5-minute candle. Let me go ahead and put my charts up. I'm waiting for this 5-minute candle to close above VWAP, and then I can go ahead and grab some more. But for now, I've only got 250 shares at 351. Stop loss is low of day at 341. And I believe that's the only trade that I am personally in. I did a quick little scalp on Tesla. It was just hella quick, as you can see. Just bought it here in the next minute. I went ahead and sold it. But right now it's holding right above VWAP on TSLA.
Taking a look at basic materials, they're just slightly into the red right now. Healthcare is in the green. That's another area to keep watch. Biotech, right? That's a good area to watch. You got Pfizer that had earnings today. Not bad earnings there. That one's pulling back here. We'll see if those catch a break there. Lilly also had earnings today. That's in the red, but catching the bounce there. It's right off of the VWAP right now. It doesn't look too bad there. Lilly, Eli Lilly. There's a SPY now down to 388.20s now. Definitely getting hit hard here.
SONN took that 215 and 216 spot. A little bit of size here at 218. This is the test that we were looking for. Let's get a pop above here. Let's get back to even here. 219 now. There's 220, 224. Hold it back a little bit. I didn't sell it there yet. Let's get one more push to the upside here.
UBX stop hit, Neo in. Let me go to move your charts up.
That was the biggest or second biggest volume stick of the day right there.
Oil did break down, and now it's starting to come back a little bit. We'll see if it actually comes back. Oxy looked like a reversal style trade, but also is in the red. We'll see what happens there. Financial services seems strong on the day. They don't look too bad there. Bank of America looking interesting for me right now. At least the pattern. Yeah, the pattern looks good there. See if we get it or not. Up one, down one, up two. Yeah, nice little support underneath it at the 36.49. So 36.50s here acting as support on Bank of America. Show you guys that right here. Bank of America, 1 minute chart. Look at that little pattern right there. Little balancing act right here. I just need to break out of the consolidation towards the upside. 36.60s on the upside. 36.45 on the downside. I'm going to wait and see what happens here. Which way it breaks, I might play it here. But give it the chance to kind of build the pattern here.
SONN approaching my buy or my exit trigger here at 228.
Let's go.
Bang. All right.
Nice
so
trade.
got back to even here. To be honest with you, my entry a little bit high on this. I was trying to front run the 218 break. Really, the better move, the smarter move would have been a wait for this VWAP pull and then the 215 break to the upside. So I only off a cent here on my entry, but I still think that there's actually a smarter way to trade this. Now that we've actually taken this level and I'm out of it, I want it to set up again. If this continues to push here, I'm not really concerned about that. Let's have this set up again and let's try another low risk entry to try and capture some more gains here. So decent trade here. This at least gets me back. Lost on UBX, won a little bit on SONN.
Nice trade, pal.
Thank you.
I am in Neo here. We missed our profits by a penny. I'm looking to take profits at 10.09. It got to 10.08. Again, stop loss is 9.98. So we're looking to get ourselves at least a 2-to-1, almost a 3-to-1 trade on this in terms of risk reward. We'll see if we go ahead and hit that 10.09. And then it comes down to Uber here. I'm looking to grab somewhere on VWAP of 30.16. Stop loss is at 4 cents below 30 and taking a profit at around 30.44. But again, it's got to come down. I have no idea if it's going to hit VWAP or not, but we're not going to chase. We're going to stay disciplined and see if it wants to come back and test VWAP. 31, possibly. Let me see if something just got filled, and that is on Neo. So Neo went ahead and hit our profit target. So that 2-to-1, 3-to-1 trade close enough worked out, and we're up about 150 here on TradeStation. I'm not trading on E-Trade at all, just solely focusing here. I wanted to go short at 31 here on Uber, but we'll leave it be for now. Here's Netflix trying to get up above VWAP for now. Let's see what Meta's doing.
Unity trying to find bounce off of the 30.80s there.
I'm going to run to the washroom real quick, BRB.
Sounds good, pal. Let's see if, yep. That's coming down. Let's see where UBX. So UBX, you can see we went ahead and took a couple of losses on this one, but nothing too crazy. I do have an order to purchase about 1,000 shares at 301. Stop loss is 297. Looking to take profits. That might actually be a little too optimistic. Looking to take profits around 309. So that's another 2-to-1 trade. And there's that 31 rejection. Definitely should have taken it, but that's all right. It's all good. It's all good. Just patiently waiting to see if he wants to go ahead and test VWAP. I'm moving my orders up, and I'm also going to move my stop losses up as well. Let's see if there's anything else. Neo. Wouldn't be surprised if this goes ahead and tests VWAP around 1020. If I were to scale out, I would have probably scaled out at 1009, then maybe 1019, so on and so forth. But again, you guys know if you've been watching. I don't know. Actually, Mitch, did we ever figure out when our first show was?
Oh no, I didn't get a chance to look. Let me write that
I wish
down.
I wish there was an easier way than to like just I don't know. But
It will be. I can look it up. It won't take
right.
me too long. I just don't want to spend time on it right now. I'm trying to make some money.
Oh no, of course not right now. I didn't know if there was something easier we could do, but you guys know I love my whole numbers.
I heard you say you wanted him to do it right now.
Stop it. And interrupt his snicker time? No, come on. You guys know I love my whole numbers, and that's one of the main reasons I even took this trade at $10. It's one of the main reasons I'm looking. That is one of the main reasons I took the trade at 351s. Right? We were in the money by 14 cents, but of course I was a little bit greedy, and that's the reason I'm taking this trade here at 301. It's the reason I wanted that rejection off at 300. We missed that one by like a few cents on that trade right over there. It's the reason I wanted to go and I did go short at 95, along with the fact that it was resistance the day earlier on yesterday's session. And look at that. You got yourself, I scalped it, but you got even a much better move than me if you went ahead and held on a little bit. But here's Uber. Oh, look at that. Barely missed our entry by 7 cents on Uber. I haven't even looked at the SPY today.
Excuse me, I should have muted myself for that. SONN, wow. Kept going. But so here, let's talk about SONN real quick and why we took the trade the way that we took it. Okay, so first of all, as I was saying, when I took it, my reason was a little bit more risky, unfortunately. It's playing for a 218 break, wanting to get to 228. Took the position at 216. In retrospect, I should have waited for more of a pullback here and taken it closer to 215 on the break, but whatever. I was able to hold through this. It never really broke VWAP. Didn't really get down to my stop, so I stayed in it. Once we broke 218, we know that the trade is on. I front run it for 2 more pennies. But once we break 218, we know the trade is on. This immediately went to the next level. We actually kind of battled here. And when we pushed above it, we back tested that level. The hold of that level is one of the reasons that we're pushing higher here. Next spot I have 261. So we'll watch that on SLNN. So that was the trade plan here. We're basically just looking to pick up the travel between these key levels that we're identifying. And then we're going to try and repeat that process as presented to us by the performance of the stock.
Appreciate the insight on that. UBX still below. We're still ways away from our $3 fills.
If I recall correctly, Dan's, yep, here we go. UBX wants to test 331.
Long Unity. Long Unity. 3083.
Let me go to Mitch's screen here real quick.
Thank you. I'm just trying.
Yep,
to
no, totally fine. So, Mitch, what are you looking for Unity to do here?
Rule of three. Rule of three. You can see it here. I've already drawn it out
Okay.
for you guys, so that it could be a little bit easier by the time I got to it. So you guys can see here: 1 minute, up one, down one, up two, down two, up three. Down three was looking for the support to be made. I jumped in there right when I started seeing the support at 30.75. Now I'm looking for it to break through the trend line, get above that last little push, which was this 3108. That's where we should see the real volume come in, and then the expansion come in for that 3140. Let's see if we get to move. Another thing that could help here is a SPY reversal coming back here, but I'll be watching Unity right now. Let's see what happens.
Okay, couple of things here real quick. Also, as far as UBX goes, we have Dan here, real sharp eye on these levels, saying wanted to test 331. 328 was the level that I had, so let's call it 328 to 331. UBX is testing this right now. If it holds here and curls, you might have a trade. So good spot there, Dan. Looks like we're right at that. And then one more thing here, little pro tip for you, Mitch. I noticed that you had drawn some of those lines. Looked like you used freehand. Pretty impressive, because mine would look like a baby. Here's a little tip for you. If you want to draw a straight line, you can click on the actual trend line tool here in TradingView and hold your shift key. And what it will do is it'll let you draw a line of whatever length you want, and it will keep it straight. It'll do the same thing if you move it around. So if you want to make a 45-degree angle straight up and down, just hold your shift key and you can make for some cleaner lines like that.
Yeah, perfect. I've been trying to work it a little bit. I'm not used to these charting, but I'll get there.
We're here to help, man.
I know Alt T is another way that you can go after it. That's the one that I used to use for this, but I'm just trying to draw it really quickly.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I hope that you guys don't mind my little freehand horrible lines.
I don't mind it, but 2% better every day. Little pro tip there for using those tools.
All right, we'll see if we get the move, right?
Angelina shouting out Piton and Blink charging. Piton I don't trust at all. That company's got all types of issues on it. It is moving up here, though. We did gap up, and we have a little staircase up here. I don't necessarily see anything to trade. Let me know if you have levels for that, and we can identify it. Blink, on the other hand, charging infrastructure here. This one I could actually see, having a larger move down the road here. Again, I don't think we'll see any of that till after the midterms, but perhaps after the midterms, this could be a potential runner here. Blink looks like we're kind of at this support level. Really would like to see it move.
SPY just got hit hard, guys. Be careful. That was a pretty hard down move. It was about 1 point in about less than a second. I'm out of this Unity trade here. I'm trying to get out there. Just getting bidded through. Woof! Finally out there. What hard? I don't interrupt always, but that was a pretty hard downside action. I don't know if you guys saw that on your charts.
No, I did. As soon as you said it, I immediately looked over, and I also saw that HYFM popping here. Didn't have any inclination on that, though. Still pounding the lows here in the broader market, Mitch. What did we get? What news did we get?
10 a.m.
10
numbers.
o'clock.
10 a.m. numbers.
Okay.
There's numbers hitting right now. That's why sometimes you got to be ahead and thinking ahead, right? I was thinking about 10 a.m. numbers right until just about 5 minutes ago. And that's how it is sometimes, right? So I got you guys. I'll pull up the numbers here, and then we'll
It's the
talk
ISM,
about
I
them.
think.
Yep,
Should be the ISM
at
manufacturing.
46.6, coming in lower than expected, 52.2 expectation.
Yep.
And remember, under 50 for that ISM manufacturing shows that manufacturing is contracting, not expanding. So that's the big number to watch. Is it above or below 50? Below 50 drastically, 46.6. That definitely shook things up there. And we also got Jolt's numbers. Jolt's coming in here at September 10.717 million versus 10 million estimate. That's showing that the economy is still strong in the jobs opening. So that's leaving room more for the Fed. 2 negative numbers coming in here at 10 a.m. Definitely showing some continued downside. I'm sure the SQQQs continue taking off here. Might try to jump in here on this recent push. It's pulling back right now. Might get an opportunity on the pullback here. How's SARK doing now? There you go. SARK just got above the VWAP. That actually doesn't look too bad here. Just need a little pullback to the VWAP for SARK, or below 5750s. All right, what is getting into the deeper into the red? Well, every sector except healthcare and communication services are in the red from the open. So it just shows us how things are starting to decline. Financial services also cracked on that move, even though they were hanging on. So a lot of things cracking on that recent little move. Now let's see if we actually start seeing some follow through in the SPY to the downside. If you guys see some short opportunities, yell them out. I'm ready for them. Oof, Coke. A lot of stocks just taking those defensive names, definitely turning around today. That's dragging the market right back down. Like I've talked about on stock market movers often, is that these value names have been driving the market. If they turn around, would the market either rotate to growth or would they start turning around? It looks like right now we're seeing a little bit of a turnaround in the market.
AMC is just below VWAP. There's nothing there that I see. UBX continues to come down, but we're still about 19 cents away from a fill on the buy.
GME is probably a good short. But
We missed our Uber entry on 30 bucks by 3 cents. As that one goes up 50 cents.
Uber. Not doing bad in this tape. XOM coming down today. It looks like at least the oil stocks going against the WTI today. Oil stocks are breaking down. I was going to look for the move, but WTI scared me a little bit. And you can see it tapered off a little bit. We'll see what happens in these oil names. Will they catch a bid a little bit later in the day? But definitely Bank of America breaking down there. Uber still hanging on as one of the good stocks in the S&P 500 right now. I'm going to take a look. SPY making another low here. So just be careful out there, the team. Seems like the SPY is definitely pulling back today. Amazon getting drilled down to 101 now, down about 1.2% overall from the open, down almost 3%, 2.66. Amazon definitely getting pounded down. That's going to drag the market. These big stocks. Tesla starting to get back into the red now. We'll see if it stays in the green, but it is coming down fast. I think this will continue on the break right now. We'll see what happens. United Health, also big breakdown in some healthcare names. Seems like our leadership is just getting really hit hard here. Procter & Gamble trying to hold on here, but could turn around and start getting back into the red.
Oh, and Angelina, you probably gave us those levels while I was on the phone, right? Let me take a look here. Okay, so your target on Blink is 18. Let me take a look.
How's the SoFi doing? Turned around. I'm sure it's in the red now. Yeah, deep in the red already.
Just a heads up, we are going to interview, I believe it's the CEO of ATNM at around 11 o'clock, so in about an hour. So make sure you guys stick around for that.
Awesome. Good luck on that interview, Zunaid.
Appreciate that.
Real quick here, Angelina. So this is the trade that you're looking for here. Looking for a curl and a pop back to this 18 level. I like that in terms of levels. I think the first step to see if this trade is going to work is really going to be taking out this formation here. So a move through 16, the highs of those candles, technically 1585. So 1585 to 16 looks to be the next area to take down. Maybe 18 would be next there. I think you gave me a target on Piton too, 1150 on Piton. Let's go ahead and take a look at Peloton. Man, this daily chart on Peloton, ugly. It is look like it's trying to find a bottom here. 1150, would have to clear out this entire range. I think this is a little bit less likely, but who knows? Peloton eventually is going to bounce here. 950 looks to be the next spot it needs to take out. Good stuff there. You have some nice swing trades set up.
So another leg down there. SPY trying to find a little bit of a bounce here around the 386.30s. Is this where we were bouncing yesterday? No. Yesterday was a little bit higher. Definitely went down fast today.
W
into down action.
W asking about Veru, our Veru good stock that we've been trading quite a bit here. Veru level here for me is going to be 1296. This line was drawn a while back when we actually started looking at Veru. You can see here are the levels that I'm looking at. This break really above 13 should put a 15 test on deck. Let's see if we can actually break through that and hold above. Veru looking pretty good here.
Woohoo! SQQQ's continuing there. So definitely not a bad day to have been short on the market. Seeing a lot of stocks just coming down fast, guys. Google now down to $93. The big boys, man, they couldn't hang on for that long with those bad reports. I mean, I knew that was going to drag the market eventually, but the question was, how long was it going to take? Looks like the big boys dragging us today for sure. Google, Microsoft, those charts not looking good.
I'm ready to go ahead and purchase some Apple if it wants to go ahead and test this 150 area. I'm going to have the order out there, ready to go. We're still about $1 and some change away from it, but
one short that I was thinking about was China short. Would China short be a good idea? And it looks like PDD was a really nice one. I was looking at it today. It was up pre-market. Did do a nice little VWAP fade. And they're definitely getting hit hard today.
Apple just waterfall, Tesla pounding lows, Square pounding lows, Amazon lows, Bitcoin on lows.
Technology just getting whacked.
Sure is. NASDAQ telling the same story.
Went ahead and flipped short here on Neo. Let me go ahead and put the 1 minute up. As you can see, the 10 is it's a little messy, and you can see the $10 is right over here. Let me go ahead and draw that line. Where is it? Right there. And you can see, that we went ahead and held short, or excuse me, held a 10, came back up, held it, but then this is that spike that we got on the market, held it, and then we finally broke it, and there's my lovely fire alarm. You guys hopefully didn't hear it. But there's the crack above, the retest of the 10, and then we continue moving down. So I'm short at 989. I got a terrible feel because I saw this late. But I'm looking to also go short again at 997. Now my take profit is around 976 here, because I would not be surprised if this tries to test the previous close, and I want to get out a little bit before that. So that's the reason I'm in Neo. I will say my stops are I'm not comfortable with it. I feel like it's a little too tight above 10, but it's because of the bad feel that I got at 989 that I got to manage my risk just in that fashion. But if I go ahead and get filled on this 997, I might move it up and give it a bit more wiggle room. But I am short Neo at the moment. And also on Apple, I've got a trade ready to go at 150.10 with a stop loss 15 cents below. And excuse me, actually, let me go ahead and make this a little bit lower. There we go. And then looking to take profits at 150.45 if we can go ahead and get down there. Annoyed that we missed this 300 short by a few cents. I don't know exactly how many it was, but I know it was less than 50 cents because that would have been a beautiful trade there for us. On Uber, missed this one. by 30, that $30 level, and then it went up nice and cute. So keep an eye on Uber. If the market was participating to the upside, this one definitely would have broken that 31 area, but you can see that's where it had some issues on ticker UBER. And then on UBX, still waiting for that 301 fill if it ever wants to come down there.
Oh, I want to go short win.
Let me go ahead and cancel this trade here.
UBX 321 now. Still searching for a bottom here on UBX.
Trying to get some win here. Canceling order for right now. It just went down too fast there. Get a little bounce here. Win. Win resorts.
Ronan asking when AMD. I think what you're asking for is when is the AMD earnings, and that is today after market. Those are due at 4:15.
All right, trying to get filled here. There it is. 66.36 here on win. Short.
Just waiting to see if the market's going to bounce a little bit to give us a better entry on certain stocks.
Shelly, I'm still waiting for you to buy me a Lambo. You're killing it every day. Buddy wants a Lambo ride. Like, when are you buying me the Lambo and coming around here and giving me and Buddy a ride? Come on.
Oh, I went right back up. Damn. Totally missed this meta trade back to 95. That's on me. I didn't even know. I don't know what this volume stick was to give it that power, but that's on me. That's on me. Wonder if we can test this area.
Bomi Hunter says, love me some DraftKings.
Okay, I buy Lambo for Buddy. Good. Glad we sorted that out.
They'll be able to drive the autopilot ones, right? Could you imagine? You just throw your dog in the car, say, take it to the vet. It's just...
Automation at its finest.
Black. Buddy wants the black one, unless you can somehow find a tabby. Oh, I'm having too much fun. SONN making another run towards its highs here on SONN.
Spy trying to put a little bottom here at 385.50s. We'll see if it gets a bottom or not.
$255, I think, on SONN. 255 to 261 going to be the next area here. Yesterday, I saw a Tesla Semi on the Palo Alto driving around. Interesting. I haven't seen one of those yet. Haven't seen one of those yet. I did see a report that the Cybertruck production is supposed to ramp up in 2023. And Jesse, man, those new vets are so nice. The mid-engine with the T-top. I mean, oh my God. I'd love to have one of those, man.
Get one. Got it, Ryan.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm at the age now where I need to make responsible choices with purchases, and going out and impulse buying a Corvette doesn't seem
That's responsible.
like the best possible use.
You don't have kids. You don't worry about that. We'll make up the money later.
Yeah.
Come to think, I don't think
careful
any
with
of us
those.
here have kids.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Zunaid?
I said, come to think of it, none of us here have kids.
I think Mitch is on his way, though, right? Isn't Mitch?
I don't know. Little Mitchy on his way.
Yeah, I mean, I could have sworn, Mitch, I had you pegged as the 5 or 6 kid guy.
Oh, no.
Like
No bueno.
I'm convinced that you want to field a baseball team of little Mitches.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad at it, but, you know.
Zunaid, I said Mitches. Okay, Zunaid, chill.
I'm staying away. I'm staying away from this conversation.
Yeah, Zunaid is the only one that does have a kid. That's right.
Yes. Which I don't know where I don't know where he went. So I guess I don't anymore.
Okay, we've really established a new low here. I love trading.
And it's not on the markets. Because the markets finding a little bit of support. Oh my God.
Shelly, all jokes aside, Buddy does act like a child. SONN went to that 255 and rejected. I still think if this doesn't get pulled back down, especially through VWAP, I think we probably go higher here on SONN. You can see what it's trying to set up to do here is it's trying to set up this break. The only problem here for us traders trying to play this break is we don't know which time it's actually going to be that breaks through this. So actually, and this is kind of one of the reasons why I was trying to front run this earlier, it actually may make sense to buy a dip. And if we hang up here for a little bit and SONN pulls back to this VWAP, which might actually be a little bit higher, that might set us up for a bigger up move. We'll see. SONN 255 is the spot, currently right under 250.
SPY went ahead and bounced from that 385.03 level. I was too busy doing other stuff and I didn't pay attention, but there is a bounce on SPY as it has now gone green to red. The risk reward to me isn't really worth it here to go long nor short, but if it does come back and test 385 and hold, you could possibly go ahead and try to take it to the long side.
Adding to the short side on win here.
Justin says, son of a Mitch. Funny story here about son of a Mitch. Justin, I can't remember if you're from Chicago or not, but anyway, here in Chicago, we drafted a quarterback several years ago whose name was Mitch Trubisky, and he wasn't really any good. And a couple of the other quarterbacks drafted in the same round, eventually we played those teams. And the sportscasters here referred to those games as the son of a Mitch Bowl. As in, son of a Mitch, we drafted the wrong quarterback. But I've never been able to use that against Mitch here today, so glad you're bringing it out. SONN through 255 here. That was the break that we were just talking about. We literally just teed this up.
Let's go.
Nice. Man, I can't believe that didn't even come to test VWAP.
You know what? This was your attempt, Zunaid. It tried, but it couldn't even really get back down here. We got that set up down here. Thankfully, we played it because I'm not sure I would have felt as confident.
I will go ahead and say now, if it wants to come back and test it through 236s, let me go ahead and put I'd be interested in this one.
See the SPY make another leg down here. It looks like it's about to try it.
Yeah, it sure is.
There it is. Boom. That's looking good for my win trade here. Going to look to take some profit as we get towards 66.
Son of a Mitch. I had too much coffee this morning. I'll be right back.
Bro, you're going to slip up and I'm going to die laughing. I'm going to die laughing. All right, now look, that 250 area is acting as support at the moment on SONN.
No profit take. Come on, man. How did you not close that?
The short that I took at the 997, I got filled on the 990. So now, oh, come on, don't break the 10. Don't
That
break
was
the
annoying, man. Strong
Don't break
reversal
the
there, guys. Strong reversal. Be careful out there.
You're gonna break
I literally had my order to cover there and didn't get the fill there on win. Oh, a little annoyed there. Definitely should have got that cover. Would have been a nice day already. Now it's about to squeeze me out. Spy coming fast here on the backside. Just be careful, guys.
What the heck did I just get filled on?
Yeah, it's pushing right now. Spy still pushing too.
Oh man, SONN.
Ooh, $3.
Oh, SONN. So clearly
Man.
one of the next things that I'm going to have to do here in my own trading on some of these that we end up finding and hooking, I've done a better job at selecting them. I know I was 1-1 today, but I'm going to have to start peeling off some of the position at the first target, because time and time again, we're seeing these stocks go to the target, kind of consolidate a little bit, and then have another big move here. This one, I guess, could have played through the 255 break, but again, already took a trade on it, trying to be a little bit more conservative. I think the better effort here would be an attempt to try and scale out of a position at multiple resistance points. Might be easier to do when I've already booked some profits. I was actually behind the 8-ball here because I had taken a loss prior to taking this trade. But this is the type of move that we're actually trying to get. And this is the power of volume expansion, folks. This is why this is my day trading strategy every single day here. You can get these moves and the volume continues to expand. This is traded a ton. We've actually seen this run recently. We're above the highs from yesterday. So nice little clear breakout there. We'll see if we end up testing 3 here again. SONN. Good move here.
A little frustrated I wasn't able to take profits there and win. So I'm just trying to manage it right now. See what's going on with the SPY. It is holding up here, but it is starting to look like it's trying to come back. And we did get volume there at the bottom. Huge wick. Yeah, it's just not liking the action right now. Just holding tight to my risk.
A few cents away from getting stopped out in Neo. Sam has a question. Guys, any suggestion on a hang to losing position more and cover winning position too fast? I'm going to assume, Sam, and just let me know yes, that you're trying to figure out, hey, how can I hold on to my winners because I'm cutting them too fast, but I'm holding on to my losers. Is that correct? Let me know in the chat with a yes. Or if it's a no, then re-explain, please. Neo, I'm short at 996,000 shares. Stop loss is 1002. Looking to take profits at 991. If that's the case, okay. What?
Go ahead. No, you're good.
If that's the case, yeah. So we're on the same page. Sam, what's kind of helped me is to not trade, because if you're holding on to a loss, then it may be the fact that you're like, oh man, I can't lose this money. And then you end up having hopium, and then it just ends up going further and further down, right? So maybe take on less size. And in terms of the winning thing, just leave it to where it's like, oh, you know what? I have less size. Making $20 isn't going to do anything. I want to make sure I hit this profit target XYZ. You kind of just have to leave it emotionless, like mechanical trading, if you will. It'll come with patience. It'll come with practice. But try taking less size. That should help you.
Yeah, the other thing here is you want to make your trading more mechanical than emotional. So like what Zunaid was talking about, like, I really can't lose this money. When you get into a trade, be prepared for both. Be prepared for the loss of money and be prepared for being able to make money on that trade. And then use risk management to set up those levels accordingly based on your account. I'm not necessarily happy about taking a loss on UBX, but I'm happy that I took it where I took it instead of taking it now. So losses are part of the game. And if you don't have a refined process for an entry, you're likely going to get entries that are a little bit sloppy. Zunaid, how many times have you're a polished trader. How many times have you entered a stock and been like, shoot, my entry's not great there? You just kind of have to manage it.
Just now, rewind the tape on Neo, and I'll give you guys a good example. On Neo, my first short was here at 990s, I believe. Where was it? Let's see, 989, and it was disgusting because I wanted to get it closer to 10, but I was like, oh, I don't want to miss this trade, and on my target's here, so maybe I'm okay with it. But then you can see when I practiced proper management of 997 and then shorting again at 999, it helped me kind of make some gains back here. So this is a perfect example of where I just didn't wait patiently for my trade. And if I had, I would have been in a much better position. It looks like I did go ahead and get filled on my UBX trade. Let me go ahead and see what's happening with that one, because I really hope it didn't flush down. But here's my UBX trade. See, this is another example of patience. I wanted to wait and see if I can get that $3 fill. I've already gotten it, and now I've got my target set. 309, I look to take profit. 297, I go ahead and cut my losses. So I'm going to leave this be. If I lose 40 bucks, great. If I win 80 bucks, even better. We'll see how this trade kind of works out.
And speaking of my stop on that, Zunaid, you know how glad I am that I stopped out at 349 instead of 3? How glad are you? On UBX.
So, the fact that it well, go ahead and Mitch, what do you cover now?
I'm covering half. I'll win at 66.20s there. Gonna make sure I take some profit this time. So I just took some profit in that move, that recent move down in the SPY. Now let's see if the SPY really breaks down. If it breaks down, I'll be able to hold that rest of it and look for the big win. But if it comes back here, well, then I don't want to get caught in that little up move, and then all of a sudden I get squeezed out the whole sizing. So I was at least able to take some profit right there.
65.75 looks to be your next level there on the downside, Mitch.
I average down, I think, is only a good approach if you're kind of intending to average down.
Yeah.
When you entered the trade, that was the plan. Like you're like, I'm going to go into this trade into 3 entries. That's a little bit different. But I don't think it's a good idea if you're in a trade and you're like, well, let me try to save it by averaging down. Of course, it's always going to just depend on your own risk tolerance, because you are going to increase risk by doing that maneuver.
And, you know, as far as the averaging down goes here, like Mitch said, I think the biggest thing that we can tell you is make sure that it's part of your plan. For example, longer term investments, I'm way more liable to average down, because one of the things I'm doing is following how the company is doing and what the company's prospects are moving forward. So an average down, I'm not necessarily trying to get out of the trade. An average down, I'm trying to kind of better the price there. On a day trade, I really, really kind of shift away from that, because like on UBX, for example, my stop level was at 348. What if I had added? What if I had doubled down on my position there? Thing kept moving lower, moved to 330, then 320, and it's currently at 3. So you got to have a plan for it. As far as averaging down, if you normally are trading, let's say you're normally trading 1,000 share lot of whatever stock it is you're day trading. If you want to have if you think that the stock might come back in, and you might better your position by averaging down, instead of buying 1,000 shares, buy 500 shares. And when it comes down, maybe add 200 or 300 and reassess there. You don't need to necessarily go in full bore and then all of a sudden start increasing your position, because you can cost average down. That is one way to really set yourself up for disaster.
Thank you for calling out Meta over 95. I'm going to see if I can buy some at 95.08. Stop loss will be below at 94.84, give or take.
All right, so what I'm doing here is another way that I think is a good way to extend those wins and cut the losses. Another thing is, I talk about this all the time, of trying to let the trade work for you, not you work for the trade. What does that mean? Well, a lot of times we're going to get in winning positions like I am right now and win. I took a profit already. So at this point, I can set a stop and let the stock work. Of course, I want to set that stop probably far away from where the price action is, so I don't get stop hunted. But in this case, I have it set at 66.52 on win, and now I'm just letting it work here. So it's at 66 right now, and then what do I do? I feel no pressure here, because if the stock does reverse against me, I'll get out of the trade. But if it keeps going in my direction, I can take more and more profits. This is how I've had the best swing trades, right? I get in a really good entry. I protect that swing trade the first day I trade it. And then after that, I usually just set a stop and let the trade work towards my profit targets.
On UBX, I did go ahead and get stopped out, as I did go ahead and crack to the 297. So I did go ahead and lose that trade there. My main focus now is on Meta,
UBX,
which I'm surprised I didn't get filled at. Okay. All right, bro. The low was 95.08. My buy price is 95.08, but I didn't get filled. So sure, whatever. This is a long ass wick though. Or excuse me, a candle.
All right, if we can break 66 here on win, going through the support, we can start taking half off and let the rest of it work here. SPY looks weak though, but just holding the bottom trend and the top trend. It's kind of in a what we would call a bear flag. So we'll see if this actually breaks towards the upside or does it break towards the flag. We'll wait and find out.
I'm curious to see if I should. You know what? I will. I'm going to go ahead and went short 500 shares. I'm going to have my stop loss around 10:03s. What's up?
He said car crash.
Oh.
Yeah, Jay Rice was saying nasty crap on good earnings. I wasn't sure. I thought you meant nasty crap, but not. Car at lows here.
See if I can get a 2-to-1 trade on this one.
SPY looks weak here, hitting the bottom of the trend on the bear flag. Let's see if we can actually get a close here towards 385.50. Take a look at it on the 5-minute here. Get out of the one. You can see the flag more apparent. So the flag pattern on the SPY, you guys can see it here on the left.
The crow.
Clear
Don't
SPY.
say you're welcome. Good advice, buddy. Good advice. That was something I was trying
Keeping
to
on this 385 crack. If it cracks 385 and then a retest, that could be a solid area for you to go short with a 50-cent stop loss. And it looks like I did go ahead and get filled on my Meta, which I'm not the happiest about, but it's just 50 shares, so I'm okay with it.
Zunaid, when you do the stop loss on SPY there, is 50 cents, is that kind of like a generic stop loss or is it a common one that you use? How did you decide on that?
Yeah, it's a common one just because it's like, all right, you know what? Especially if I want to go short, like let's say 100 shares, right?
Half.
But it's like, all right, you know what? What'd you just take half of?
Win. And we're starting to see a little reversal there on the SPY bottom of the range. So I took the 65.96, half of it. Now I can just really just let the rest of it work. Got to adjust my stop here, but other than that, not looking good.
Mitch
Not
is
looking
just
bad.
out here printing. Mitch is just
What?
out here printing. Mitch is like, you guys explain your process. I'm just gonna stack racks on racks.
Yo, I've been having a tough start ending of October, so I've been trying to bounce back. So
You're doing it today, my man.
sometimes you got to just focus on your own execution. That's probably the best way to if you're noticing yourself slip.
Amazon looking to go sub 100 here.
SPY bouncing strong here, and that's where I get a little bit concerned about this position. I might just cover it, the rest of it, but it just needs to hold the resistance. Right now, there's a resist. Oh, well, there it goes. There's the SPY resistance, at least for the 1 minute. There's a wick there now, so I'm going to get those 1 minute to close up there. That's above the 386.60 mark. If it can close above here in the 1 minute, I'll start thinking we get a little bit of reversal action.
I went ahead and went long just based off of the $100 level on Amazon. Stop loss is 99.72. Take profit is 146. That's it. Yeah, I forgot.
Here's
what
the
I was
pull back to
talking
the
about.
VWAP that we were waiting for. Sorry, Zunaid.
No, you're fine. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, 50 cent. It's just seat time. And for me, if 50 cent is enough on SPY to where if it wants to wick for some reason, this, that, the other, it's perfectly okay with me. And especially if I'm going to take like 100 shares, right, of SPY, it's like, cool, you know what? I'm risking 50. It's just like a quick, easy math of, hey, how much am I risking? What am I doing? Okay, cool. Great. You know, keep it moving. That's the reason for it. And the reason I went long on Amazon besides the $100 level is because now we've gone from green to red, red to green, and we've held this level. And I would love for SPY to go ahead and test this VWAP. So we'd love to get a little bit of a push. and which is why that could go ahead and help Amazon just go ahead and give us 50 cents. But obviously right now we're down on this trade. We'll see how it works out for us. What we're not down in is this Meta trade right here, where I'm looking to take profits in 11 cents. If I can get that, that'd be lovely. This is a 1-to-1 trade, and we're about 4 cents away, 3 cents away. If you don't feel me, thank you. There we go. And that's the trade on Meta. And let's talk about why I went ahead and took this trade. $95 is where I went short. You can see it twice. I went ahead and covered, came back. Didn't go short, but you can see it was rejected right there. Then we pop above, and then we have a retest. So I got in on the retest at this candle right here. And then I just said, hey, cool. This was the high early on. I just want to get 50 cents, but I want to sell it before then around 45 cents again, 5 cents below the whole number. And that's the reason for it. You had resistance turn into support. And the way that I knew it was resistance, besides just the whole number theory of it, is because I looked to the left and I saw that, hey, every time it hit 95, it didn't quite get above. And you asked me about the 50 cent, Ryan. I know you're listening. Look, you saw the 90, it popped up by 25 cents here on the Meta, right? So it's like, it just gives me a little bit of wiggle room. But obviously, if I am wrong, even after the wiggle room, I'm taking more of a loss as well. So there's that. But let me go ahead and check out Amazon to see how we're doing on that trade. We are down in the red at the moment, and we could just lose whatever we made on Meta to Amazon, but we're also short Neo. Don't forget here. I'm being a little bit gutsy. Actually, I'm not going to be that gutsy. I lied. I'm just going to look to cover out a 1-to-1 trade on this one. I would love for it to go into the previous close test, but I'm not going to be that greedy, even though I do think maybe in the afternoon it can go ahead and touch those levels. I just want to take my quick gains and get up out of here.
SPY rejection of the 386.60 mark that I just talked about 2 or 3 minutes ago, now coming right back to the bottom of the range. We need to see this actually break out of the range. It's in a flag pattern, bear flag coming up and up and up. What's going to happen? Are we going to break out of it to the upside or the downside? That's what I'm waiting to see here.
Let's see how it behaves here.
It's just been kind of in a little trend line. You can draw trend lines on the top of it. You can draw trend lines on the bottom of it. So it shouldn't really break that 386.60. That's the third bottom. And so we've talked about the rule of three, right? On the bear side of this, it should now look to break through that bottom and really start breaking down. So if I see it bounce there, I'm going to start feeling a little bit more confident that we're getting reversal. But if we can flush through the 386 here, that's where I'll start feeling like, okay, there you go, completed pattern. Now we're moving towards a direction of the pattern.
And let's talk about another situation where support turns into resistance. This was a consolidation on SONN right around that 250, 255 area, right? And again, keep in mind, support resistance isn't just a number, it's an area. Once it finally popped above, it retested it here, made its move, came back down, retested it again, and it held that 250 area. So you have the area of resistance that turned into support before, and you've got a whole number, and you've got VWAP right there. Held it and give you a 15-cent scalp at the moment. We'll see if it goes higher or not. But this is just another way to kind of figure out, hey, where should I enter? Where should I not? And I'm going to assume my Amazon trade is not working out the way that Neo is working out. And that's the case.
Boom. Right through the 386 like butter. There goes the SPY.
Now let's see if it can break that 385.
Now we want to see it just get down to the low of the charts there. So you're looking at like 385.08s, 385.10s. Let's see if it gets through that level. But if it burned through that 386, like it just went straight down. So this is looking good here now. There's 385.14s. I think it got towards. Let me see what I got there. Yeah, 385.14s. Let's see if we get through that 385.10.08. And that's going to be the 385 level to watch a close down below.
Amazon went ahead and did get filled for a loss. I am in this up there's a 3. I am in this Apple trade here at 150.05. Stop loss is about 185, and the stop loss is hit. Let's go back to Netflix. You can see this level here of 289.50s. Keep an eye on the bounce area here. If you are going to try to play Netflix, you can see that's where support was 3 times yesterday. So let's see if we can go ahead and maybe get some support there. But now the SPY is below the 385 level. If this 5-minute candle closes below, which it just is there. So let's see if it holds now.
The Crow looks like the 1 hour chart has been good to you, Crow. I have to say, you know, there's too many traders that aren't willing to test themselves off the 1 hour chart to see if they can trade good off of that. And I've seen it work, especially on, like you're saying, swings. It's so amazing to look for those pullbacks and then get good risk to return. And you don't have to go about it with a lot of money. But hey, has to be the holiday Snickers. I agree with that, Jay. Might have to get another Snickers the way I'm trading right now.
Went ahead and covered for a profit here on Neo at 986. Again, another way where you have support that turned into resistance. $10, support, resistance, and down we came to the support level right over here. So now this has become the range on Neo. We've already taken our profits because, remember, I wanted to be greedy, but I was like, you know what? Let me just lock in gains, and that's exactly what I did. And I went into gains at 986, and the low of this one was about 985. So right in front of the support, I went ahead and took gains, and now let's see how it behaves. And you've still got SPY waiting to close this 5-minute candle below the 385 area.
All right. Once I can get another flush in the SPY, I'll probably be able to take some profits towards the 65.50 area. If I can get that nice little flush through on the SPY here, through the 384.50 area. Let's see if we get that. Then I'll be able to explain a little bit more of that flag pattern and the rule of 3 playing into there. I know someone said, Mitch the SPY whisperer. No, it's just the rule of 3, guys. There's a reason why I told you guys that a light bulb went off when I started focusing on that. And that's the only time I've ever been like, dang, that was a pretty good outlook right there. Is to the key. And the reason why is just levels.
Oh, you've got someone asking you a question about the bear flag.
Why is that pattern on the 5-minute a bear flag? It has higher highs and sellers resistance at the top, but why? I got you. I'll give you a breakdown in a second. I got you. I'm just trying to take this last little flush and win, and then I'll be able to focus on that. There it is. There's the 384.50. So we should get that little breakthrough here on the win, and I'll be looking to take some profit into this move. Here's the 80s. Let's cut through the 80s, and I'll get down towards the 60s, and I'll take it. SPY tightening up here. Just want to get into the 60s here. Take the money and run. All right, as we go into the 80s, I'm putting the order out right now at 68. There's 76 on the bid. Come on, just a little tap down fill. I try to always be a little bit careful when I do this, when I put the order out too quickly. So I'm looking for the down momentum to put it into it. If I start seeing too much bouncing, I'll usually cancel the order.
Austin's asking, Ryan, Mitch, Zunaid, does Benzinga have classes on day and swing trading? Austin, one of the products that you should look into, and I can have someone reach out to you if you want, are the trading schools. There's one for options and there's one for stock. And a lot of the principles of swing trading are covered in there, as well as day trading. What you're seeing Mitch, Zunaid, and I do right now is pretty much exclusively day trading. Well, I'm pretty sure that all 3 of us will pick back up on swings when the market is presenting those opportunities. But right now, it's just kind of few and far between for those. So we're trying to stick with what works. Last thing we want to do is shout out processes that get smacked the very next day. Nobody wants to cause others to here.
Not liking this right here. So I'm going to go probably up on the ask and just get out here on the 77. There we go. Just got out there at 75s. I'll take it. The reason why is I started seeing a little bit of a slowdown in the SPY here, getting a little bit emotional. And one of the things that I don't want to do is just not being able to take the profit there. So even I felt myself emotional there, and I'll let you guys know. I felt the emotions right there. So I went to the profits, quicker to the profits than quicker towards the risk. A lot of the times in this market has kind of helped right now, especially towards the profits. So I could feel a little bit of a turning around there in the SPY. Does it mean it's going to turn around completely? No, but I didn't want to miss my profit take. So I just stepped up there towards the 75. And really, I mean, now really good day. Really good day. We lost on Unity, green on Win. Really nice trade on SQQQ. I'm done for the day.
There you go. That's all you need to do, Mitch. And good job clawing back there too. Just like me, I started my trade off with the loser, but I hung in there and was able to get a winner. Sam, really quick, asking, hey guys, I couldn't find the interview with Humble Trader. It'd be great if you guys shared the link. I went ahead and shared that in the chat there. So that link is to the Humble Trader webinar.
Went ahead and went short here on SPY. Stop loss is going to be 385.57, and that's simply because, again, let's see if that support area turns into resistance. I am going to bounce here in a few moments to get ready for the interview, but I'm actually not even gonna. I wanted to take this trade on E-Trade, but I don't want to do anything if I have an interview coming up. But anyway, yeah, just kind of applying the same things that we've talked about, right? Support, now resistance. But I do need a flush coming down a little bit more to about the 384.16 is where I'm going to look to take some profits. And again, my stop loss is 50 cents below. And it's also because it's the previous 5-minute candle, right? So it's like, hey, why did I do it? It's because it's slightly below the previous 5-minute candle for my stop loss, which then also dictates a little bit of where I take my profits.
From my man, Cheds.
Zunaid interview with CNBC, the History Channel. What?
All right. So are you guys okay with me doing a little education before we get out of here?
Go ahead, man.
It's all you. I'm going to go ahead and head out here myself, but I'll go ahead and catch you guys later in a few minutes for the interview. But Ryan, Mitch, always a pleasure.
Yeah, I got you. Zunaid. I'll be here for you. All right. Zunaid getting out of here for just a little while. I'm putting you in the background. He can put himself back on. Let's take his charts down, and let's put up here the flags and the pennants, right? What are the differences? A lot of people get confused. They call flags pennants. They call pennants flags. They call flags ascending wedges, right? Ascending triangle. There's so much in the pattern game, but really, let's try to decipher what the difference is, right? And so one thing that I would say in the flag is that you're going to have a trend line, right? And it's usually, let's first talk about the bullish one here to the left-hand side. It's going to have a trend line going from the high price going downwards down the prices, right? And on the bottom side, it'll be the same kind of angle, the same kind of pullback trend. And that just shows us that it's a flag pattern. Now, what would be the difference is the pennants. A lot of the time, the pennants have an upsloping downtrend line and a downsloping uptrend line. And so this trend is downsloping here, and this is upsloping versus in here where you're downsloping and you're also downsloping in the flags. Well, in the bear, it's the opposite, right? You're going to get an uptrend here and an uptrend also on the trend line. So they're going in the same direction. That's how you decipher between pennants and the flag pattern. You can see here on the pennant, on the bearish pennant, it's a downward here and an increasing trend line. So it's kind of going to the middle. The flags are a little bit different. So that's what I kind of wanted to show here. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the flag pattern that we wanted to talk about. So just give me 1 second to take this down here to show you what we traded today. And so I'll go ahead and I'll show you here on the 1 minute. I'm going to show you on the 1 minute. We could show it on the 5 minute too, but I think on the 1 minute, it's at least cleaner here to kind of draw it up for you guys. So here's the outlook here on the bear flag, right? So what did we just talk about? So it should be upslope, upslope. That's what we got here, right? Just wanted to kind of confirm that you guys see the bear flag just like I see it. Okay. And so now one of the things that we're looking for is the rule of three, right? The rule of three states that we first need to see kind of a downtrend action, right? That's the flag pattern, right? Then you're looking for bounces to resistance. Well, if you guys can see, this is kind of the first area that we really bounce off the resistance line. We really kind of come back down. Now we're starting to get a little bit more of a bouncy area. Now we're starting to come back down. Now we're coming back up. A lot of times we're going to be able to actually see here one attempt to come down here. This is the first up attempt, down attempt, up attempt, down attempt. And then once you get this area where you're getting the third high and you're starting to see that react, you're going to look for the down break of that support line. And then you should actually increase volume towards the move. It's exactly what you guys get here. The rule of three playing into it. Once I started seeing this come up, that's when I warned us. I said, if we get above the 386.60s and actually close in this area, it would not have been good for this pattern, and it actually breaks it to the upside. But we get the continuation, and it comes right back down towards the low, and then finally gives you that real hard bearish candle there and takes it down. That's what we'll be looking for in a bear flag. And I hope that you guys appreciated today's strategy breakdown. All right. That's not too bad, right?
No, not at all. Not at all. That's good.
I tried
stuff.
to bring the
Actually had a
drawing
pretty
here.
good day today, right? We had a mix of things that didn't work and did work. We had some setups and we had some education. So really covered the whole gamut today, Mitch. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, guys. Like always, we're not going to be able to be perfect, but one thing that we can do is try to teach process. And that's why I take the time to tell you guys about my rule of three. And you guys have heard me before. A lot of people are like, yo, why don't you have some videos out on this? And I do sometimes. I have made videos for it before, but I'm telling you, you got to find what you like in the knowledge game. And then there's going to be something that you usually keep. This is why traders are important to have as friends, because they're going to tell you what their strength is and what their weakness. One of my strengths is finding this rule of three and then trying to put it into play in trading. And I feel like it works a lot of the times. And that's all we can ask for, is having probability on our side. All right.
I'm off for the day, Mitch, but we're going to be back tomorrow. Wrap it up. Urban Farms Project saying spend a bunch of hours in the free classes available on the OCC's website. That's the Options Industry Council, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
OCC website. I think that's what he.
I'm not a big options guy, so I probably wouldn't know. But
Foundation of Secure Markets. Yeah, that's the OCC. Yeah,
nice.
This is a great site. I would also recommend that. Anyway, out for today. We will be back tomorrow. Stay green, stay safe. Take care, everybody.
Definitely hit the like and have a good one, my friend. I'll see you next time, and I'll wrap up in a second here. I'm going to take a look at the top movers before we get towards the interview, and we do have an interview that's coming up. And like always, one thing I want to know more is, what do you guys want to see more or less of right here on Benzinga TV, where we have live trading, we have experts that come on, stock market movers that comes a little bit later in the day. What do you guys want to see more or less of? I'll make sure that we keep it here on Benzinga. What time frame do you use to find the rule of three? It's in every time frame, Jamie. It can even be in the daily charts. Daily charts are actually going to be stronger than an intraday chart. I actually really like to see these on the daily charts, and I actually attack these all the time on dailies, weeklies, even monthly charts. So that's really where I use more of the swing trading, and would be looking for pullbacks on that day. And that's the important thing too. With this strategy, a lot of the times I'm able to, instead of like when you're getting these pullbacks towards, let's say if you were bearish, right, on this pattern here, a lot of times you feel pressured to short when the stock is going upwards, right? Just like it's hard to buy a stock when it's coming downwards. But if you're looking at it in a pattern mindset, right, and you're looking for it to reverse in a certain area, well, that gives you an advantage to not feel so emotionally attached to going and shorting into strength or buying into weakness. This is where I think it kind of helps here. And you can keep a tight risk to return, which is always important. Of course, when you're taking these types of trades, your risk will be shorter, but your reward will be the full move back down and through the pattern, usually giving you a good risk to return. What's up, my friend?
I'm a little chilly out here, man.
A little chilly. Gonna have to turn the heater on.
Yeah, it's only like 58, so I don't know why I'm that cold, but we'll figure it out. The market's retesting that 385 level. We'll see if it wants to break above it or not.
Yeah, it's definitely now just kind of hanging out. I feel like it kind of slowed down the momentum. So we got the momentum break, then we got to slow down. But if you take a look, what really came down big, look at Microsoft. That's what I was trying to point to early in the day. I would see this falling off the tape. Did I expect even that far down? No, that was a pretty significant move there in Microsoft today. So keep your eyes also on the strong stock, right? Apple. Apple was our strong stock, right? This is the one that I would, if I'm playing for reversals, I'm probably playing Apple to the upside. But one thing to note, though, is look how quickly Apple also fell off tape today from 155.50 all the way down there towards 150, about a 5-point drop there for Apple. Not what you want to be seeing, right? Remember, on their earnings, that was this spike. That was on the 28th. We got a nice little push. Friday came in. Oh, no, that was the big day, Friday, right? That was the big push on Friday after Thursday's day right here, the 27th. Just want to make sure I have the days right. But Friday was that big push. Now we're coming back towards those lows. You definitely don't want to see those lows break. That's 147.82. Still ways away from there, but just more longer term outlook in the SPY. We definitely don't want to see Apple right back down to those lows.
Yeah, we'll see if Apple can get over the 150.50 area or not. We'll have that interview for you guys in maybe about 7 or 8 minutes. But SPY still in that, still a little slightly, it's consolidating, if you will, below the 385 level. We'll see if it wants to crack above or below. But we do have our profit taking set at 384.16. Unfortunately, it only got to the low of, what is this candle here? The low of this candle is 384.26. So we missed our profit targets by 10 cents. We'll see if we can go ahead and lock in some gains there. On SPY. UBX coming back above 3. Looks like that 290 went ahead and held that support for the time being.
So there was another kind of rule of 3 kind of flag on SQQQ. So if you're there like thinking, well, I need to see more of these, well, check out the SQQQ. You'll see it on either a 1 minute or 3 minute. And it's that kind of bunch that you see there at the 52.50 mark with the wick above that.
The only place I'd want to play Netflix would be short if it goes ahead and breaks that 289.49 and then tests it. And it looks like I did go ahead and get filled on my SPY. So there you go. Again, I didn't trade on E-Trade at all. All my trades were just here. Nothing to cry or write home about, but $184 in profits, just taking trades with you guys. And I am going to upload these trades on Trading Journal. And then I think I might create actually like a different Twitter account just to have my levels and, you know, how my trading is going, different things like that for myself, just so I can keep track of things. But there's a SPY cracking. And, you know, before we get the interview going, same thing. Look, we've been talking about it all morning and all year long. Support, support, resistance, resistance, resistance. And now you get a crack to the downside on that one. You saw it in NEO as well, right? Support, crack, resistance, resistance, resistant, crack below. Believe we might have seen it in some other tickers that I can't remember right now, but let's see where the SPY wants to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
But for now, it's a solid move to the downside.
Every sector into the red, and that's not something that we wanted to see. And what's the leading sector down? It's just the sector that's not getting hit the hardest is utilities and energy, but technology down 1.58. Those are the names that when they go, they definitely drag us down. And you're seeing it today with the major names down big from the open. Google down 3.3%, Microsoft 2.7%. Apple's actually down 3.2% from the open. This is why I think it's important to always look at that from the open outlook, because sometimes stocks can be green in the pre-market, but when they get into the open market, they get whacked.
Let's see what we've got here. What time is, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where is my...
All right.
Oh, there it is. I was like, what in the world?
Books. I got books for you for days, guys. I'm actually make a big list for you guys. I was even thinking about making like our own little kind of book club for finance books. And so where we could even be going through them together as a team. I think they would be pretty cool. You guys let me know what you guys think about that idea.
Yeah, the main book that I'm reading at the moment has nothing to do with finance, but has to do with habits, atomic habits. So, you know, feel free to grab that. I'm trying to do 75 hard with a few buddies of mine. Today's the first day. So far we've been off to a good start with our habits and things like that, but it'll be a fun journey.
The tipping point. It's a good one too. I don't know if you read that one before.
I haven't. I haven't read a book since like high school. So this is the first time I'm even attempting to finish a book. I'm not gonna lie. But let's see here.
Someone asked about Netflix. What I think about Netflix? Well, it's just one of those stocks that I feel like people were starting to bet towards the upside. It's made pretty much all I think it's going to make. I don't think it was going to make a move back towards 340. I mean, just think about where it came from in July. It was down towards 180. It made a move there towards 300. That was almost 100% move. I mean, you're probably not going to get much more in Netflix in my eyes. I think you could maybe get up there a little bit more, but how much more are you going to get? Are you going to get 360? I don't see that, at least on the chart. But like always, you determine what you guys like there. If you guys think Netflix turned around their business with their ad tier, maybe you believe in it. Looks like somebody's about the book club. Yeah, I'm about the book club. Can't go wrong with a good book club. We can, just kind of, we don't have to read it together. We just come together and like in a chapter and we talk about the chapter.
Is there any way to remove? Oh man, I wish Ryan hit up Ryan. Ryan should be able to help Urban Farms. Assuming you're talking about Benzinga Pro, hit up Ryan. He should be able to. Yeah, it looks like all the stocks are halted in Toronto. Apparently it was for tech issues, but let's see what the reasoning is. Yeah, they're experiencing trading issues for technical reasons. So they have gone ahead and halted trading in Toronto.
I'm trying to figure out how you avoid. I want to know that too. Can we avoid Elon talk? Can't blame you for that. It's like they keep talking about Twitter. It's like, come on, you can't even trade it. What do you think about the $20 verification?
So here's the thing.
You paying?
I would pay. I know I've seen so many people say they wouldn't, but like I would pay if they bring the value back into it. Because now apparently I heard rumors, and look, I haven't looked into it because I don't really care, but about how if you have Twitter Blue, you can apply for it and this, that, the other. If it's about like, hey, pay $20 and you get a check mark. No, I'm not doing that because then there's no value in it. But if it's like, hey, we're going to crack down on who has it, who doesn't, and revamp how much a check mark means, then yeah, I'm perfectly fine if they can build integrity and credibility back to the check mark. I have no problem paying $20 a month. That's $240 a year. That's an easy business expense write-off. I think it's perfectly fine if people wanted to pay $20 a month. But they've got to build back the credibility into the check mark. What costume? I didn't actually celebrate Halloween last night. What did I do last night? Yeah, I knew that I was going to start like this 75 hard type stuff today. So I kind of just enjoyed some unhealthy Indian food. Had me a Twix ice cream bar, and I actually took care of some to-do list. So did actually a lot of work last night. Didn't really have a costume. And then I was busy in Toronto for Halloween weekend. So didn't really go to any parties because I was busy working. Let's go back and check out. Awesome. And we'll get you guys that interview going here in just a couple of minutes. So just hang tight with us. I do see our guest in the background. So in about a minute, we'll go ahead and get our interview going.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We will.
Let's see here. But Mitch, you want to wrap up about what you were doing today in terms of trades and stuff, and then that way we can go ahead and get out of here.
Yeah, I got you in a second here. Definitely wasn't a bad day for me. I had a good trade there in SQQQ to the upside. Stop out in Unity. A nice win there in Win for the win. You guys know how that one works there. Definitely going to keep building. And one of the things I would say is, like always, just keep working on trying to find what works for you. I think that's the biggest and most important thing that we try to do is try to show you guys that process approach is really the way to kind of get to the success. And that's what I try to, come in. And sometimes you'll even hear me say, I like this play, but it's not up my alley. It's not my cup of tea. Let me stay away. That's how it has to be for day traders out there, because the number one thing that I've seen from day traders that the good ones do and the bad ones don't is the good ones, they figure out a way not to overtrade. They're looking for high quality opportunities and not trying to shy away from those opportunities. And of course, for those other traders, what are they doing wrong? They're probably overtrading a lot of the times, taking everything under the sun. And the truth is, we can't be the master of all, but we can be a master of a couple of tools, a couple of trades. And that's what I think is an important tool to get into, and learning that, hey, if you want to be, everything under the sun, it's going to be very difficult. But if you try to stick to certain areas, you might find some success. But I'll let you go ahead and kick into your interview. Got everything ready here for you. So you can go ahead.
Appreciate it, my man. Thank you so much. And you guys know we love getting you interviews straight from executives, right? Because we want you to kind of ask your questions if you have any. And there's a company that we're going to bring on who had some exciting news come out yesterday. But instead of me go ahead and telling you, I'll go ahead and bring on the guest ourselves. So let me go ahead and welcome Zunaid Suleman, who is the chairman and CEO of Actinium Pharmaceuticals. How's it going, sir?
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Hopefully I got the pronunciation of everything correct. Yeah.
All good.
Awesome. Glad I won't get fired. Of course, the ticker for those of you who want to check it out is ticker ATNM. Zunaid, thank you so much for joining us here today. If you could explain it to me like I'm five, what is it that your company does?
Yeah, so we make we test drugs for cancer. We use this technology that uses radiation. We couple that to targeting agents like antibodies or small molecules or what have you. We primarily work with antibodies, and we have a whole pipeline. Radiation therapies are very fashionable these days because there's been a couple of drugs that launched recently that were the subject of big exits, big purchases by big pharma for billions of dollars. So investors like the space. These therapies basically, because you're in effect nuking cancer cells.
Yeah.
And if you can target the cancer cell without hitting other areas in the body, can be super safe and super effective. And that's exactly what we do. And that's, we have a pipeline. The results that we put out yesterday, which is why I guess you saw the stock move.
Yeah.
Were for our lead drug candidate for a patient population that dies in 2 or 3 months today. It focuses on one of the deadliest blood cancers called acute myeloid leukemia, or AML. These patients, if drugs don't work on them, and eventually, despite there being 9 approved drugs, they wind up, relapsing from the disease. Mm-hmm. And then a bone marrow transplant is the only Hail Mary that would allow these people to live.
Appreciate that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So the results that we put out showed that you can get these really sick patients, right, that die in about 3-4 months, that are elderly. They can have active disease. You can give them our drug. In about 14 days, they get a bone marrow transplant. Everybody who gets the bone marrow transplant, they engraft, which means the transplant is successful. Typically, you have a failure rate of about 20-30% in this patient population, even from getting a transplant, which can cost $500,000. And then we hit our top line results, right, as mandated by the FDA, with a very high p-value, 0.0001. So we were very happy with that. I think it's good news for patients. And we were able to keep them into remission for about 6 months. And then, we will put out data on this trial by year end that has the full data set as we've guided. So very exciting news for the company. We've been working on this. It was the first of its kind trial. We worked in close collaboration with the FDA, so they helped us with the trial design. They, mandated this trial design, if you would, and we agreed. And they picked the primary endpoint. So we don't expect any regulatory surprises. We've supercharged up for the end of the year where we can have the big data reveal, and looking forward to next year where we'll file the BLA with the hope of getting the drug approved.
Yeah. The fact that you're working with the FDA to kind of, get through the process that way, it's kind of like, when I was in college, like, hey, here's a rubric, here's what you need to do. And it's like, all right, cool. Let's make sure we hit these results. That way you're meeting the expectations and there's no surprises or being blindsided one way or another. With this big announcement that you had yesterday, right? And you mentioned that you're working with the FDA. Would I be correct to assume that you have competitors that might be doing something similar? Because obviously, trying to fight cancer this isn't something that's new, right? So I guess my question is, do you have competitors that are looking to do the same exact thing? And what is it about your company that you believe gives you the advantage in what you're achieving here or looking to achieve here?
Absolutely. So the short answer is no, we don't think we have any competitors. There are a couple of early stage companies, phase 1, that are working on patients that are in remission. I don't want to comment on their data. You can go look at the data, right?
Yeah,
obviously. But what we've shown is 100% engraftment. Nobody has shown that amongst those companies. We've shown these are sick patients with active disease. They tend to be, working in patients that have much less disease or in remission. So in our opinion, we don't have any competitors. And look, we have phase 3 data from a well-controlled trial. We are going to be launching this drug, as soon as possible, I would say in the 2024 timeframe. And given, that this would be a paradigm change with great safety, we expect to dominate the class.
All right. That's solid insight there. Now, you don't have any competitors in terms of what you're doing and what your opinion is on that one. Let's talk about the financial balance sheet and the health of that financial balance sheet. Any insight on that you can provide?
Yeah, sure. Look, I think we have enough capital to take us into mid-2025. That means we have enough money to get through the FDA, enough money to launch this drug, right? So we are in good shape compared to other companies in our situation. We also have a European partnership, and what we've said is we have milestones and royalties coming to that, right? That approximately between $400 and $500 million over time, right? So that we are in a good position from the balance sheet. I think many people were, expecting us to raise capital on the backs of data, and whoever sort of gets involved in, getting biotech companies to raise capital came into my office, and I said, we are not raising. They probably didn't believe me, and we didn't raise, right? But we don't see the need to raise. We have other things going on. We put out a company update in September. What we said is we will show you overall survival in our second drug candidate, which is earlier stage. We are supercharged up for the end of the year because all our data are going to come together. And I see it as an opportunity, for investors, physicians, other companies to recognize that based on this data, this company can go after AML with more than one shot on goal.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not raising money anytime soon. I hope we don't need to. There's no reason for me to. And with all this data coming, I don't see why I need to raise money, honestly.
And I appreciate you being transparent in terms of I appreciate you being transparent in terms of where you are in terms of your financial health with the company. And also, I'm just taking notes here. You're expecting to have the drug in 2024, but you don't expect to raise cash till 2025. To me, that's kind of a big deal. Did I say something wrong there?
Yeah, look, what I said is we are well capitalized.
Right. Of course, no guaranteed things can happen, but
I mean, look, I can't sit here and look you in the eye and say I'm not going to raise cash till 2025. We have a pipeline. We're working on some very exciting product candidates, and we don't think we need to raise cash right now. But if you want to build a company, at some point you have to raise cash. But we don't want to dilute right now. We think there's a lot more, to the story that's coming together. And then I think the story has to season. So certainly not looking to raise cash imminently. That's what I would say.
Yeah, and I appreciate you clarifying, because I do want to make sure we get the right message across. Now, a while back in June, I just got a couple more questions. In June, you had a patent that kind of went through for the method of treating cancer using a BCL2 inhibitor. Where are we with that right now? Does that have anything to do with the news that came out yesterday? Is that a different type of pipeline? Any insight there that you can give me?
Yeah, that has to do with the second program, right? So this one basically cleans out your bone marrow in a very safe way.
Got it.
Compared to basic chemo-based conditioning prior to a transplant. The other one is more for treating patients using low doses of our radiation in combination with other drugs, right? So the data that we expect to put out by the end of the year has to do with that approach, with our Actimab-A plus CLAG-M trial, and we're going to put out survival. Another aspect to that program is the work that we're doing with this BCL2 inhibitor, venetoclax, in combinations. That's much earlier. We got to figure out the dosing. I don't expect, we will have some early data on that, but the big news is going to be the Actimab-A CLAG-M. If that survival data, is compelling, then I think this puts the company on a very different path, right? Because then you have a way to take these patients that have active disease that don't live very long and give them a new lease on life.
Yeah.
And it's one of the deadliest blood cancers out there. It's got so many genetic mutations. And if you can use this technology to prolong survival, not many companies have that opportunity.
Yeah, definitely sounds like you guys are working on some good stuff there. And the fact you kind of mentioned the one shot on goal, looks like you're able to kind of, taking a football reference, if you will, American football, you're looking to have more than just one down to go ahead and take a shot at this one, right? So with the news that came out yesterday, with the patent that you had in June as well, more opportunities, the better, with different styles of treatments there. One question I'll ask you, and I'll kind of give you the floor. Are there any misunderstandings in the markets about your company, whether it's in regards to what your company does or XYZ? Any misunderstandings that you think investors just get wrong?
No, I mean, look, the trial took a long time, right? We were perennially understaffed, undercapitalized. That situation doesn't exist. It took us a long time to do this trial. The control arm was a death sentence, right? Which is why you see that high p-value, right?
Yeah.
They just don't do very well. And doctors didn't want to enroll in this because they were like, why would I take a 50-50 chance of putting them into a death sentence versus rescuing them with your drug? And then we had to build this crossover arm. So I think we did have, maybe a legacy, right? A lot of investors were angry because it took a long time. We've started to cure that. We have good balance sheet. We have good data. We put out some news releases on the team. We've changed the team. People are coming here now because they see the data. They see the opportunity for them to make a difference in patients' lives, and they want to come and work here. And they've seen the upside at some of these radio companies as they get to our stage of evolution, right? What tends to happen 2 or 3 years out once, in terms of whatever, right? Someone buying you or not.
Yeah.
The one thing, where we will work to change future perceptions based on year end, right? We put out data on one, we're going to have data on the second. People are going to have, and we are working hard, we're going to have to get people to realize we have these 2 opportunities, right? I'm trying to find my camera. 2 opportunities, right? Where you can change the way this disease is treated. I will give you, there was a different time. So, 4 or 5 years ago, there's a company called Agios. They had 2 drugs for AML. In total, they targeted about 25% of the population through these 2 mutations, IDH1, IDH2. Go look at that valuation. We have a bigger opportunity, right? And here we're just starting to cure that gap. There's a lot more, I believe, in terms of if we get the messaging right, people understand the data, they understand what we're trying to do, they understand we have capital. That's the kind of opportunity I think that's available to this company.
Typically when I do these interviews, especially at the beginning of the year, and they say, hey, year end, we want to achieve X, Y, Z. I'm like, oh man, that's like 7 months away. But I mean, we're a couple of months away, of course.
Right. Yeah.
And I look at, especially with the patent, that's the news that you're hoping to deliver on by the end of the year. So I've notated here. I'll definitely reach out to our people to make sure we have a conversation, because I'm sure you guys are going to have some exciting stuff, hopefully, to announce. Before I let you go, though, I always do this. Is there anything else that you wanted to discuss, anything you wanted to talk about that I didn't bring up that you want to let our investors know about?
No, I think, thanks for the opportunity. You let us, message, I think, that we're super excited about this year.
Yeah.
Year end is going to be big for us, we believe, and then it's going to set up nicely for the next few years, because we live and die by data, right? We put out one data set, we'll have the second data set. It's, I think, the start of a new journey for this company.
And I'm excited to go ahead and hopefully interview you by the end of the month. Thank you so much. That is Sundar Seth, who is a chairman and CEO of ticker ATNM. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Bye-bye. We hope you guys enjoyed that interview. Call me a broken record, but you get to hear the information straight from the CEO, right? Who's been working in this pipeline for so long, and they've got something else in the pipeline as well. The patent that we mentioned that they got in June, they're hoping to announce some data on that by year end. So exciting stuff happening there at that company. And they had just reported yesterday to the data, which is why you saw the spike. And we wanted to get you guys information as soon as we can. And I will say this, we reach out to quite a few companies whenever we see news like this to see, hey, do you want to come on, talk to potential investors? Some of them, don't want to for whatever reason, that's okay. But I do want to give a big thank you to them for hopping on and providing a little bit more insight on not just yesterday's news, but also what you can expect in the future, because that's where the real value can go ahead and lie, so that you can unlock it with your hard-earned money. But let's go ahead and bring Mitch back here to see what's up, buddy. That was good. I liked what he had to say. And, I will say this, for me, comprehending things like that when it comes to biotech and this, that, it gets a little tricky. But I thought he did a really good job of kind of explaining it to me like I'm five. That's why I love using that term with all my interviews, because it's like, bro, I'm an average American. Like, I have no idea what goes on in those pipelines, but I thought he did a really good job breaking it down.
Oh, I thought you were just 5.
I behave like I'm 5 sometimes. Sometimes I do.
All right. Well, the SPY is battling, of course, and once you know it, SPY now starting to go a little bit sideways here. So we can definitely take a look in a little bit. We'll get you guys over to Benzinga Live, so don't go anywhere. And we're going to have some great talk coming up next. I'm sure AB is going to be taking a look at some of the earning stocks. He'll be having some great traders on joining him. Zunaid, if you want, you can stick around or you can head out, my friend. It's all good. I can take it towards the finish line.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and talk about one more thing here on the SPY, and then it's all you. Right here on the SPY, right? We've been talking about support and resistance, support and resistance. So look, support, resistance, and now I can't even break out of it. Like, it can't break above it. So you can see every single time it tries to, it just can't get over. And right now, the very short-term resistance that it has is this 384.79. And then, of course, that 385 is where I would look to maybe add some puts. Of course, while doing the interview, I'm not going to mess with it at all. But now that I take a look at it with you here, keep an eye on it. If it gets within this area, it may not be a bad idea to go ahead and grab some puts or go short and then just have a stop loss of 50 cents, right? You've already seen a move all the way down. If your stop loss is 50 cents, we've already seen a move of what is that? About $1.20, right? So you have a decent risk reward opportunity here if you go and execute it to closer to 384.80s. Is your best chance to go ahead and make some money. But appreciate you for always producing, man. AB, hopefully he has a better weather there. I see him looking at his phone. It's always great. Sometimes I just want AB to do, knucklehead stuff, so we can bring him on camera.
Right. Well, I mean, he's a little knucklehead, right? I mean, it looks nice though in the back. You see the fall trees.
It does.
Right? The fall trees, man. The colors. The colors.
He may not have his headset on.
Should we just peek on him? Should we just
no, don't do that. He doesn't have his headset on anyway. He's probably waiting. By the way, Dogecoin.
The Doge.
Bro, it's like at 15 cents. When I looked at it just a few days ago, it was at 5 cents, and now it's at 15.
That's
the Elon has to do with Elon.
That's the Elon pump, man. Come on. He's thinking. Some people think that he's gonna bring Doge to Twitter and be like, where you could spend Doge on Twitter.
I mean, if Elon wants to let me pay my $20 for verification check, which I don't have anyway with Doge, yeah, sure, why not? But again, right. I support the whole $20 a month. I support it. I think it's perfectly fine, assuming they bring back credibility and more exclusivity to the check mark. But anyway, I'm out. Appreciate you, pal. See you tomorrow.
Have a good one, my friend. Appreciate you doing that interview. Like always, bringing us some other insights into the markets. Now, what I'll do for you until we get to Benzinga Live, of course, it's coming up in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere, team. Stick around. I got something more for you guys. Let's take a look at what stocks are on the moving list. So these are the top stocks in the regular session, winners and losers, right? Let's talk about them. ABMD. Why is this stock up? Well, this stock is going to be up due to, of course, if you're watching pre-market prep, you would know, but I'll give you guys the insight. This is on a Johnson & Johnson deal that acquired ABioMed here, and it's up 50%. So big move there. Of course, the stock getting a big lift off of an acquisition. XPO did a spinoff, and that's why you're seeing it down big, 38%. It's really not down that much from the open. It's just more along completed a spinoff. One that did have some decent earnings that really got destroyed off of was Catalent here. And so this is CTLT, definitely getting hit, down 26%, down big there. SoFi, how is the SoFi doing there? We were getting a little bit of a bounce. Look like we are getting a little bit of a bounce right now. It's still up right now. We're still up on the day. We'll see if this can kind of hold the 6. That's where it held the pullback, found a little bounce. And that's SoFi today. Uber also had earnings, not bad earnings here. Definitely getting some lift. Probably the strongest stock on the day, up 13.3%, at least from one of these major names. Doing pretty well. Carvana also. Why is Carvana moving? Well, JP Morgan upgrading Carvana to neutral and announcing a $20 price tag. So definitely keep your eyes on Carvana as JP Morgan upgrading it to neutral and getting some lift here. We'll see what happens. And always, if you're looking at Benzinga Pro and there's a stock that's making a big move, a lot of times we're going to have this why is it moving article here for you. Why is it moving? Well, Carvana shares trading after JP Morgan upgrade. That's what it's all about here using Benzinga Pro. All right, do you use Bollinger Bands with VWAP? No, I don't use the Bollinger Bands often. Bollinger Bands are going to be measuring volatility. A lot of times what I'm using is trying to keep things simple, right? And on my charts, if I'm going to be using something, I will be using a lot of times RSI, but I don't really use RSI in the intraday action. Mainly, if I could just have these on my dailies, I would just look at the daily. And what I'm using it for is just oversold or overbought, right? I mean, a lot of times I say RSI does not have edge when it's in the middle. It has edge when it's at the top and the bottom. In the middle, I feel like you're a pig, just like they say about the pigs, right? The bulls are bulls, the bears are bears, and the pigs get slaughtered. So that's where you definitely don't want to be trying to make bets, at least from what I've seen on the RSI. But of course, we'll see what happens in the intraday. There's a lot of stocks making moves today. We're going to bring you over to Benzinga Live. That's going to be coming up next. An interesting one, and we were talking about it, was CAR. Of course, they had their earnings yesterday. You can talk about that on the show coming up. But Avis Budget Group definitely getting hit hard here. It got a spike originally off of the earnings, but into the open just got flushed there from 240s down there almost towards 210. It looks like not exactly we got to 210, but really close towards it. So keep your eyes there on CAR. Of course, we'll keep watch how some of the big boys are doing today. We were talking about those earlier. They definitely got the flush. Microsoft getting some flush action today. You guys can see here from the open. Will it come back down through the lows? Now it's starting to get a little bit of a bounce, but definitely out the open, big flush there on some of the bigger names like Microsoft. Google down big today. You guys can see that. Just big flushes in some of these bigger names that, of course, these were the big names that got hit. But like I talked about earlier, will Apple come back? One of the kind of the leading stocks that got us back. But look how Apple came down fast today. That just showed us more how this was a quick little sell-off. Now we'll have to wait and see if we get a little bit of a bounce. Areas that I would be looking for bounce. Of course, we talked about it this morning. Will defensives get a little bit of a bounce? They look like they started selling off the recent rally. So just keep your eyes out there. I see PG in the red, Coke in the red, Walmart in the red. So it looks like even some of these trades just kind of turned around today. There is a couple of them still into the green, like Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch. But been looking at some of these value plays to see if they would stick around. What's up, AB?
What up, Money Mitch? How you doing?
Hey, doing good, man. Had not had a bad day. I was along the SQQQ early, got caught in Unity, but then made some good money in Win. I was winning, shorted that one for a little bit, but then eventually caught a spike, and that's why this market turns on a dime. But I'll do you a favor, and I'm going to see my way out and let you take control, my friend. Of course, we're going to get you guys over to Benzinga Live coming
All
up
right,
next.
Money.
But before then, I want you guys to check out the future of crypto. I'm going to go ahead and play a little promo. Let you take lead, my friend.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga Live. Thank you, Money Mitch, for holding it down on live trading and pre-market prep. Of course, as always, he'll be back in an hour and a half on stock market movers. But we're here live now on Benzinga Live. We've got a lot to talk about today. Obviously, previewing the FOMC tomorrow, the expected announcement, how we can expect the market to react. We've got my man, DG, David Green, hanging out with us backstage right now. Going to bring him on here in a couple minutes to see what he's watching this morning, see what he's been trading. In other news, of course, we're going to continue our earnings season a little bit, smaller names this week because you don't have the Apples, Amazons, and Microsofts, but you still got some big names. I mean, you got Airbnb today after the close, AMD, EA Sports, Roku tomorrow. You still got a lot of earnings this week across a lot of different industries. Mitch was talking about Win, Casino. You've got DraftKings on Friday. I don't know when the rest, or I'm pretty sure the other gambling names already reported, but DraftKings and Fubo on Friday. Starbucks Thursday. So again, a really busy week in terms of earnings. What up, everyone in the chat? Baba, thinking about breaking the range. How's Baba been doing after that terrible day? What was that, a week and a half ago? And it was, oh, holy cow. Baba was up 6% today, showing some strength. But all right, I don't want to bring up my own charts because I've got another man with charts here in the background. So if my man David's ready, we'll go ahead and give him our special intro. Go ahead and pop him on. See how he's doing today. He's giving me the thumbs up. Mr. Green's ready.
$8 at it.
David Green,
See what
welcome to the
happens.
show.
Good morning, everybody. What's shaking my Benzinga family? What's
How
going
are
on?
you doing?
Interesting day today, huh?
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, I'm excited because I thought we weren't gonna have too much volatility. Just be kind of a boring day ahead of the Fed. But seeing some movement in a lot of these names is good to me. Or I'm excited about it. Gives us more
Yeah,
to
it
talk
is
about,
good.
right, David?
Everything is going to hinge on tomorrow, obviously, at 2 o'clock and 2:30 when they make the actual announcement. But things set up pretty freaking good today, technically. You guys can see my charts, yes?
Yeah, I'm about to pop them up right now. Sorry about that.
So we can talk about what's happened lately. Yeah, you don't need to see my big ugly face in there. There we go. All
There we
right.
go.
So we're going to go to our monthly chart in the spiders. And we had a level right up here. It was like 389.60. It's right about here. Okay. And we tested it once and then we tested it again, I think yesterday, right? Yeah. And this morning, once we broke that 389.60 level, because it's a big resistance level on a monthly chart, we'll go to our 5-minute, right? And check out what happened this morning. As soon as we broke that 389.60 level, just complete debacle to the downside. This is a little more than I thought we'd get before the day before the Fed. But then we had, what came out this morning, guys? PMI, a CMI, something came out this morning that wasn't as good as they thought it was going to be. Early in the morning, it was all about China, right? China was beautiful. Everything was ripping up. We saw BABA have some big gains this morning. PDD. I think they said they were breaking some of the COVID things. They were getting a little better on COVID. So we saw these things all rip up in the morning. And then those even got the absolute smackdown. You know, PDD got up to $60 this morning. Boom, smackdown to $55. So here's where we're at technically, where I'm at technically in the spiders. It was a jobs number 2. Yeah, again, this morning it was beautiful because of China, and then we had the jobs numbers come out or whatever it is. So let's go look at the spiders, what we're expecting tomorrow. I'll tell you guys when I'm going to do some options in the spiders going into tomorrow. So we are sitting, guys, exactly on our daily level now, almost to the penny, which is right around 384.34. You can see we went a little bit below it, and now we're sitting exactly on that number. So a couple of numbers to note below is around 381 and 377. So there could be a couple of spots I'm looking for tomorrow if we start breaking down from here. 381, 377. And then that's it. 377 will probably be my line in the sand. Hopefully we hold that level at least. Shining that light, show us the right way. Show you a couple of setups that we had this morning. Lilly came out with earnings, right?
Eli Lilly, yep.
Yeah.
LLY.
So check this out early in the morning. And this was pretty good technically for us. First move out of the gate at 9:30. It came all the way down to last week's low before the earnings came out. This is this little gold line that you see down here. That was around 343. Then it spiked all the way up from there, 16 points right to a pivot point at 359. And then it just completely got destroyed from there. So Lilly was a really good one this morning as far as technical analysis is concerned. Hit 2 of our levels, and it was great. We've been watching Tesla today. Had a couple of trades in Tesla this morning. I noticed, what was guy's name before us?
Mitch.
What was his name? Trading Demon? I got to get
Mitch.
myself Aaron, you got to get me a fancy name. I need
Money
something.
Mitch.
Money Mitch. So what do we call Dave? We'll come up with next week.
Yeah, we'll come up with one.
Want me to
We'll
green?
get you a good one.
So I know Diamond Dave. There you go. No, I don't want to be Diamond Dave. Isn't he the guy on the
David the
That
Green
guy or
Lantern
something?
Green, they're saying.
the Green Lantern? I like that. That's not bad.
Yeah, the Green Lantern. There
Not
you go.
bad. So I noticed that he was talking about RSI and how you don't look at it too much during the day, which is true if you're a little longer term trader. But we definitely look at it intraday. And when we see a relative strength that gets above 80 in a stock and it's stretched out from our closest moving average, and again, this is for day trading, we're going to bop in and look for a day trade. And if you look at Tesla up here, guys, the RSI at one point got to almost 90 when it was stretched out this far. So what that is telling us, guys, when we get that stretched out, that would do for a little pullback. And we went from 237 here to 232. So this was a technical signal for us to short the stock, and it gave a nice $5 trade out of that. I'm sorry, my brain dead. Then check this out in Tesla a little bit later on. Came down and hit our 200 EMA, right? That was around 229.80 and gave a $3 trade off that. So Tesla's been very good technically today also. And now we're kind of in everything. We're in nowhere's land.
How about Amazon? Look, speaking of RSI, go to on the daily. Is Amazon's RSI getting oversold
Yes.
here? I mean,
100%. So let's go to the
all right,
daily
let's
chart.
go. Let's take a nibble at Amazon long, or give us a level we can take a nibble at Amazon long.
All right. So first of all, we can't do anything going into tomorrow, right? There's no way I'm taking any positions. We might do some options, but that's about it. So what I look for in Amazon, okay, and this is a daily chart. I don't think Amazon's going anywhere. I don't think anyone does, right? They're not going anywhere. The PE ratios in this, in Meta. Meta's a different story, but some of them are just the valuations are getting so compelling. But I still haven't done anything in either of them because I'm looking for a technical setup, right? So what I look for in Amazon now, guys, you see the relative strength on a daily chart. We're around 29, okay? Let's just go back a little bit. And on a daily chart, this thing, and I'm going back as far as I can. Here we go. So if we go back to like May, it got down to 24. Look what happened when we got down to a 24 RSI. We went from 101 to 115. Had a nice little bounce. So I just don't think we're there yet technically. For me, I need this relative strength to get around that 20 level, and then I will start definitely picking at a little Amazon, for a trade and for longer term. So we're kind of we're not there yet. But if we get something bad happen in the next couple of days, I will be looking, and it'll be for a long-term trade. Aaron, have you done anything in this? You in it? You looking at it? You do anything yet?
I mean, I hold shares of Amazon like in my long-term accounts, not one of my major positions, and it's a big weighting, obviously, in a bunch of indexes and people's pensions and stuff. So my thing with names like that is like, you know, Amazon's already drawn down what 30% from its heights. Is it really going to come down another 20% from here? No, probably not. Does that mean we should all go long it right here? No, probably not. But it's just like, okay, eventually this thing's got to find a bottom, and there's going to be buyers down there.
I agree 100%. I mean, we're down 50%, really, right? From 181 to 90, basically. I mean, look, here's my monthly level. Do I think this is going to happen? I doubt it. It's $64.21, right? Technically, that's my monthly level. I mean, but on a daily, if we get another day down or two and we get down to the near the 20 RSI, I will certainly grab a little bit. Hold on. Someone just did something in the room. Apple shorted a little under 149.76 for a base trade to the downside. Okay, good, Ken. Yeah, so we're watching Apple, and this has been weak all day, and this is China related too. It was great in the morning. China was doing wonderful, but we just made a big base in this stock all the way in here, and when it broke the base, we got short a little bit, thinking that will continue going down a little bit. You always go against me. I love it. What am I against you in, Shelly? Tell me. I'm not in anything right now. I have nothing in long term, but I'm starting to look to pick. You know, look, our big giant level in the spiders, guys, was 342 on our monthly chart, right? And 344. You know, we almost got there on that capitulation that we had last month. It wasn't that far away. And are we going to go back down to that level? I don't know, but that would be a level where I would look at everything. I'd look at my Metas, I'd look at my Amazons, I'd look at my Googles, I'd look at all that stuff. I hope we don't head back down in that direction. But again, everything I do is based on technicals. So Tesla, guys, you got a bid out, 225.80. I like it, 1 hour. Let me look at Tesla on a 1 hour. So again, guys, everything we do here is technical analysis. I have my private trading room. We have about 70 people in there that we're trading together. 225.84 sol is the 1 hour on our 65. Let's put an order out there, guys and girls. So we are trading the markets live every single day in our room. 225.84 Tesla. Let's pop something out. We'll do a half a lot down there. 25. We'll cheat a little bit. We'll go 225.90. Yeah, yesterday's close is 227.50. Maybe we get a bounce off that, but let's keep our eyes on the market and see what we're doing there.
Let me see. I'm trying to see if we've got any tickers coming out of the chat.
Let's look at Meta, because this is another one that is getting to a point where I think you got to start owning some at some point, right? Anyone else short the Apple out of that consolidation, guys, with Ken? Taking some off here for 40, 50 cents. All right. So Meta made the low at 92.60. Same thing, though. Let's go to the daily chart. And we had a little bounce. We're going up and down. This is a 24 RSI. I think the PE ratio in this is 9 now, which could change if they lose money. But you got to start buying a little Meta down here at some point, I think. I mean, it's $94. It's down 40% from where it was before the earnings came out. And it's getting damn close on an RSI level. Now, if I start buying a little Meta, if we get another couple of down days, I will. It'll be for, you know, a long-term trade. It'll still trade around it, but I think Meta, you got to start buying some at some point down here. And if you're in it, so like the ones that you're in, Aaron, are you adding to these things, or are you just hanging in them? Are you going to try and dollar cost average a little bit?
As far as specific names, not really. I don't think add into any right now. I do have to at some point make a catch up or like do the rest of my contribution to my Roth. You get to put $6K in a year, I think.
At the end of the year, yeah.
I got to catch that up at the end of the year. So I'll probably be adding to some individual names at that point later in the year in December. As far as adding to any positions right now, only, you know, when I get paid every 2 weeks, part of my paycheck goes into my 401k through my work, and that goes, I have it going through a variety. I'll actually look at that right now for you, Dave, because I honestly don't know off the top of my head how I have those.
Well, here's what I would do. well, who knows where we're going to be in December, right? I don't know where we're going to be tomorrow. But well, actually, December's only a month away at the end of the year. The ones that you already have, that's where I put all that money into. You know, the ones you're in already, Meta, whatever the ones that you're already in that you haven't added to that have been cut in half and stuff.
Right. Well,
right. One sec. Is anyone else in the Apple trade? I don't think anybody else is. So, all right. Nice job, Ken. Go ahead. Let's take a look where we're at. Jeff, you're in it. Good. So Kenny's taking some profits here. If we get down to 149 level, take a little more profits off in that one, guys. Oh, wait, guys. The new private dating chat is coming up. Aaron,
private dating chat?
Yeah, check it out.
Oh, man, it's a
spam. Can I get more info on that?
Spam. We're blocking them. Man, I'm looking at my 401k right now. It's been getting hammered. It's down 10% from March to October. Well, let's see what this is in.
April, May, June, July, August, September, October. 10% is not bad, Aaron. Really? 10% is not bad to be.
Well, this is the one. This is what I'm saying that's through my work where I just get to pick between a few different funds. I don't have any management over this. I'm trying to see where I can see. I know there's a somewhere on here I can see where my future contributions are going.
Let me see where we were in March. Yeah, I mean, March we were up at 450 in the spiders. To only be down 10% when the market's down over 20%, that's not bad. That's pretty good. So I think you're in some good stuff, right? 10% is not bad at all. I wouldn't be too upset with 10% with the market doing what it's doing, right? At NVIDIA, Apple break even stop. Okay, NVIDIA. Yeah, let's take a look at NVIDIA. That is another stock that has just been absolutely destroyed, right? Down from $346. I mean, just
all right. I found my future election. So every 2 weeks, a percentage. I forget what the percentage is. Maybe it's either like 5 or 10% or whatever. My paycheck goes into this account. It gets split 50% into the Fidelity 500 index. So I think that's just like an S&P 500. So half into that, 25% into the Vanguard mid cap index. So I guess I picked a mid cap fund for whatever reason. I think I'm remembering I did that about 6 months ago because I was looking at, how much the IWM and stuff was down, just saying eventually some of these like small caps and mid caps going to come back. I don't really know. The other 25% in the BlackRock LifePath Index 2060, which is a BlackRock fund designed for retirees around 2060, which is when I'll be getting ready to retire. So I don't know. They're all pretty, nothing crazy. The Vanguard Mid Cap Index is probably my most risky investment. I'm in on that 401k.
Yeah, that's good though. I think whoever's doing it for you is doing a good job. Seriously, to only be down 10% and all this stuff is very, very good.
Me, I don't know I'm doing it.
Oh,
but just picking these different funds.
Man. You're doing great, and especially
I'm trying to figure. Let me see I'm trying to figure out what this Vanguard. Well, but my Roth, my self-directed Roth IRA that I have all the individual. That one was down way more because I had Rivian and all these more growthy names in there. So.
Jared, where did you buy Tesla and why? If you don't mind sharing. What paycheck? What's the symbol for paycheck, guys? PAY? No. What is it?
For what?
Oh, you mean you don't know what a paycheck is trading? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I haven't seen a regular paycheck in 30 years. I thought you were talking about the stock. Look, the market is due for a little bouncy here. As far as trading is concerned for the rest of the day, it's going to be a crapshoot. I don't know. We could get some short covering later in the day. We're in the middle of nowhere's land.
So I've seen Jay Rice is saying Home Depot short. Hedgeye thinks rates stay higher for longer, thus not good for the housing market. And I think all that's true. But I've also heard the argument, that as people are disincentivized from buying new homes because of mortgage rates rising, they're going to be more incentivized to fix up their current home. So Home Depot's a beneficiary. They benefit from that more so. Home Depot benefits more so from home improvement than new homes being built.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the long-term chart in this, it's basically done what every other stock has done, right? It's no better, no worse than every other stock has done. I mean, but look, this is another company, right? That when it gets really beat down, you just got to buy some. You think Home Depot's ever going anywhere?
No, and you're right. It does what it does, but it's held up better than a lot of the tech companies this year. I mean,
No
I was
question about that.
and from a valuation standpoint, I mean, Facebook Meta was worth like 3 times as much as Home Depot a couple years ago. Now Home Depot is worth more.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're down for 420 to 300, 120 points. You know, it's still what, 30%? I mean, the stock is still down 30%. But like you said, NVIDIA is down 70%. I mean, some of these other stocks are just getting absolutely destroyed. But you know, I love buying companies that make money, guys.
I think right now you gotta figure out, and that's exactly it, Dave. Buying companies that make money, like Warren Buffett's doing, you know. And right now, we're talking about, you know, okay, so the jobs openings, right, was higher than expected. Another sign that the economy's been strong through all the rate hikes, which, again, bad for the markets because it means that the Fed can keep raising rates for longer. But if all that's true, right, we know the Fed can keep raising rates for longer. That's going to be bad for growth in tech companies. The economy, underlying economy, seems to be pretty strong. I want the companies like Home Depot that are making money, that are doing well in a good economy.
Exactly. Doesn't matter how high the stocks were if they're never going back to those highs. Yeah, and that's a good point, Dick. And I have no idea I know the market will go back to its all-time highs, and I've been saying since the beginning of this that it's going to take a lot longer this time because we're in a different situation. We have a lot more things to worry about than just COVID or, you know, just this or that. We got Russia, we got China and Taiwan. We got a lot of stuff going on right now, and it's going to take a long time. And who knows? Maybe NVIDIA will never see $335 again. I don't know. You could absolutely be right, but you know, if you're look, what do you think? You're alone? There's a lot of people in this room that are long NVIDIA at 300 and 350 and whatever it is. And will it ever go back there? At some point, probably it will.
For NVIDIA, probably. There are a lot of names. I don't know, the upstarts of the world come to mind, maybe Roku's that might not ever get back to their highs. But like you said, Dave, the market sure will. The S&P 500 sure will. You know, and so, and no, Jay Rice, I think that's actually a good trade idea in terms of, because I do think the economy is strong, so that does mean the Fed can probably keep rates higher for longer than anticipated, probably bad for mortgage rates. But what I'm saying is I would try to, instead of being short Home Depot, because of that, find a name that's more strictly new homes being built, like home builders versus Home Depot. Home Depot benefits from both, right? New homes being built and home improvement. But
yeah, I mean, you don't like the housing market short Lennar. I mean, it's right at a resistance level. It's up 20 points from its lows. And I don't give anybody advice, but
I also think too, people, you have to keep in mind that, right, the Fed talks about, and sorry, this is more macro talk, Dave. We can get back to some. But the Fed talks about, you know, their it's dual mandate between unemployment and inflation. But they've got a third thing they're looking at, and it's the housing market, because they want to avoid any type of 2008 type of housing crash, you know. And so when we're looking at mortgage rates being at their 20-year high or whatever, they're going to be able to keep them up there for a little bit. But as they keep going higher and demand continues to wane for new homes, eventually the Fed's going to have to weigh that at least somewhat into their decision. I'm not saying they're going to care as much about that as unemployment and inflation, but eventually they're going to be like, oh yeah, by the way, you know, most Americans' wealth is baked into the ownership of their home, or the people that do own homes. We can't have those homes collapse 50% in value.
Yeah, no, and I don't think that'll happen either.
Yeah, that's my point. I don't think they're going to let that happen. So
what are we paying? We paying twice as much for interest rates as a year ago, something like that, aren't we? They were 3%. Now they're 7, 6, 7, 8%, right?
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I was seeing some numbers for the same house. You know, now you'd be paying like a $3,500 a month mortgage versus a year ago $2,200. You know, it's like,
yeah, exactly. So, any short levels on Tesla? Let's go look. Any short levels on Tesla? Getting a little leggy poo-poos. I would go up to at least a 30, guys. 230.58 during lunch. Right? And you guys know I hate even trading anything during lunch. Tomorrow's going to be a huge day. That's the bottom line, one way or the other. I'll tell you what usually happens on Fed Day, okay? They'll come out at 2 o'clock and tell us what they're doing. Probably going to raise 75 basis points. I think that's a consensus. I think that everybody is expecting 75 points. Then they're going to come out and they're going to say, what are we it's not going to be 50, Robert. They'll come out with some language. We're going to keep going. Are they going to be dovish or hawkish, meaning they have to keep their pedal to the metal, or they're going to be more data dependent now? So we're going to get a big knee jerk at 2 o'clock, whatever that is, right? Whatever that is. And then he'll come on at 2:30 and he'll bore everybody from 2:30 to 3:30. And we'll have no idea what he's talking about when he starts making all his statements and everything. And usually you don't get the real follow through until the following day. That's when they pick the real direction of which way the market's going to go. Usually it's the following day. So you get a lot of knee jerk up, down, and sideways. Goldman came out, yesterday and said 5% they think they're going to go to. Where are we now? 3.5, 3.25, 375?
Yeah, something like that. I think we're going to be at 375 after tomorrow. But here's the thing. I mean, like the whole, you got to talk about both parts. As bad as the rates are that we're going to be up this high, the reason we're going to be up this high is because the economy's been so resilient.
Yeah, every time a bad number comes out economically, the market goes up 500 points. So, again, the numbers aren't even going to matter, really. Everyone's saying jobs is the key. We need more jobs, less jobs, whatever. It's how the market's going to react to it. That's all that matters. The only thing that matters in anything, guys, is price action. So we'll see what they come out with tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it's going to be 75. And then, it'll depend on the language. I do know this. Again, we said it a long time ago. It's going to take a lot longer for us to get back to where we were. So we'll see. I would, if we get big capitulation, again, I'm looking at that 343 level in the spiders where I kind of jump into everything. Definitely keeping my eyes on Meta and Amazon in the coming days. If those things get a little smack-a-dack down from here, I'll be looking to start a little something in those things. And, for me, this market to get going, right, and reverse this major downtrend that we've been in for a long, long time. I'll just show you a couple of charts. I think it's a weekly one that we're going to have to get over. Yeah, 405.50. That is the big resistance on a weekly chart that if we got above, maybe we could start doing a little bit of damage back to the upside. So I don't know. We get a great number tomorrow. We could be at 405. Who knows? This is our monthly chart, guys. So this is the downtrend in the monthly chart, and that's around 402. So 402, 405 to me is what we got to get over to really get going. And 343, I hope, would be the bottom, no matter what happens in the coming days and weeks. But again, we're here day trading every day, just trying to make a couple of bucks, looking for setups. Longer term, the market will take care of itself. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. When we got up to this 389, 60, 390 for the twice we tried to test it, those were very big levels of resistance, and initially we could not get above them. So we'll see what happens in the coming days.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, tomorrow, again, I think it's pretty certain they're going 75 basis points. Powell, it's going to be more about the tone, right? It's going to be about is Powell saying, yeah, we're seeing signs of inflation coming down, commodity prices coming down across the board. Those are all good signs. Or is he going to say, oh, we added more jobs yesterday. The economy is still way too strong. The labor market's still too strong. Wage growth is still too high. We need to keep raising rates. Because, again, we pretty much know it's going to be 75 basis points. I guess you could get a surprise to either side. But for the most part, we're going to be looking at just his tone after the announcement.
Yeah. Do we have an unemployment number this Friday? I don't know if we do or not. I thought we might have.
We might have. We had some.
Do. Yeah. So we have a non-farm payrolls on Friday. Will that affect what they're going to do? It might affect what they're going to say, right? Depending on what it is. So Friday is going to be a big day with the unemployment number also, right? So we'll see. I mean, they're going to have this under their belts before they go into their, to make their decision next Wednesday. So, I mean, that could affect what they're going to say a little bit anyway. Amazon is the worst today. Yes, Amazon is an ugly stock, guys. We want to be short Amazon. I mean, why would you try to pick a bottom in Amazon when all it has done was go down the entire day today? People who try to pick bottoms in stocks like these go broke, right? There's just nothing here. We don't have anything daily, weekly, monthly. We got nothing. Yeah, 94.40 is a pivot point where I would definitely buy it for a trade, right? 94 put is 86 cents expiring Friday, Ken. That's not bad. If you think the market's going down from here, I might want to take a shot with that. That's not bad at all. Problem is, I hate shorting a stock after it's down $68,000. But one thing we notice, guys, you know, new lows make new lows and new highs make new highs. All right, Tesla's getting a little bounce here. Is Netflix doing anything? Let's see. Netflix. Not getting there. All right, where do we want to show a little short in Tesla again, guys? 30 EMA, 230.57.
Are you not? I'm honestly kind of surprised. And obviously, I mean, Tesla's down 42% year to date. But in this environment, in this like high interest rate environment, I'm kind of surprised Tesla's been able to hang out where it's been hanging out. I mean, 230 right now.
Yeah, and I talked about that this morning. I think this is going to be one of the first ones. If the market goes, this thing is going to really take off. That's what I think. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Let's go 65 EMA in Tesla, 291.10 for a short. Tesla's Tesla. Tesla's the cult of Tesla, right?
What level are you going short at? The VWAP?
We're going up to our 65 EMA, 231.10.
Okay, so if it gets up to 231.10, you're going short Tesla up there.
I'm going to short it for a trade. Yeah, we have a little level on the 30 at 230.56. We're not that far away from it right now, so I'd like to see it spike up a little more. And then at 232, you know, we're up $4 from the low. So everything we do is about odds, guys, even when we're day trading. So look, it hasn't even gotten above the trend yet. You know, if you're playing this for a trend trade, you're short right here at like 230. So it still hasn't been able to get above the trend yet. But everything is about odds, and the further something moves to hit one of our levels, the better the trade's going to be. So that's why I'm just being a little more conservative, especially in this market. See if we can get up a little higher from here. I got nothing this week, Aaron. I got nothing other than you want to share the email. People can come in and hang out with us for 5 days. Be pretty cool to hang out with the Fed announcement tomorrow. So if anyone wants it, we can pop up the email. You guys can get 5 days in my live trading room. So yeah, check it out in Tesla, guys. The 65 was actually the 200 was perfect in there. It's starting to go down off that.
Yeah, no, I think this has been a good conversation. Good preview for, of course, tomorrow's Fed meeting. dgreen927 at yahoo.com. I'll pop that email up on the screen as well. You can visit the website, wsgta.com. I'll pop that in the chat as well.
Thank you,
David. No, thank you, man. It's always a pleasure to get you on the show.
Just one more thing before I go, guys. I know there's a lot of peeps here. If you have not signed up for your Benzinga 2-week free trial, you are doing yourself a big disservice, guys and girls. Benzinga is as important as any one of my moving average or anything else that we use to help us make our trading decisions. So if anyone has not done that yet, go do it. It's a 2-week free trial, and it is a mega important tool. So pop that one up there too before we get out of here, Aaron. And thank you again.
Word. All right, David. Again, always a pleasure to have you. Looking forward to chatting next week. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Enjoy the week. Good luck tomorrow if you're gonna be trading.
Thanks, Aaron.
No
Guys,
problem.
if you want to come into the room, we'll hang out for the next 5 days.
Yeah, shoot him an email. And then again, wsga.com, popping that up there as well. Dave, we'll talk soon.
Thank you, Aaron.
All righty, y'all. That was Mr. David Green. Go ahead and shoot him an email. But yeah, guys, let me go ahead and pull my Benzinga Pro pulled up. We can take some tickers from the chat. Interesting. While I'm waiting for some tickers in the chat, I want to talk about a little story I wrote about today. Not really the most like market moving, important story in the world. Just something I thought was interesting. If you guys recall, back in 2009, there's actually some Benzinga lore here as well. So back in 2009, if you guys remember, it used to be this TV channel that got really big, I want to say, in the 80s, was really big in the 90s, was even big when I was growing up in the early 2000s. I don't even know if it still exists anymore. Well, it does, but it's not in the way it does. TV channel I'm talking about is MTV. They have a award show, 2009, the VMAs, most famous now for the Kanye West Taylor Swift stunt. The Benzinga lore here is that our CEO and founder, Jason Raznick, actually wrote an article, got it out quick during that award show. But it started in a very infamous relationship between West and Taylor Swift. Of course, Kanye West released a song, Famous, in 2016, where he went as far to claim that he made Taylor Swift famous. So they've had this long-standing rivalry. Taylor Swift now has passed Kanye West in terms of net worth. So this relationship started in 2009, 13 years ago. Ending now, not ending, but now Taylor Swift is worth more. Of course, from fallout from Kanye West losing his Adidas deal, Taylor Swift just put out a new album, doing really well. Just interesting. Hey, Philadelphia baseball team last appeared in World Series 2008. Yeah, I wrote about that too. We need AB on the street. Yep. 2009, I think AMD was going bankrupt. Yeah, I think around the same time Tesla was having some trouble too. No, it's not related to AMD at all. I just pulled up my Benzinga Pro, and this is what the stock was on, or this is what the chart was on, because AMD is reporting after hours today. It was just on my mind because I wrote about the Taylor Swift thing. It's just interesting. We talked about the Phillies thing. 2008, 1980, 1929, the last three times a Philadelphia baseball team has reached the World Series, or has won the World Series. There's been a financial... The thing about it is, so I wrote about it, researching it. They made it sound like every time the Phillies win the World Series, like the stock market crashes after, which was true in all the times that the stock market continued to move. But I think both in the 2008 World Series and in the 1980, the market had already been down like a majority of its move by the time it got to the World Series in the end of October. Whereas in the 1929 one, it was really like the Phillies, or not the Phillies, the Philadelphia Athletics at the time won the World Series in 1929, and quite literally like 14 days later was Black Tuesday. The stock market crashed. The Great Depression ensued. So the 1921 is the one that has like the closest actual, like market. I mean, I'm even gonna say correlation. Like I guess correlation, like timing wise. Whereas the other ones, again, 08, 1980, a lot of economic turmoil, market weakness already for like months heading into it, which is kind of analogous to today, 2022. A lot of market weakness and turmoil already heading into the World Series. So again, in the past times, it wasn't like mark the bottom. In 2008, the Phillies won the World Series in October and then maybe November, and then it wasn't until a few months later in March of 2009 that the stock market bottomed, but still ended up being, if you would have bought when the Phillies won the World Series in 2008, you would have been underwater for a couple months, but you would have ended up ended up being a pretty decent time to get in if you held on to it. Yeah, I mean, that's an incredible feat. All top 10 songs on the Billboard Hot 100 right now are Taylor Swift songs. Drake got close to doing it last September 2021. Drake had 9 out of the top 10. Oh, Shelly, I really, the city hate that's going around social media right now is actually crazy. It's not even factual. Like, facts don't care about your feel. Like, New York is statistically, LA, like they're all like statistically safer places to live than a lot of rural America. I also don't know how it became like a Bloomberg wrote an article talking about the crime statistics of it. I'll drop it in the link if anyone's curious. I don't know how it became this like kind of like alpha male wannabe trait to act like you're scared of city. Like, I walk around downtown Detroit at night, like literally like all the time. I've never once been or felt scared. I don't know why people I know why it is. It's the media. New York is a lot safer than small town America. Rising homicides rate don't tell you the whole story. When you dig deeper into data on deaths, you'll find the urban surroundings, the less danger you face. So again, don't always, it's interesting. So I learned about this in college too, in like the 1980s and 90s, really when cable news networks started like getting really big. Cable news networks found out it was profitable. It was good for ratings to report on crime. So they started reporting on crime more for a profit. And as a result, people thought, because they were seeing more crime news on TV and stuff, that crime was rising. If you looked at like polling data in some of the 80s, 90s, people all said, or not all, but like 80% of respondents said they thought crime was rising because they were seeing more media coverage. When in reality, crime was actually falling throughout those years. It was getting safer to live. They thought it was getting more dangerous. And I think you're kind of seeing a similar situation right now with how much stuff people are talking about these things on social media and like all this stuff. It ends up getting into people's heads a lot more than it is. Yeah, no, I literally, today it probably wouldn't be that telling on noon on a Tuesday, but if you really wanted me to, I'd go join from my phone and walk around Detroit and show you. It's actually a really nice city. What is the narrative you were trying to push here? I was just fighting back against the Mike, stay safe out there. Assault's gone up in LA. Because it is true, to Shelly's point, it is true that I think homicide rates have gone up, like especially I think probably COVID related. If you look at the chart of homicides, it's like a huge decline over the whatever, and then a spike up in 2020 from COVID. And then where we're at now, essentially with this kind of minuscule jump in homicide rates from last year, we're still in relative to human history. Like living in LA is very safe. See, like that's just not, I don't think that's, actually, I know that's not true. Basically, my point was just trying, like, I guess, when you go out and find the fact, like in the Bloomberg article, like they're looking at actual facts, not just, following any media narratives. All right, show me. That's fine. You can leave, but I'm just saying, show me. You just said that crime's at an all-time high. Show me a statistic to back that up. That crime is at an all-time high. Wherever, United States, California, wherever. If you make a claim, like the onus is on you to then, But either way, we don't have to argue about it. Neither here nor there. See ya. We'll talk about stocks. I'm getting in with David on this short Tesla trade if Tesla gets up to 231. I don't think Tesla is able to maintain its current valuation as interest rates remain this high. Current price to sales over 10. Current forward PE 42. I'm not even saying I hate Tesla as a long-term investment at this point, because I'm not saying that. I own shares of Tesla. I just think out of all the stocks out there that are getting closer to a fair valuation, getting prices coming down, Tesla still hasn't relative to those. Tesla's PE, Tesla's price to sales is still way too high compared to, the S&P average, historical average. Yeah, it is. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's very easily disproven but it's, again, I think that specific narrative that cities are unsafe to live in, whatever, is pushed, and then it ends up not being true. I was just reading about that. Again, I don't want to argue about politics, where people are going to have their own biases, what they want to believe. So, if you look into it again, is it statistically that much more dangerous to live in LA or New York than other parts of the country? No. But people want you to make you believe it is. And again, I live in Detroit right now. I'm from St. Louis. I don't know. So it is kind of personal to me when I hear people that don't know, that don't live in, whatever. But anyway, again, we don't have to go too much there. We can stick to stocks. Yeah, you can go verified on non-Bloomberg. I mean, that's just a ludicrous claim to make. Yeah, California is beautiful. I'm going out to California. My little brother's at school in Los Angeles right now. I'm going out there to visit him. My mom's also working out in California right now, so I'm gonna get out there soon. Jesse, this time travel is killing me. By the time I get accustomed, I'll be back. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Lahala? No, wait, can you see behind me? Downtown Detroit? It's a beautiful day. Beautiful, here in a couple months, if you tune into the show, they're getting ready to build the ice rink right now. They're building the ice rink. This is right outside our office. You'll be able to see it in the background of the show. Just beautiful. I mean, downtown Detroit right now, especially right in this area right here, Campus Martius. Like this right here, this picture. Hold on, let me zoom in here. This right where my cursor is right here is like where I'm sitting right now in Detroit. This is our building behind the ice rink on this picture. Let's see if we can see the. Oh, this must be an old picture. Cause I don't see the sign, the Zinger sign out there. We'll have to get them to update that picture. But all right, guys, let me see what tickers we've got flying in the chat. I'm in California. I don't see what's so special about it. Yeah, I think I do think. I mean, California has very beautiful nature between the beaches, mountains. Like you have a lot of things there you don't have in a lot of other states. But there are other states, especially on the West Coast, like Oregon, Washington, all those places are beautiful. But I get the hype around California, especially if I'm from Missouri. Like if you want to compare Missouri, like I have my first cousins grew up in Santa Monica and I grew up in St. Louis. There's a big difference there. But California is a big state, so there are people that have we're 100% going to get AB on the ice rink. But California is a big state, so if you live in like central California and you're not near the beach, and I could see why you. Do AMD. Yeah, okay, so AMD is reporting earnings after the close today. AMD stock is actually doing pretty well today, up 0.7%, showing that there are some people trying to get out ahead of the stock, maybe trying to buy it before earnings. Of course, AMD got all the way up to $165 a share back in November 2021. Currently $60 a share right now. I don't know. I think it all depends on what your time frame is with AMD. If you're trying to go long term, you can buy it before the earnings report tonight and know, okay, it could go down 10%. I'm going to hold it. I don't know. We've seen across the board demand for chips is your office by Rocket? Yeah, it is. We've seen across the board demand for chips kind of been lower, but what we've seen is that it hasn't really had the effect in terms of the stock. We saw Micron report a couple weeks ago. When was that? Calendar, about a month ago, September 29th. And the earnings report wasn't good, but the stock didn't go down too much. And I could foresee something like that happening with AMD. And I said this about Amazon, and I was completely and utterly wrong. So take that for what you will. Take that with a grain of salt. Like I might be wrong about AMD as well. Like just on the point where I wouldn't want to be short going into this, just because the short side, I feel like a lot of the alpha, the potential return has been taken out by the big move, gradual move over the past year, plus that has already dragged Micron stock down from 100 to 50. Like, why would I want to go short a stock that's already been cut down 50%? For AMD, why go short now when it's down at $60 when it was up at 160, this time last year? So if anything, I'd be more incentivized to go long just based on what the move has already gone. Again, I said the same thing about Amazon, was completely wrong. But you have to take that into account that some of the bad things that could come from the earnings report, both in terms of the actual numbers reported from the previous quarter and outlook and guidance, the both on both sides of that, part of it can already be priced in by the stock being down from 160 to 60, right? The stock's gone down $100. You don't think part of that is investors saying, we expect this quarter to not be as good as the past quarter. We expect them to cut guidance. So then when those things happen, is the stock really going to move another 20%? Or is Mr. Market going to say, yeah, AMD, your last quarter wasn't great. We knew that it wasn't going to be great. That's why the stock's down 80, whatever percent. So, you short Meta lasted week, dropped 30%. Yeah, and again, no, I'm saying I said the same thing, or maybe it was about Meta, not Amazon, that I said that. I don't know. Just where, it doesn't. Again, I'm not just because the stock has gone down 60% doesn't mean it can't go down another 60%. It can. That's not my point. My point is just that, in this current market environment, I think a lot of these bad things the companies might say have been starting to get priced in. So I'm more incentivized. I'd rather, take risk long here than take risk short. Because either way, you're taking risk on. If you're making an options trade, or if you're buying the stock, or if you're selling the stock into earnings, you're making a bet. And I'm just saying, if I'm making that bet, I might be more likely to go long here than short. We don't get enough haters anymore. Sad. Yeah, I do think the kind of on the like the Musk Twitter, like I do like the idea of basically like nothing should be censored. Just let people put their bad ideas out there. Like let the public like tear down and like show how bad like whatever is. And if you here's what I hate is if you put a like statement out there, like whoever said that earlier in the chat, I think they said they're leaving now, they're gone. But that crime's at an all-time high. Like if you make a claim, like you have the freedom to say that, but then I have the freedom to ask you for a source or for facts. Like that's how discourse should work. Like that's how it's kind of always been town hall. I also, I've been reading about like people philosophizing on what the future of the internet will look like, etc. Like the idea that internet should be a utility, whatever, but that people should have to like identify themselves. Like so on Twitter, like people would have to post from their real name, like with their real picture and stuff. Like I think that would actually solve a lot of internet problems. I don't think it will ever happen. Like I think free speech. I think different rules would people wouldn't make that happen. Or wouldn't want to see those regulations coming in, but I do think it's an interesting idea that would solve some problems. Don't think it'll happen. Not even saying I support it. Just thought it's interesting. On semiconductor, Jay Rice is talking about it. Wasn't a great reaction yesterday. Yeah, but it's up 2% today. It looks like. So I don't know. I didn't follow. Did it report yesterday? Yeah, it looks like down 9%. Look, I think, and I was kind of talking about this with David Green earlier. If you're looking at what's going on right now from kind of a macro overall perspective, okay, the economy has been, we can argue about it all you want. The economy has been pretty damn strong. When I say strong, I don't mean, okay, firing on all cylinders at all-time highs. Everything's amazing, but the economy has been relatively strong considering the interest rates rising up. Relatively resilient. We've been continuing to add jobs as displayed by the JOLTS data today. Wage growth has continued to grow. GDP, is now positive after people freaked out that it was slightly negative for 2 straight quarters. So knowing all these things, right, we know the Federal Reserve will probably be able to keep interest rates higher for longer. We know that's not good for growth in tech. So knowing all these things, knowing the underlying economy, at least for now, is pretty decent. Like, why not look at some of these value names, some of the energy names, some of, like, to me, it doesn't make sense, I guess, like I'm saying, like we're talking about these semiconductor names, and there will be a time, and we're probably not too far off from the time to really be looking at some of these semi names, to be looking at some of these growth names that have been beaten down. But why now? Why, when it looks like all the indications we have that at least for the next couple months, at least for the next 2 FOMC meetings, I don't know, that the Fed has the power to keep raising interest rates. The economy has remained strong. So in an economy that remains strong, the companies like energy companies that make a lot of money are going to do well. And like we were talking about Home Depot earlier, if the underlying economy is good, if wage growth is rising, if we're adding jobs to the economy, and mortgage rates are rising, so people might not be buying houses, something like Home Depot could be good. People might have money to spend at Home Depot, and the stock's down 30. So in a strong economy, high interest rates, I want these value names. I want the names that are producing cash. And you don't have to go super consumer. I mean, it can be trying to think of other names like Targets. Like I like a Target right now more than I like Nvidia. And I'm saying this as someone who has always been more growth oriented. Like my portfolio of myself that I'm making has always been more tech and growth oriented. But right now, I think it'd be silly to be picking semiconductor names. Green Machine, yeah. Dip buyers and Peloton, how they doing from 150? It's a good question. I haven't checked that Peloton. If I'm gonna guess without looking at it, it's a $6.50 stock. Wow, $9. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, are you buying this as a potential takeover target? I really don't know. I was always a hater of this stock. No, Shelly, I don't want you to be an AB hater. Diesel inventory very down. See how strong it is next year when sustained high interest rates start killing the customer. Right. Exactly. Like that's right. Like, and the Federal Reserve knows that by raising interest rates, they're hurting the economy. And I think even they thought that by now the rates rising would have had such an impact on the labor market, such an adverse effect on the labor market and the economy. It would have hurt the economy so much that as a result of that, inflation would also come down as demand drops, and they would be able to say, okay, the rates have done their job. Now we can stop hiking them higher, or even maybe start lowering them again. But that hasn't happened. The opposite has happened, where instead of the effects of the interest rates being reverberated throughout the labor market and then thus inflation, that hasn't really happened. The labor market has remained hot, as hot as it would have if we weren't raising interest rates? No, probably not. But has the labor market and the U.S. economy overall remained pretty resilient over the last 5 months through these interest rate hikes? Yes. And I don't think a lot of economists really predicted that. In fact, a lot were saying it was very irresponsible to be raising the interest rates that high and quickly in the first place because the economy couldn't handle that. In fact, I was kind of on that side. And those economists were wrong because the economy surely has been able to handle it. And like thinking about it is saying eventually that runs out. And that's what we're waiting for right now. We're waiting for these effects to be seen. We're waiting for the jobs numbers to be coming in negative. We're waiting for these things to show that the interest rates are working so that we don't have to keep raising them. But right now, again, we haven't really seen, outside of inflation looking like it's falling in a lot of areas, haven't seen too much indication that the interest rates are working really as far as slowing the economy down. Remember when Sam was over 1,000 or... Oh, you're talking about this. I was like, who is Sam? Who is Sam? Yeah, there were a lot of signs, I think, in hindsight, looking back on it. What was the one? I think, seeing Fubo at 56, like looking at Fubo's chart, and again, I gave this example yesterday, like a company that, if it's really that growing, whatever, like I should know people that use it because I watch sports and my friends watch sports, and that's what Fubo does. Same thing with like an Upstart, or same thing with a SoFi. Basically, any SPAC chart that went crazy. Sam. Well, yeah. Okay, because to be fair, not to really be fair, because I don't know how I don't know how. Okay, because a lot of did they switch their ticker? Boston Beer. No, Sam. Okay, so to be fair, a lot of Sam's crazy price increase, a lot of it was attributed to I forget if they own. I think they own Truly, which had like a first mover advantage, Truly and White Claw in the seltzer world. And so the growth looked really crazy. Like it became a growth company because of the seltzer. And I don't think a lot of people knew, I guess I think a lot of people like analysts and whatever were speculating on the potential market opportunity, market value of the seltzer market. Boston Beer had it coming in. But I don't know how these people don't anticipate. I don't know how the analysts don't anticipate, okay, but then that means like more competition is going to come in as popularity rises, whatever. So I'm not saying that the seltzer story 100% tells this stock chart story, but a lot of why Sam went from 400 to 1300 was like revenue, like crazy growth, which a lot of it's attributed to those seltzers. Of course, the seltzer market has since become very, very, very saturated. Maybe even overall, the seltzer market, I don't know. I haven't looked into it recently, but maybe there was an expectation back in the day when it was first getting big that like, oh my God, it's going to cut into this much of the beer market, whatever. And then over time, it's turned out that not to be the case. I don't really know. Either way, yeah, seeing this Boston Beer Company, which I don't know. I mean, like looking at it now, isn't it super cheap now? No, price of sales 2 points. It's not even cheap. They must have had a huge revenue decline. Let's go to the financial income statement, annual. Yeah, I mean, you saw revenue decline year over year, which is not what you want to see. And that's what I'm saying is I'm pretty sure. So this is the 12 months, 2019, 12 months, 2020. Like, I'd be surprised if Truly isn't losing market share to other names. So Boston Beer Company is not really that interesting to me. Arden saying I missed the good old day of SPACs. Mitch is saying I do too. I do too. I mean, it was fun. Everyone was SPACing. You had Bill the SPAC man Ackman who was doing SPACs every single day. You had Chamath who was SPACing every single day. Can't even pay a company to go public via SPAC right now. We ran Bowen to 400. I mean, and I think that's what's crazy too is looking back on and I guess we can call it a bubble now of stocks in like late 2021 or whatever. But a lot of the stocks that were kind of, behaving like bubble stocks weren't even really super growthy tech names, right? We're talking about Boston Beer going from 300 up to over 1,000, right? Bowen going from, what did Bowen do after the COVID? Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, Bowen, oh, never mind. Bowen never even got close to its all-time highs, even in the COVID run. Something like Disney. I mean, Disney got almost double, no, not really almost double, but Disney got way higher than its previous all-time highs during COVID, like a time where like all the parks were closed and stuff. And again, I know a lot of that growth is attributed to Disney Plus, but Bill the Ackman SPACman. If Tesla was to compress, how low do you think it could go? I think Tesla's floor is very I think looking at the chart, like this thing could could easily get back down to $60. If the Fed keeps interest rates at 5% for a year, Tesla's back at $60. Do I think that's going to happen? No. Could it? Yeah. Realistically, more likely, probably first 180, then 160, then 60. I mean, I don't know. I didn't really honestly think like Bitcoin was going to get as low as it did, and then looking at the chart, like you can see the symmetry. It comes. It almost came all the way back down from this huge move. I think I saw something about how there was at one point where you could have bought the height You could have bought at the peak in 2018 and I think been underwater on your position if you held it like as little as a few months ago, which is crazy to me. I didn't think you'd ever be able to say that when we were up here at 60,000 on Bitcoin. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good question for the chat. What is the most, you got to give a ticker and a price that is the most indicative? And I know we know hindsight's 2020, right? Looking back on it, what looking back on it was the most obvious sign of a top? Moderna over 400, maybe. That's a good answer. All right, and we'll do some stipulations. You can't say GameStop over 300 or AMC over 40 or whatever it was. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I think both those are good answers. Peloton and Zoom. Peloton for sure. I mean, this thing was, jeez Louise. Yeah. Bam ridden, and that was it. Oh, what about like remember when the didn't Carr go like freaking berserk one day? Yeah, look at this. Remember when Carr went to 544? I mean, and this isn't even like a tiny company. I mean, this is a big car rental company, a $10 billion car, and like the market. I just don't know. I don't really understand. I still, I guess, don't fully maybe it's just the fact that interest rates were so low and there was so much money going around. Like, I don't understand the market conditions that made something like this possible. Like, made it possible for this company to go up to $554 in like a day. DWAC at 170. That's that's kind of the I guess it's not funny, and we talked about this yesterday, or I don't know when we talked about it, but just like senators and Congress people being able to trade stocks and stuff. The one good thing about it is we're able to laugh when people make terrible trades, even with insider knowledge and information. We know that Marjorie Taylor Greene, or I think that's her name, bought this stock like in between like 90 and 100. Like, you have to, when you report it, I think for whatever reason, there was like they don't give you the exact price they bought it at, but some range, or no, it's a date range. So she bought it in between a date range, and in between that week or the 5 days, it was either between like $90 or like 120 on DWAC, not on DWAC. It's just like, how are you down 90% on a trade, and you're the one making the laws? Come on now, Marjorie, be better. Finally had Bros Coffee in Arizona. So I've never had it. From what I've heard, it's pretty, and maybe MD, like you, I'm sure it's like a normal coffee place. You can get whatever you want, whatever type of coffee drink you want. But I've heard the drinks are pretty sugary. Yeah, do you guys remember that story? I think it was a CNBC headline about like 4% of people quit their jobs because they made enough money off crypto. I bet you those 4% of people went back into the workforce now, if I had to guess. Nicola over 90. Yeah, a lot of the Chinese names probably got way too high. I mean, Baba over 300. I can't wait to be able to say I'm making a list right now of everyone in this chat. And I don't know I don't know what's going to be going on in dating 45 now. You're dating Donald Trump, Sydney? Is that what you're saying? If so, can you get him on the show? I think it'd be great for ratings. Bros, black, no sugar, no. And that's what I'm saying, is that I think I'm sure it's like any other coffee shop where you can just get a black coffee, but from what I've heard, the coffees are sugary. But it's the same thing as like Dunkin', right? But I think if you go to like Dutch Bros I don't know. From what I saw, maybe it was just like some commercial or advertisement I saw. It looked like their let me see a menu. How do I see a menu? Dutch Bros. It is kind of crazy. Yeah, see, like this is a milkshake. But I mean, Starbucks and Dunkin' has them too. What's the oh my God. So if you start out with the picture perfect drink, a medium one to start your day, you're looking at 770 calories. And oh my God. Oh my God. 113 grams of sugar. How many?
Do you even bros?
How many grams of sugar are in a sugar packet? 4 grams. All right, so there are 4 grams of sugar in a sugar packet. So in the medium, picture perfect, there are over 25 packets of sugar. Imagine opening 25 packets of sugar and pouring them in a coffee mug and drinking it. Is that from this morning, Mitch?
Yeah. From this morning, you know, I just got me my Dutch Bros. You know.
I thought because I knew Dutch was out in Colorado where you were. I didn't know Dutch Bros was out in North Carolina.
No, they're not. I kept the cup. It's a souvenir. It's a souvenir
okay,
now.
I was gonna say.
They got a coffee 911. Oh man, that thing. Whew, you need some caffeine. That coffee.
Oh, is it is it like a red eye? Is like a coffee with espresso in it?
Yeah, it has like 7 shots of espresso. Like it's insane, man. Oh,
911.
The 911 right there.
The 911 packs 6 shots of espresso, half and half, and Irish cream syrup into one strong energy packed drink.
The caffeine on that baby.
Woo. Dude. Yeah, I just would love to Shelly saying like ooh the calories. Like Shelly, you don't understand. Like there are Americans out here that go to Dunkin' Donuts drive-through every day. Don't even get out of their car. It's like a large essentially milkshake, 2 donuts, and they're like 1,500 calories and 3 days worth of sugar deep by 9 a.m. before they even get to the office. It's just the most insane. It's the most insane.
That's what we live in. The real key to bros, though, I think that is an advantage, right? If you want to understand the business, right? It's that it's just a drive-through, right? You can't go inside the store. You can't sit inside and stay there for 3 hours, right? They just want you in and out of that bad boy. And they also do one good thing. I don't know if you've seen it, AB, but they do like the Chick-fil-A girls. Like they're outside taking your order through the line. That gives it a little bit.
Wait, why do they have to be girls?
Well, I mean, normally at Chick-fil-A they got the girls out there. I'm not gonna lie, but
I've seen both.
You've seen both? Well, who knows? Chick-fil-A outside people. How's that?
Yeah,
but definitely just
I think that's just increasing efficiency. Have you seen a Scooters coffee? It sounds similar to that. We had those back home in Missouri.
I heard Scooters before. Yeah, very similar.
It's similar to where it's just like if you look at a scooter, like this is like the Scooters that was by me. It's literally just a drive-through. Like it's not a big
That's
place.
What Bros is. You just found out what Bros is, AB.
Right.
Literally, that's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They sound pretty similar. And by the way, Scooters menu is also kind of like Bros, where it's a bunch of I don't even know. But anyway, thanks for hopping on, Mitch. We've got about peace. Mitch will be back 15 minutes on Stock Market Mover. So of course. Do not go anywhere. I'd say this stream is going to redirect you there, but you don't even have to do that. You don't even have to worry about that anymore. We are going all day live, at least until 3 p.m. at this point. But yeah, man, Mitch is going to be talking to Fred Hubler, the CEO and Chief Wealth Strategist at Creative Capital Wealth Management Group. Sorry, I had to make sure I got that title right. There you go. Fred Hubler, CEO and Chief Wealth Strategist at Creative Capital Wealth Management Group. Let's go back to my Benzinga Pro. We'll take some tickers out of the chat over the next 15 minutes. Finish up. We can also look at what some of the top articles are today on Benzinga.com. Seeing what people are reading about, which tickers people are reading about. Amazon has been one of the most read about tickers on Benzinga today, which is pretty rare. Because, usually, especially in the tech scene, like if a big tech company is leading in terms of readership, it's going to be your Apple or your Tesla. But of course, Amazon down more than 5% today at this point. Getting a lot of readers on it. People saying, hey, what's going on with my Amazon position? Like I don't want to keep seeing my Amazon position going down. People might have been buying this up at, you're down from the highs of Amazon right now. And of course, you got to keep in mind the stock went through a split. So if you're thinking about where the stock was, it didn't really go from 1,000 to 100, but it sure feels like it. But we're down more than 47% from our highs back in November 2021 on Amazon. Guys, look, like why is Amazon shares are trading lower over overall market weakness? Okay, so I didn't think there was any specific Amazon company news, but it kind of feels like it, right? Because I don't think, Apple's down 2%, Microsoft's down a little bit less than 2%, Google's down 3%, but why is Amazon getting shellacked out of the group? Even Netflix is holding up comparatively to Amazon. I don't know what the cloud computing world is so new, and that's where so much of Amazon's revenue comes from AWS, and same with Microsoft with Azure, that I don't know, we haven't really seen how these cloud computing business verticals hold up in times of in recession times, in times where the economy is slowing down, in times where the Fed has to start rising interest rates. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know if that means that, okay, if Fed keeps interest rates at 5% and the economy slows down, that AWS's revenue from, or that Amazon's revenue from AWS and its cloud data part of its business is going to go down 30%, or if it's going to hold up pretty well compared to the market retail part of it. From what we've seen so far in Microsoft and Amazon's earnings, those parts of the business have gotten hit in terms of growth, but still make up a major part of the company's revenue. So again, I'm kind of very unsure about the outlook of Amazon and Microsoft over the next few months, just because of that, because I don't know what the cloud computing part of their business looks like in this current market environment. But what I will say is, and I said this earlier with David Green, I'm a shareholder at Amazon. I'll be interested in adding to it, especially if we start getting down here to like $90. Maybe if you look at the chart, if we pull up the daily chart, and I'm not the biggest, chartist, if you will, in the world, but you can see this, pattern where we're coming back down, giving up these gains where we were really going straight up. Like, that's not sustainable, right? You can be on a slow, steady, gradual increase on the chart, but if you start going straight up, you're pretty much guaranteed to come straight down. So Amazon basically went straight up here, kind of hung out, barcoded for about a year, hung out up here. Now we came back down, basically a big gap to fill, but we're back down to where we have this previous support, where I'm starting to say, all right, I can start building a position in Amazon again. Again, maybe not right this second, maybe not the next couple months, but here pretty damn soon. And honestly, I think I might buy some here and just say, I don't care what the next few months looks like. In 5 years, I'm going to be laughing about the fact that I was able to buy shares at Amazon under $100. Let me catch up on the... Yeah, and I think that's the consensus, Shelly, that growth slows, cloud slows. I think my question, and I guess what I'm wondering is, like, in relation, because, right, growth slows, the marketplace for Amazon slows. What I'm trying to figure out, does the cloud side of the business slow down more or less than the market side part of the business? Yeah, Amazon reported last Thursday, and they weren't great earnings, but we knew that. The stock was down 20%, came back a little bit. PFE, wonder if Biden will slap a... So what's the deal? I need to update myself on the lawsuit situation, So Moderna was suing Pfizer for using its mRNA vaccine. Or no, basically what happened was Moderna said, "Hey, in for the good of the people, we're going to let you guys use our patent to make this vaccine." Pfizer did, and now Moderna kind of came back and try to renegotiate on it essentially and say, okay, we will give you the patent for free for like the first 6 months, but then you got to pay us royalties, for using the mRNA vaccine for the last year or something. So I don't really know what's going on with that. It sounds like Moderna doesn't really have a claim in that lawsuit, because if they said, yeah, you can use this, and then they start using it, Pfizer's under the false pretense essentially, or they're under the presumption that they're fine to use it, and so why would they then be liable? I don't know if that actually, if there was a conclusion in that lawsuit yet, if that's still going on. I was looking into it about a month ago, and I don't know what happened there. Always like Shop for some unknown reason. I like Shop too. I think it's one of those I think it's one of those companies that if you look at the stock chart, for surely got kind of grouped up with the rest of these growthy, high-tech names during the COVID bubble that just went crazy. I mean, and again, this is split adjusted, but Shopify's stock went up to 177. I mean, if you guys remember, it was in the thousands or like the high 800s or whatever. But anyway, 177 back down to 35 now. But this is one of the few companies that I can look at with a chart like this from COVID and say, I like Shop long term. I think it's a legitimate company that's going to continue to grow, makes a lot of money, has a decent, revenue and income right now. Or maybe the data is out there. I'm in my bed being lazy here. Oh, lazy, hee. Got to give Pete's number one. That is a question. Will, in our lifetime, in the next 20, 30 years, will we see someone take down the giant? Will we see someone take down Starbucks? Bezos is chasing Elon. He has issues. I don't think Bezos is chasing Elon. I think they're very different people and both in different places in their lives, right? Elon is now, think about it. How could they be more different? Elon is literally the CEO of like 6 companies right now. He's running Boring. What's the chip one? So he's running Boring Company, whatever the chip one is. The Tesla, obviously, Twitter now, SpaceX. Like, how do you have time to run all these companies? Bezos isn't the CEO of any company. Is Bezos the CEO of Blue Origin? I don't think so. I don't think Bezos like holds any titles like that. Does Bezos have a job? That's what I'm Googling right now. He is the founder, executive, former Jeff Bezos. Does Jeff Bezos have a job? I don't think he does. Someone tell this guy to get a job. Blue Origin. So he founded Blue Origin. I don't think Jeff Bezos' day consists of much like work. Elon already lapped Bezos 10 times in terms of net worth. I'd say maybe you can gauge cloud versus products intuitively via product versus service performance during these. Yeah, I think on the cloud side, you have I think you can see both. You can see both sides, right? To where you can say maybe the income's more steady, well, on the cloud side, because Amazon has the pricing power, and there are all these companies like Benzinga, like we use AWS. If Amazon says, okay, we're raising the prices 20%, we're not really in a position to say like, no, like we need AWS, like whatever. But also like there's probably a lot of companies, websites, startups, whatever, that use AWS that might be at risk if they go out of business. Same thing with like Square. Like a lot of Square's revenue comes from being in small businesses, being the payment operating system at a lot of small businesses. So if those small businesses go out of business, there goes that revenue line, right? McDonald's doesn't need a Square chip reader for you to swipe your card at, but the, mom and pop cookie shop bakery from you down the street might. So Amazon AWS, like if a lot of websites, whatever, that are using AWS go under, probably not going to be great. Square, by the way, if you guys remember, maybe I can do the compare. I just had Shop up. Shop and Square's charts look very similar. And I think they're, let me get them. See, I mean, come on. Like, these are companies that are in completely different things. Like, this is just proof that growth and tech were just trading all together, like earnings, schmurnings, company-specific catalysts, whatever. Like, these stock charts, look how similar they are here. Let me try to make, is it very visible? Should I try to make let's go to settings, style. Let's change it to white, maybe. Let's make it super thick. We like that thickness. Now you can't even see the square one as well. Here, let's change this one. Whatever. You guys get the point. My point is, in both of these stocks, I'd put in the same category of stocks went crazy during COVID, got way too overextended. Now I actually kind of like them down here. Like, I think they're both Square and what's the other one we're looking at? Shopify are legitimate companies that have good growth outlooks, that have good potential in the future. Is there some more hard months ahead for these companies? Probably. Is growth out of the woods in terms of the Fed getting ready? No, of course not. But would I start taking risk on to own Square and Block for a long-term investment? Yeah, I would. Because these are the type of names that if you look back in the 08 bubble, whatever, when all the .com names came crashing down, didn't matter who you were, you got crushed. Amazon stock went down 80%, right? A lot of these stocks, Apple stock went down, so these stocks got crushed. And we're at those levels on Shopify and Square. They're down 80%. Square's down. Let's see how much Square's down. Square's down 80%. At the time, I'm sure it didn't seem like that smart to be throwing money into Amazon or Apple or whatever in those .com bubble crashes either. But the real legit companies that made it out of the .com bubble crash, that's how much they went down, 70, 80% across the board. That's how much Square and Shop are down right now. I'm saying I want to find those ones that are beaten up but that are going to survive, going to end up growing, and this isn't the end of the story for Shopify or Square. I'm willing to start nibbling at some of them. Elon, like Henry Ford, always hired someone smarter than him. CS:GO is the poster child for why valuations matter, has grown quite a bit over the last 20 years, but I'm not even familiar. Oh, you're talking about Cisco? I always get Cisco and Crisco mixed up. That make the like shortening. What is Cisco a I have no clue. I'm not really that familiar with Cisco's business, to be honest with you. Apple App Store news. All right, I got Money Mitch hanging out backstage, but we've got a minute or two to go through some to see what this app. Ooh. Apple gets nipped on report of App Store sales decline. All right, to be fair, I don't know if they're talking about like in-app purchases or what there. When was the last time you've bought an app off the App Store? Because I think, well, I guess I should say it's probably a little bit different now, because I think the model now is for apps to be free, and then they find a way to monetize you some other way, right? Even things like off the top of my head, I'm trying to think. Like, for example, my fantasy football app for ESPN is a free app. granted, if it was a $2 app, 100% I'd buy that. But it's a free app, but then there's ads on it, right? It'll say like, oh, you're checking your scores. This one's sponsored by Miller. It's like, all right, cool. But anyway, like I don't think the model for a lot of even companies with apps now is to charge for the app. But it did used to be commonplace, right? Like in 2010, right, when iPhones were first started getting big, you would buy stupid 99-cent, $1.99 apps all the time. Don't do it anymore. Yeah, I know Cisco is some sort of like tech network, internet play. I just have never been. Cisco was fang. Yeah, that's how I think. That's how I think of Cisco as being like a older tech. Like I group Cisco in my head with like IBM and Intel, kind of like tech leaders of back in the day. What about Savvis? Do you guys remember Savvis? Is that still a company? Like the Savvis Center in St. Louis was what it was called when I was growing up. What did Savvis do? Okay, they got bought out by Lumen Technologies, formerly CenturyLink. Sells managed hosting and co-location services headquartered in Town and Country, Missouri. The company owns more than 50 data centers. Savvis kind of really screwed up. They could have been like one of the biggest companies in the world. There was some drama. Anyway, Savvis was one of the biggest companies in St. Louis at the time, publicly traded. I think there was some controversies with the stock. I don't know. It was probably a stock. What's Savvis? That doesn't make sense, Shelly, but it's spelled with 2 V's. You can look it up. I grew up going to the Savvis Center in St. Louis. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and start getting out of here, but I do want to tell you guys a little bit more about our big December event coming up in New York City, the future of crypto. We've got a cool little video promo to play for it. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get that video up here. Go ahead and show y'all some more about the event we've got coming up. You got to be there or be square. After the promo, we'll be live with Money Mitch, Stock Market Movers. Fun show coming up, so do not go anywhere. Without further ado, check out the future of crypto.
All right, team. Yeah, definitely check out the Future of Crypto show. It's going to be December 7th. Don't miss it, team. Just threw up that link so that you guys can get your ticket in New York City. Make a trip. Come and join us, Benzinga in New York City. It's definitely going to be fun. Chris Ketchy will be a part of that. And he'll be, of course, doing the roadmap up next. But let's get into the action today. Let's talk about what we're going to talk about on today's show. We'll definitely get into the JOLTS report. We'll talk about employment openings. We'll talk about, of course, ISM manufacturing data, economic data hitting the tape. We got a lot of earnings reports to get through. BP, Pfizer, Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, Uber, SoFi. I know that some people saw that SoFi move. We got Sony also moving on earnings. There's a bunch of earnings reports we can get into, and also some ratings out there. Carvana getting some movement on a rating. We'll get into that rating, and we won't miss taking a look at the China stocks. Is the recent bounce something to be looking for a short? We'll talk about it right here on Stock Market Movers. And of course, I got my guest today. That's going to be Fred Hubler, CEO and Chief Wealth Strategist at Creative Capital Wealth and Management Group. Don't miss that. That's going to be at 1:45. I'm your host, Money Mitch, and let's get into today's Stock Market Movers. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, team, let's get right into the market action. I hope that you guys are enjoying the stream today. Definitely want to say hello to everybody in the chat and give the thumbs up to the stream. I hope that you guys are helping us get these likes up. Looks like 188 of you guys watching now, trying to get above at least 150 likes. Where we at? Someone let me know. Let's get it going into. I hope you guys appreciate and like that intro. And like I said, trying to breathe more than everything alive right here. It's all about capitalism as we look to make some money. But the markets right now, battling right now. We're going to take a look at the SPY. Red turnaround today, even though we were going up in the pre-market. We even had a high above the 390s. Quick turnaround into the market. Of course, we'll talk about what stocks are dragging this market move back down and how far could we fall. We'll definitely stay tuned to hear about that. And of course, we'll get into the economic data that's important today. We can take a look at the jobs report and the report of employment opening this month, totaling at 10.72 million. Of course, this was above the estimate. And I think that's the important thing to note, right? The estimate was at 10 million. So there you guys see 10.5. And now we're getting into it here. So it looks like 10.72 just shows us what? That there's more job openings for every available worker. And what does this do? Well, this gives, of course, the outlook that the jobs market has still remained strong, even though we've been hiking interest rates. Now, the ISM Manufacturing Index did post a 50.2 reading, which was better than expected on the 50 reading. But still something to keep in mind is just how far interest rates have gone. If you take an outlook approach now and you're looking at different areas, whether you're looking at mortgages and you're seeing them above 7% interest rate, how will this affect housing market going into the next year? Of course, you've been seeing more and more kind of pullbacks on outlooks for building next year. And a lot of that is, of course, the higher interest rates. And what will that eventually do to the housing market? Something to keep watch, right? Of course, we still have very low supply, but also are getting to the point where we have very low demand. And I think that this is something to keep in watch. How will the markets react? We can also talk about credit cards. Credit card interest rates keep going higher. If you look at like bank rate data, you can see how we've been going up from around 16% in March 11 to now we're at around 18.73. And of course, you're going to keep seeing this go higher as we get more and more interest rates hikes. So keep this on watch. Of course, used vehicles, right? Now looking at a 10% rate. And I think that's massive, right? Edmund's giving us some data there. And new vehicle approach APR is up towards 6.27, right? There was a certain point where you would expect to pay probably around 3% for a new vehicle APR and a good loan. Right now, it just goes to show us how much more it is costing to borrow here. And this is what really matters in the long run, because in the long run, what does it create? It creates demand destruction. And I think that this is what a lot of the economists and the money managers out there are calling for, that they're starting to see the weakening in demand for the economy overall. But I'm still waiting to see really the numbers really start to show that demand destruction. Yet we're getting these interest rates to go up, but we're not seeing that total demand destruction coming into the industries. And especially, it's something to keep watch as we keep going higher and higher rates. When will the demand destruction truly hit? And we'll have to wait and see what happens in new cars, used cars. This is why I'm a little bit concerned about names like Ford, right? How will they do next year? How will Tesla do next year? Of course, it's a big year for them with big product releases, the semi-truck, the Cybertruck, right? How will those perform? Of course, if we're in a higher recessionary environment and we're in a high interest rate environment where used cars are at 10% and new vehicles are over 6% interest rates, well, how many people will be buying those new products, right? Will they be even going for those products? Because, of course, as that interest rate gets higher and higher, you're just making it more of a cost for the total loan. And you're seeing these loan prices just completely skyrocket the overall outlook of what you're going to have to pay back for the loan. So something to keep watch. We'll see how Tesla and other stocks perform going into next year. Will there be kind of cuts of these higher end products? Something to keep watch. Let's get into the market. Of course, right now we're still battling. We'll see what happens if we can get back above the VWAP. Right now, VWAP is around 386, but definitely flushing down today. We got a low here of 383.29. We'll see if we get through there during the show. Let's get into it. I do see you guys in the chat thinking about it. Born, Kenneth, what's going on out there? Well, also, I have a trip on that day as well. So I don't know if you'll be in New York. Hey, we'll catch us next time, Kenneth. I'm sure we'll be in another location that you can come and watch an event. I know the cannabis event next year in Miami. I want to try to probably make it out there. So maybe I meet you out there, Kenneth. All right, let's go towards BP and their earnings report. Let's take a look into some energy play as we're starting to see a little bit of turn back in energy, a little bit of topping action. But let's talk about BP here. You can see here on the 15-minute chart, it's been kind of hanging in there. Hasn't really come down on the day, but let's talk about their EPS, $2.59, beating the $2.07 estimate. Sales at $55.01 billion, missing the $64.76 billion estimate. BP announced further $2.5 billion share buyback, bringing the total announced shares buybacks from 2022 surplus cash flow to $8.5 billion. So a lot on those buybacks, holding the stock up and keeping the drive going. Of course, we're going to take a look at the daily outlook. Looks like we've had a bunch of topping in here before. As you're seeing it really kind of play into the 34s, we really need to see a close above that 34 to think that we can get above these areas. But it looks like we're pulling back today. Could fill the gap on the downside. Remember, there's a gap right here towards 32.32. We'll end up seeing what happens with BP, but it does look like oil was taking a little bit of a sidestep today. I was keeping a close eye on the front month. Of course, WTI is what I focus on. It looks like we're still above the 88.60 area, so that's not a bad level to watch. I've been really watching the 90. I want to see if we can get into the 90. If we do get into the 90, I think we get a little bit more run in these energy stocks, and then we'll see if they start turning around. XOM continuing on the day. It looks like it tried to turn around a little bit here, pulled back, holding the hourly supports right now. And I think this is why I love hourly charts, looking for these big pullbacks. Now we'll see if this kind of level holds. Of course, right underneath it around the 110.66. If not, it could break down towards the 110. We'll see what happens there in Exxon Mobil. And of course, another one just to kind of bring in some of these oil names today. Oxy holding up today. This is probably the best one in the oil names because it's lagging a little bit. It still hasn't gotten to that 52-week high. So I'm looking for a push towards 75 on Oxy, and then potentially we could start seeing that turnaround play in. All right, let's keep going towards the next major earnings. We're going to get into some healthcare stocks. So let's get into that. If you guys like any of these stocks or any of these are up your alley, make sure you throw them up in the chat. I'll make sure to catch it. All right, PFE, Pfizer, of course, came in with their earnings. Let's give their numbers here. Pfizer adjusted EPS coming in here at $1.78, beating the $1.47 estimate. Sales at $22.6 billion, beating the $21.37 billion estimate. Pfizer did raise their full year 22 revenue guidance from $98 billion to $102 billion to now a low end of $99.5 billion and still that high end of $102 billion. Now, Pfizer, you can see here from the kind of pre-market action and what's going on right now. What do we got here? Well, it looks like we're playing into a pattern here. Going to look for this to kind of hold now as you're seeing kind of more of a descending wedge here, descending triangle, trying to break back up towards the 48. It just needs to hold this pullback, and then now we're going to look to see if we can get that next move towards 48. Looks like a nice little bullish pattern. Let's see if it starts holding and makes that move above 48. And you really want to see if it gets back above the 48.10s. That could really give you that nice lift here as you're seeing support around 47.50s. Let's see if it gets back above the VWAP. Pfizer today. All right, going to the next one here. Eli Lilly. Let's talk about their earnings report. Eli Lilly EPS coming in at $1.98, beats the $1.92 estimate. Sales at $6.94 billion, beating the $6.91 billion estimate. Eli Lilly sees full year 22 adjusted EPS of $7.70 to $7.85 versus the prior range of $7.90 in the high end of $8.05. So definitely bringing down their EPS, gave them the hit in the pre-market. It is pulling back. Doesn't look like it's really crashing, but definitely making in some of this shadow zone. And now we'd want to see if that holds. And you can see how it went right towards that support and held it. Now it's starting to make its way back. I think you just keep watch to see what happens around this level. If it can keep holding that, it could probably make it back towards the 360. This looks like some buying dip here on the hourly pullback. We'll see if that area holds or does it go back below 340. All right, getting out of Eli Lilly charts, let's keep it going. A lot more earning stocks to go to. If you guys can do me the favor, like always, hit the thumbs up if you guys appreciate me running through these and not spending too much time on one topic. I'm going to do my best to get through as many as possible today. You guys do me the favor of hitting that thumb up. Let's get right into the action, back towards it. Let's go to Uber, right? Of course, Uber has been making moves since, of course, the gig economy mentions. That's when it did that down gap, right? It's been making the move up since then. And now with the earnings getting a little bit of a lift and the moving averages all below it, that's a good sign there for Uber. Technically wise, it's starting to get into a bullish trend, even though it's been on a big pullback. What do I want to see now? Well, I want to see it hold the pullbacks towards that 200-day, which is 29.09, or we could just round it towards 29. If it can hold the pullbacks at 29, I like the Uber chart here. Let's talk about their sales coming in at $8.3 billion, beating the $8.13 billion estimate. Gross bookings at $29.1 billion, up 26% year over year. Monthly active platform consumers were at 124 million, up 14% year over year. And net loss at 1.2 billion, including a 512 net headwind, primarily due to unrealized losses in equity investments and 482 million in stock-based compensation expense. So it looks like somebody on the board got some good amount of stocks, but I can't blame them. Of course, it's also at the lower end of the price range, right? If you're getting some stock compensation, you probably want it down here on the lows versus when it IPO'd, right? Up towards the 40s. So not a bad area for those employees that got that stock-based compensation. Now, of course, just keep watch. They did note there that there have some equity investments that are in the red. We'll have to wait and see how that affects the next quarter. But we'll see how Uber can kind of keep pushing. It looks like at least from their active platform consumers and their gross bookings up 26% year over year. They're still finding a way to keep growing. Now we'll just have to wait and see. Will this turn around or will this continue lifting? Right now, it looks like it's gotten the positive catalyst. Good outlook on the earnings. Now let's see if it can make its way on a day two move to 32. All right, getting out of Uber, let's go to the next one. This is one that I gave this morning on pre-market prep. And what did I say about it? Well, I said that it has a seasonality play, and seasonality has a tendency to come into play in Sony during the October to December time. And this is kind of more of that Santa Claus rally type of play. And so I was looking to see if Sony would have a good day today. And you guys can see it. It continued going from the pre-market. Nice little breakout. You guys were watching the pre-market prep, you guys would have heard about that seasonality. And this is why I recommend definitely pre-market prep, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern every morning. All right, let's take a look at Sony. And I can show you guys those periods of time back before when it's had its run, right? You can see here, this is October last year, 21. It was right around here. Look what happened. Boom. Nice little run, right? And then we can go back. We can just keep playing this game, right? We can work our way back. So that's the October month. Let's go work our way back here. October to December. Nice little run here, right? And then work your way back. All right, let's do October to December again. Boom. Nice little way back. Let's do it one more time for you guys. All right. So looks like right around here. We're gonna hold on. Let me give you that date here because I'm a little bit too far out here. So 10 is gonna be right around here, and this is where you're actually gonna see one that declined. And so this is the only one that we're seeing the red. And this is how I check a lot of times the seasonality, right? Seasonality effect. And let's go towards here. This is 10. And one more year I'll put in here, and boom. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 times in the last 5 times it's run from around October to December. Now what do we have here? Well, look at it. October bottoming action, now starting to run. Will this run into December? Something to keep on watch. That's how you take a look for seasonality. And I think this is an important thing to look into, especially when you're having to deal with certain things like here, a consumer electronics stock. Well, there's going to be certain times that these have a good run, and depending on what time of year, have tendencies to perform better. One of the ones that I sometimes watch is SPWR, SunPower, for seasonality in August till about the end of the year. Well, we'll see how that one kind of plays out. It did play out earlier in the year where we had this big run in August going into October, but it pulled back. So I think that this is something that you just keep in mind and you look for these style plays, this seasonality. All right, getting out of that Sony talk, let's go to SoFi. SoFi, definitely a retail favorite, getting some lift today. Let's get towards it. Looks like it's right now pulling back. Nice little flagging pattern. We'll see if it gets some lift. But EPS coming in at a loss of 9 cents, beating the 10-cent loss estimate. Adjusted sales at 419.26 million, beating the 392.76 million estimate. Something to keep in mind, of course, is SoFi has been, one of these stocks that everyone's kind of just stuck in, right? I think there's a lot of people that have some overhead supply. Every time we're going to get now little pops, it looks like we're selling into these pops. So we really need to see this stock get back towards at least 10. That's where I think you start really paying attention to SoFi. I'm not paying attention to it down here. I'm going to keep waiting till we at least get past this sideways consolidation that we've been in since about April of last year. You've gone down, still gone down a decent amount, 26%, but you really haven't gone anywhere in about 7 months. So let's see if we can actually get back above those levels, 827, going towards the 10. Then I'd be taking a look at a bottoming action in SoFi. And at least in my eyes, I'm not trying to play the bottom of every chart, team. I don't think you need to worry about every bottom of every chart. There's going to be certain ones that we might want to take some shots in, like a big name like Microsoft, Google, Amazon. Because if those keep coming down, you're not going to feel the pressure as much as when you're trying to call a stock like SoFi at the bottom. Because the truth is, SoFi could disappear in the next year or two. Do I think this is going to happen? No, but that's not what it's about. We want to be taking maybe longer term shots on names that we know probably aren't going to be disappearing in the next 3 to 5 years, which are names, of course, like our top leadership, like Amazon, like Google, right? No one expects these companies to disappear. So these are the type of companies that I don't mind taking some shots on. But a name like SoFi, it could definitely get you in a world of trouble trying to call the bottom. All right, let's get out of the SoFi talk. There's more earnings stocks we can get into, and we're going to save some of these a little bit later. At 1:45, we still got our interview coming up. Don't miss that. That's going to be with Fred Hubler, CEO and Chief Wealth Strategist at Creative Capital Wealth Management Group. And I want you guys in the chat to go ahead and throw a question in the chat. That's what Benzinga is truly about, is trying to give you the competitive advantage that you guys get to ask the question also. All right, so it's good to see you guys in the chat. What's going on? VLO, nice moves, said Sydney. Well, that's one that we talked about yesterday, VLO. Why did we talk about VLO yesterday? Let's see if anybody remembers why we talked about Valero yesterday. I'll see. First one in the chat, we'll get a little bit of some swag action. Let's see who gets it right. Why did we speak about Valero yesterday? Let's take a look at the chart and the action right now. Valero getting a little bit of a spike right off of that 9 EMA. We talked about this yesterday. Would it get that little bounce right off of that area and come back towards the highs? There's some likes. I see you guys. Appreciate you guys. But definitely, let's see if anybody gets it right. I'll give you a couple more seconds while we've been looking at Valero. I think Jay Rice might even get it right. There's Hammer 19 coming in with the win there. I'll give you some props there. Not a bad call, and you got it right, my friend. Diesel prices is why we were looking at Valero. And Valero does what? Refinery, right? Refining that diesel. So here you guys see it, getting some lift. We talked about how diesel can get the push. So Hammer 19, reach out to me. Mitch at benzinga.com. As simple as that. And I'll get you some swag. All right, let's keep going. Valero holding, is that right? Yeah, Valero is holding right now. Let's go to the 15-minute, and you guys can see how this is really starting to take off today, even though you're getting what? Some of the leaders to kind of hold up and not really take off that lead, right? Well, I was looking for plays that had diesel exposure, and that's how I was able to find Valero, because we were talking about how diesel is looked at increasing in prices in the next week or so. And there you guys see Valero starting to get some lift and get some love. I think a lot of this based on that diesel outlook. But let's get into what was hot and what was not. This is everybody's favorite segment where we talk about the sectors and look into the industries to see what is leading us and what is not. All right, so let's get into it. Of course, I always like to look at percentage change from the open. So that's what I pay attention to, not overall, because overall can sometimes confuse you because things can look good and not really be good underneath the hood. What do I mean by that? Well, simple outlook is like right now. So if you take a look here, there's certain stocks that are in the green overall in the sector, like let's say consumer cyclical is in the green overall, but from the open is actually down big. This is important to catch because what does this tell me is that in the morning, it looked like consumer cyclicals looked great, but then things turned around. And so what does that show us? Rotation. And it's all about trying to find the rotation when we're doing sector and industry analysis. So when we take a look today, what is leading us on the upside? Well, it's utilities bouncing back. Why would utilities bounce back? Well, it's the beaten down names, right? This has been a really weak sector lately. Lately, it's been utilities as the weakest sector, and you're starting to see some of these bounce back. Is this a move that I would be calling for a long run? Not really. I think this is just kind of more of a matter that you're seeing a stock bounce when everything else is taking the big hit. Healthcare, just slightly in the green today, holding it up. What is holding it up? Well, it's going to be some of these bigger names like Amgen, Gilead, Regeneron, VRTX, Moderna, BNTX. All these have really good charts lately. And I'm keeping my close eye on like a BNTX and a Moderna that was kind of more at the support. We've talked about those healthcare names, but there's some leaders, right? Look to see if they continue leading. Gilead looks really nice to take out that Friday high of 79.61. And if it can do that, this is still looking good on Gilead. And if you look on the intraday action, nice little bullish chart. So keep these on your watch. They definitely have been strong. Another way you guys can be watching this, of course, is IBB. And this is an ETF. You guys can be watching this biotech fund. And it's also doing well here. So keep the healthcare names on radar. Energy. Pulling back a little bit today, kind of sideways action in the overall action, but there are some of them that are doing better than others. Oxy is one that definitely is doing a little bit better than XOM and Chevron, but this also hasn't gotten to the 52-week high, so keep that in mind. Other stocks, of course, like Halliburton, right? We saw these kind of take a nice little push when SLM started getting that push, and this was very early on. This is when SLB started really taking that nice lift. That was last week. And we were looking for that to kind of continue into Halliburton. And that definitely continued, as you're seeing Halliburton back up there towards 36. Now we'll have to wait and see if oil can keep on the run. All right, let's go to the defensive area where I was looking to see if we were going to see some of these start to turn around. And we did see defensive names. Why would I pay attention to defensive names? Well, one of the things that we've been watching for is value plays, right? And so value a lot of the times is going to hide in defensive names. Why? Because these are already low PE stocks, right? You're usually not even high PE stocks, even when you're taking a look at them. But one thing that we're watching for was this a rotation to value, and were they going to rotate out of value going to growth, or were they going to simply just sell off those defensive names? And it looked like today we got some selling off of those defensive names, something that we need to keep our eye on. Walmart in the red today, turning around after a strong couple of days, right? PG, strong couple of days, turning around. Does this mean that this is completely turning around the trade? No, but another sideways day shows me that the relative strength is slowing down. So we need to see if they get another leg in this style trade. Another name, right, that was doing well. PepsiCo, since their earnings, getting a nice lift. Coke followed with some nice earnings, getting a little lift, but now they're pulling back. So keep these on your radar. We'll see what happens on these, but you can see like UL, Unilever. You can take a look at some other names and you'll see how they're starting to turn around. But of course, we need to keep watch because it seems like these are the names that are getting rotated into. So keep that in mind. Grocery stores in the red today. Pharmaceutical retailers in the red. Packaged foods, kind of sideways action. I've been looking at really strong stocks like General Mills, Kellogg's. They kept making new highs. Now they start pulling back. This is somewhere that we need to keep watch to see if those value trades turn around. Financial services taking a little bit of a break today. Let's go to JPM. As you see, and it's trying to make its way back. It did pull back here towards support. Now it's catching a little bit of a bid here. We'll see if Bank of America can do the same, and maybe Wells Fargo or Fargo. We'll see. It's not looking too bad right now. Catching definitely some support around the 46.33s. And Wells Fargo, not a bad area. Financial services, not looking too bad. It's still in the red overall. You're at 0.57, but about 0.28. Let's take a look at basic materials. Looks like we had a lot of green in the industries, but overall pulled off from the open. What are some of the names that pulled off from the open? Well, it looks like the silver names. Why were silver up right before the open? Well, it looks like the DXY was down big, and then all of a sudden you caught a spike around 9:15 a.m. You started seeing the dollar index start spiking again, and silver with a nice little sell-off there towards the open. Copper, interesting to keep watch. It's been hanging in here. It looks like FCX wants to hang on. SCCO is another one that I've been watching and letting everyone know. I know that a lot of people watch FCX, but Southern Copper has had a nice chart, now making a nice move. Looks like it's trying to get back above the 50.11. We'll see what happens there. SCCO. Let's see how the coal stocks are doing. I've been keeping a close eye on these. Would these take another leg up? Been watching BTU to see if it can make that move back above 25. That's going to be the important price point to watch right now. Just been sideways here, and I also like AMR if you're looking for a different style play. We'll see if these can make moves. Coal stocks, of course, are moving with the energy talk in Europe. So we'll see what happens there. Coal has been getting a lift lately. Will it continue the run? One that I like that's been sideways here, CEIX. Let's see if it gets another run off the bottom trend line. And you can see here how you've been kind of just holding this trend line. Will it break down towards the 60, or will we start making our way back up there towards the 75? All right, getting out of what was hot and what was not. We can keep talking about different stocks in the market. Like always, you guys see a big mover, throw it up in the chat. Sabrina bringing in an interesting stock here. Medtronic hourly looks awesome. Let's take a look there. I'll take a look for you. I've been watching these. This is a personal, and it looks kind of like, kind of like an inverse Head and Shoulders if you're taking a look at that. But another thing is you are starting to try to get out of this kind of pattern. It looks like every time we've come up here, we failed before. So I really would want to see it kind of really start closing up in this range. And so it looks like before we had a couple of spikes that turned around, and where was that at? That's right here towards 122.82. Then I got 121.93. See if we can get that close towards, I would say, 122, and that's going to give you that nice outlet that med is nice and strong and holding on. This is the hourly range. Let me look at the 4-hour range. Let me see if it cleans up a little bit here. You can see a couple of pops, pullbacks, pop, pullbacks, pop. I really want it to start holding the support around 115 and then now start making its way back up through the resistance. We're going to run into some resistance here around the 120s, and let's see it close towards the 122. Not interesting stock there, Medfast Inc. And keep these on radar. What is this in? Looks like personal services. I also was watching in healthcare and medical care stocks. And so keep that, or medical device stocks. MDT was one that I was watching there. So I'm looking to see if there's other healthcare names that keep moving. All right, getting out of that talk, we're going to get towards our interview just coming up in just a few minutes. That's going to be at 1:45. Let's go back to some of these earning stocks and some other stocks that are getting some movement. Let's go to Goodyear. This is an interesting stock here. Of course, Goodyear is the tires. GT is the ticker. I don't know why I was forgetting it right now, but it took a hit on their earnings report and then also took a hit into the open. Let's give their earning numbers here. All right, let me go bigger screen here and pull up their earnings. Looks like I don't have the ticker there ready here. I'll just read it off here. EPS at 40 cents, missing the 58-cent estimate. Sales at $5.31 billion, beating the $5.29 billion estimate. Goodyear Tires stocks is burning out here because of the cost of inflation as currency concerns impact earnings. So it looks like those currency concerns definitely impacting Goodyear. And this has been on a stock that for a while was having a nice uptrend in the pandemic. Now truly has been cut down and looks like it might cut through the $10 price point. We'll have to wait and see what happens here with Goodyear's tire and rubber company. Of course, inflation needs to turn around for this company to have a better outlook. All right, one more that had a ratings. Let's talk about their ratings. It's going to be JP Morgan with Carvana. I wonder if what you guys think about Carvana. Let me know in the chat. If you guys like Carvana, throw a 1. If you guys are bearish Carvana, throw a 2. Let's talk about here Carvana. That's going to be CVNA. If you guys want to stick along with the tickers, Carvana getting a little bit of a bounce today. Got a little bit of a bounce out the open. Has been pushing since the pre-market. You can see here about 8 p.m. yesterday. Got that lift. We'll see if it can hold the 15 support. Carvana getting the lift here from a JP Morgan upgrading to neutral and announcing a $20 price target. Now, of course, we just talked about the interest rates with vehicles, right? Used cars vehicles going to 10.3% average APR, right? And so is Carvana in the best environment for their business? I would say no, right? I mean, who's really trying to buy a vehicle at 10% interest rates? That's pretty high up. So it's one thing to keep in mind is the business environment that they're going to be in and how long will it take to get these interest rates down, right? It's going to take a little while. It's not just going to happen next year probably where you got these interest rates down. So I'm a little bit concerned in Carvana. Will they be able to stick around throughout this whole kind of downturn and bear market that we're in right now? It could be one of those that goes. For right now, I'm saying for me, this is a no touch, but we'll have to wait and see. Looks like JP Morgan upgrading Carvana here, announcing a $20 price target. So they see something that I don't. All right, getting out of Carvana talk. Let's keep going. Let's get towards the next headline. I wanted to talk about China stocks, right? Will they get a bounce? That's what I was trying to take a look at today been really kind of focusing to see if these are going to get the bounce or not. Let's take a look at some of these. All right, so like Baba, all right, of course, we got that really bad decline last Monday. Now we've been seeing it kind of go sideways. Will these pull back? I'm keeping a close eye to see them start trying to come back down. PDD, one that I was looking at today for kind of that turnaround, and you got it. You got a pretty strong down move there in PDD. Now I want to see if we can start coming back here for some of this gap that we made up. Right? Did it fill the gap? And now it's just going to come right back down. Going to keep watch on these stocks. JD, of course, NIO did have some negative news. So just keeping a close eye on NIO. Looks like they had a temporary shutdown production at one of their plants because of COVID curves. So this is also another thing to keep in mind as you're seeing some of these China EVs definitely turn around. LI, I'm keeping a close eye. I think this is also another one that could keep coming on its way down. XPEV also, but this one's not even getting any lift. It's towards 650. Can't believe at some point this stock was $60, $70, and that was in 2020, of course, but now at $6.50 on XPEV. All right, let's get out of China stocks. We'll see if these can get the bounce or not. Now, I did want to take a look at some of the solar stocks. As we saw yesterday, First Solar really get a lift off of their ratings outlook. Let's go towards the solar names today. And looks like we're in the red here. EMPH turning around after it kind of pushed up there right out the gates through the 315, but quick pullback towards the 300. FSLR actually keeping a little bit higher than the leader, EMPH there. Something to keep in mind. SEDG definitely pulled back that big push yesterday. It was a nice looking chart. I mean, take a look at that, right? Nice little chart here. They got that little push back. Now we just need to see it kind of recover here and get back above the 230s. Wasn't a bad looking chart at all here for SEDG, but we're going to have to definitely see it recover that 230 price point. All right, so it looks like Array got a little bit of a lift. It was about mixed signals here in solar. So just keeping this on watch. We'll see what happens with some of these stocks. Will FSLR's recent breakout really kind of drive some of these to kind of follow? EMPH tried to do that today, but pulled back quickly. All right, we'll see what else is going on in those solar names. Another area that I saw pull back a little bit that I want to keep a close eye, I've been talking about it, is Deere and Cat, right? Well, Deere pulled back today. Cat holding on today. And you guys can see here, it's right around the VWAP. So let's see what happens in Caterpillar, if it can continue making the run. And then we'll look to see if Deere can catch the bid tomorrow after it pulled back to the 9 EMA. I like that area right now. That's somewhere in the 387.50 area. And not a bad little pullback today, 387.50 area. That's going to be right around here. You can see it went down a little bit lower. It went towards 385.77. Let's see if it starts making its way back, which is Deere. All right, we'll keep watch. Of course, another area that has been strong has been these defensive names, right? Like Lockheed Martin. Look at that takeoff in Lockheed Martin. That's definitely a nice little push. And this is all on defensive stocks, right? RTX doing the same. These are stocks that are defensive that most people are not watching as they keep getting a nice little push. And this in RTX now has been about in 20 days, an 18% move. They're not the biggest movers, but when they start getting going, they're not bad ones to keep watch on. NOC is another one that kind of pushed up, but this is the higher price one. I like LMT, RTX. Definitely keep these on your radar. They could continue to run, especially with more kind of war concerns out there. And you're seeing a nice little push there, RTX. All right, getting out of that talk, I'm going to go ahead and pull my charts down. We're going to get into our interview today. That's what it's all about here at Benzinga, trying to keep you guys in the informational edge. So do me the favor, hit the thumbs up. Let me know a question that you guys want Fred to answer here. Let's get right into our interview today. All right, let's bring on here Fred Hubler, CEO and Chief Wealth Strategist at Creative Capital Wealth Management Group. Welcome on, Fred.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. That's a mouthful. When you say it, sounds like a lot of words.
Definitely. Hey, there's one thing that is not a bad thing is having titles. That's one thing that I'm working on right now, trying to get my CMT certification. But appreciate you coming on.
I can like baptize you or something.
Hey, I can get knighted by Fred. I'll take it. I like the background, like the little fall leaves in the background.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Let's get into the interview today. First things first, of course, is looks like energy has been on a big run lately, right? And it's been really the talk of 2022. Is this inflationary run here to stay?
So I know Halloween is over, and there are some real scary things out there. I think the long-term play on energy is not scary. Energy is what will move the modern society. So there are a huge swaths of the globe that do not yet have the infrastructure we have. Now, where that energy comes from, whether it's gas, nuclear, wind, solar, we don't know. But at the end of the day, I don't think the pop in energy and the interest in energy is going away anytime sooner. And I'm bullish because the use of energy has exploded 16 times since the 1900s, 5 times since the 1950s. And like I said, the growth of energy, that's what makes modern life possible. And I don't see anyone anywhere around the world putting down their phones, putting down their tablets, and all that is energy. So at a per capita base, we may have gone flat in the developed countries, but they're just getting started everywhere else.
Yeah, and it's definitely a global talk, right? I think that's the important thing. It's not just here, right? Energy is such an important topic around the world that it's going to continue being in the headlines. Now, another area that has been in the headlines, of course, is the inflation, right? And how have wages truly played into the inflation run? And are we kind of on a runaway here with a wage price spiral? It seems like the wages are truly adding to the inflation.
I think you read my crib notes, because that's exactly what's happening. There's reports showing that in metro areas, there's a wage price spiral. So wages are firmly embedded in the economy, so they're spending more money in that economy. So then wages go up because everything else is going up, and that's what's concerning. The Fed has to crack unemployment. They have to break unemployment to break inflation. So getting back to your earlier, comment of when will we see interest rates going back down, we'll see it after we see employment actually crack. And that's what makes this, whatever you want to call it, recession, slow down. None of us saw 2008 coming. I think we all see storm clouds coming. We just don't know whether it's an ice storm, a windstorm, tornado, hurricane, but we see it approaching. And we're starting to see it in day-to-day activity. I went to a fast food place, 2 combo meals and a hamburger. It was $28. There are people out there that's a showstopper. I mean, it wasn't a fancy place. It was fast food. And I know I've read reports that property casualty companies are looking at the premiums you and I pay for our house and home, and we're not paying enough to replace the thing we're getting insured. And as much as I do, insurance companies, rule number 1 is don't lose money, and rule number 2 is see rule number 1. They're going to change, and they have to change what they charge us for insurance in order to cover the losses that are real. And so, those things are going to start to skyrocket. And I think the thing I'm really concerned about is the narrative we're all told on TV, not your show, but on everywhere else TV. The narrative is not reality, and reality will always win. And when reality wins and people open up their bills and realize, where's this bill coming from? Where's the money coming to pay the bill? I think that's going to be the beginning of where we see the interest rates actually hurting day-to-day activity. And it's that consumer-driven day-to-day activity that will slow down inflation if they stop buying so much. So you got to change behavior, and you're going to change behavior by having a lot of pain for a lot of people, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you said it there. I thought it was really interesting that you mentioned that they need to crack unemployment to crack inflation. I think this is something that's not being spoke about often enough. And the truth is, we can see it today, right? In the jobs opening, the JOLTS, right? There's still more jobs opening. They're about 1.9 of the jobs that are actually opened out there still needed. And it just seems like to me that even though you're hearing Jerome Powell, and he said it multiple times in the last couple of meetings, that he expects to see that unemployment rate go up, when really we just saw unemployment rate go down. And this is the complete opposite of what he's been stating. So, of course, now we're getting towards the pivot talk, right? Everyone out there seems like they want to talk about the Fed either pivoting or slowing down the pace. Do you see this as coming anytime soon?
I think the Fed knows that there's never been an everywhere bubble, an everything bubble everywhere like there is now. And so the Fed understands that a historical amount of information is out there for people to make decisions, but also a more historic amount of just money, both here and abroad. And that's not to say a bubble, but that's basically, they got to get a lot of that off the table. The Fed is not here to make the market happy. And I think the Fed likes to, I think the market likes to, do a little bit of peer pressure by saying, oh, now the Fed's, they're saying what they're going to do. They're kind of they're telegraphing what their intentions are. I think the intention for the Fed is that their mandate for inflation is more important than their mandate for total unemployment. The report I haven't seen and I'd love to see is, where's all the workers at? Because you go to restaurants and they can't get waitresses, but a couple of years ago they were there. So what happened to those people? Is the report I have never seen, but I really want to know that, because I have 2 jobs opening in our office. We can't even get people to apply. And I think a lot of people are trying to still hire. As things get more frothy and interest rates go up, and as you said, if interest rates go to 10%, no one's buying a used car. And then the people that support the used car, there's less demand. So it's very reciprocal, but it's very slow for the beginning. We have huge economy. It can't stop and it can't be jump started, but it's a very slow either ramp up or ramp down. And I think it's going to be a very slow, very long, very ugly place. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be difficult for people to navigate, especially those that aren't expecting it, which is most of the country and probably most of the world. So I don't think they're going to pivot as soon as the market wants. I don't think they're thinking of pivoting, because making the market happy just means you're taking your foot off the gas. And I think they would rather overdo it than underdo it, because if you underdo it, you lose all credibility and you make it even harder to go, to try it again, because you've lost time and you've lost momentum. So I think the risk of doing it longer than they should is less risky than cutting it off sooner and making the market happy.
Yeah, one thing that I catch in the narratives is that by being in the media every day, you catch the narratives, right? And it seemed to me like there was a point when they were leaning towards more it seemed like financial instability was kind of the first thing they brought up, right? With all the European situation that was going on. And that could be some reason why I could see the Fed slowing down or pivoting. But then that narrative went away and it became more of the focus that the economy is slowing down and the labor market is starting to weaken. But really, I don't see that in the statistics. And I don't think you see it either, Fred. So it's kind of interesting that has become the narrative. Now, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the earnings season. How do you feel the earnings season has gone? And what are some of the effects that we could potentially see?
So we've been telling clients that the blood's on the street. It just hasn't gotten to your door yet. So if you look beyond the earnings season, the stronger the dollar, the harder it is for multinational conglomerates to sell our stuff or the stuff they make overseas, because it's too expensive. And so that has a repercussion. Obviously, it's great if you have a US dollar based economy, but the bigger the companies, the more likely they aren't US dollar based solely. And so you see third quarter starting to be lower their expectations for the rest of the year. I think when you see large companies like Amazon come out with earnings, I think regular people are starting to change their buying behavior, and that won't be reflected in third quarter earnings, but it absolutely will be reflected in fourth quarter earnings, because that's when the things they didn't buy aren't showing up in the returns and in the annual report of here's what we sold for the year. So I think it's starting to change. And by the time people realize it, it's already have happened and continues to happen. Because if you cut back, you're not going to cut back for a week. You're going to cut back because something scared you, or you lost your job, or interest rates are at 10% for a car. So in order to afford it, you're cutting other things out so you can buy the car. And so there's a lot of headwinds out there that we're looking at. I was impressed that the third quarter reports weren't as bad as I thought they would be. And it's really a function of it hasn't gotten to the bottom line there. And as you know, big companies, there's legal ways that they can massage the numbers so it, they kind of, make it cyclical or make it so it's not so cyclical. And I think when the market just wants you to always do better than your expectations, that's going to start to slow down. And one way to get ahead of it as a public company is lower the expectations, so at least you can still meet the newer expectations. And I think we're just starting to see companies, get ahead of the curve and say, okay, there's so many uncertainties. You've mentioned most of them. Let's just say, let's just count on less of our sales and less of our revenue. And if we're wrong, great, we'll get it on the upside. But if they're wrong on the downside, charts look like the charts that you were showing. That stuff happens all the time. So good news, even if it's not true, or good news, even when it's true, isn't as good as the bad news, even when it's not true. So I think companies are realizing that people are scared, and the market we're waiting to see what's next. We've seen multiple times stocks and bonds both go down. Well, we were told in the textbooks that's not supposed to happen. It happens every day. It happens whenever there's a big surprise to the market. So we spend a lot of time looking at how larger portfolios manage their money. Institutions, insurance companies, those that have so much money they don't have to risk it, they have very little in the public market. They still invest, but they have it in real estate. They have it in what I'll call value add. Right now the stock market is a buy, hold, and hope, or short, hold, and hope. Either way, you're hoping for an outcome you really don't have control over. Smart money is going into things that have a vested economic engine to add value. So whether it's private equity and they're going in to turn around a company, and they won't buy the company unless they know to turn around. So there's avenues out there, and there's probably websites out there that can crowdsource into some of these, real estate plays. Like there's a bunch of ways to do it. But what you want to do, in our opinion, is increase those kind of income producing, less risky assets that a change in the economy won't necessarily bring down 30, 40, 50%.
Yeah, it looks like the Tina trade has really died off, right? The era of free money is gone, and there's other alternatives to money out there for investors to really look at. And like you said, have more of a secured return, which is what we're looking for, especially when the return is going to be very similar to what we've been seeing in the equity market. So appreciate you coming on, Fred. I think I could have an hour-long conversation with you. It's been a great talk. I hope that you have a great day, and definitely we'll have you back on, Fred.
Excellent.
Have a good one. Take care. All right. Looks like my camera is just getting out of focus today, but don't worry about it. Fred brought all the focus that we needed today. I thought he was a great guest indeed. Definitely see the love from the chat. A great conversation there. And I think that an important thing that he noted, and I'm going to go ahead and kind of iterate that, is the fact that he's thinking that we need to first break unemployment to get inflation down. A big part of that is, right, getting those jobs first filled and then getting unemployment to go higher. It seems like we can't even get the jobs filled, let alone get to the unemployment. There's not been a time that I can remember when there's so many different factors that are truly weighing into the Fed. Of course, their mandate is inflation. This is why I am also in Fred's camp, that I think that right now, slow down or pivoting away would be a negative thing to the credibility. That was the whole big part that they wanted to focus on, which is they wanted to build back their credibility from where? From, of course, Powell talking last year that it was going to be transitory and all this talk about transitory going into it. Well, they wanted to go back and focus on that inflation is the mandate here, and that at all costs, even paying to you guys, the household and investments, that could be coming. Powell said it, and I don't think that they're going to change their tune unless we truly could see unemployment getting weaker, the economy getting weaker, some financial instability. That's truly not what we've seen. But let's get back to the market action. You guys can think about that and make your own decisions. Let's go towards the market, see what we're at right now. We're at 384.94. We're starting to wrap up the show today. We'll see what happens in the SPY today. It was a tough day. And really, what let us down? Leadership. Overall, from the open, and this is why I like paying attention from the open, Amazon is down 6.42% just today. And this is not off of an earnings report, right? These are the concerns that I'd keep watching forward as we keep moving in this market. All right, we'll see you next time right here on Stock Market Movers. Don't miss, up next, you guys got the NFT roadmap coming up next. Elon Musk buying Twitter, good for NFTs? Might have to wait and see. Come find out about Elon, NFTs, and what is going to happen with Twitter and NFTs. Probably an interesting conversation. Hit the thumbs up if you guys enjoyed today's show. We're going to keep going here, right here on Benzinga. You don't got to go anywhere. You'll go ahead and be redirected. So stick around and hit the subscribe button if this is your first time in the show. I'll see you next time, team. Hit the like on your way out.